fall asleep to hilarious history. California, earthquakes, gold dust, and other excellent reasons to stay in Missouri. By Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. If you enjoy these audiobooks and don't want to miss out on new ones, it would be bully if you like and subscribe. Also, please comment and let me know where you are listening from. Shall we continue? Part 1. The Ground Beneath Our Feet. Chapter 1. The Great Upheaval, how the earth buckled and groaned to shove California out of the sea. They tell me California is universally known as the Golden State, a grand and shimmering title it earned quite fairly by systematically bankrupting at least half the hopeful souls who ever packed a wagon, bid a tearful goodbye to their sensible mothers, and wandered out there looking for it, having spent some considerable time in that sun-baked asylum myself, mostly trying to avoid any form of honest, back-breaking labor and betting my meager journalistic earnings on jumping frogs in Calaveras County. I can confirm that the gold is mostly in the sunshine. The rest of the romance you'll pay for in sweat, dust, and the occasional terrifying, stomach-dropping realization that the very ground you are standing on is actively plotting to relocate to Alaska without asking your permission. If we are to truly understand the peculiar, feverish madness of California today, we cannot simply begin our tale with the smooth-talking politicians, the grubby prospectors, or even the grim-faced Spanish missionaries. To comprehend a place where the mountains routinely catch fire like a pile of dry kindling, and where the residents cheerfully pay $3 million for a drafty two-bedroom shack, just for the unparalleled privilege of complaining about the afternoon traffic, we must first understand the dirt itself. And let me tell you, as a man who appreciates a solid, unmoving chair, that dirt has never been entirely comfortable staying in one place. Before there was a California, before there were crude maps for European explorers to get hopelessly wrong, or imaginary borders for distant governments to squabble over with muskets and treaties, there was only the long, terrifying silence of the deep past. The true history of this land does not begin with the scratch of a viceroy's quill or the ringing strike of an American pickaxe. It begins with the agonizingly slow, spectacularly violent, and thoroughly impolite grind of the earth's crust. Imagine, if you will, the surface of the earth not as a solid sphere, but as a poorly riveted, overpressurized steam boiler patched together by a blind mechanic. The pieces don't quite fit, and they are constantly sliding, scraping, and grinding over the hot, bubbling fruit filling of magma beneath. Millions of years ago, a massive, arrogant slab of the Pacific Ocean floor, having grown thoroughly bored of being wet and entirely covered in seaweed, decided it was high time to shove itself underneath the North American continent. The continent, being heavy, stubborn, and largely oblivious to the ocean's ambitions, pushed back. The result of this subterranean slow-motion wrestling match was an upheaval of rock and fire that would have made the Almighty himself take a step back, wipe his brow with a handkerchief, and seriously reconsider his architectural design. The land buckled, snapped, and sheared with a violence that makes a cannon barrage look like a polite sneeze. Great granite batholiths, forged in the hellish, highly pressurized furnaces of the inner earth, were thrust upward to pierce the clouds. These jagged, snow-capped teeth became the Sierra Nevada. These mountains stand like a great, impenetrable stone wall, a barricade designed by nature to keep the riffraff out of the coastal paradise. History, of course, proves that this barrier failed miserably in its primary objective, as human beings will eagerly climb over just about any natural obstacle if they possess even the slightest suspicion that there might be a shiny dollar to be made on the other side. While the Sierras were busy scraping the belly of the sky, the land between them and the coast sank. It formed the great Central Valley, a sprawling, flat-bottomed bathtub of a depression that spent the next few million years catching all the rich alluvial dirt washed down from the granite peaks. It became a trough of soil so absurdly fertile that if you were to accidentally drop a wooden walking stick into the mud, you'd have to jump back quick to avoid being hit by the branches sprouting out of it. It would one day grow enough fruit, nuts, and vegetables to feed half the civilized world, and it would simultaneously inspire enough vicious lawsuits over water rights to keep a small army of unscrupulous lawyers comfortably employed until the end of recorded time. The coastline, meanwhile, was shattered and shoved upward into a ragged edge of cliffs and bays, forming a precarious, beautiful shelf hanging right over the abyss of the Pacific. To the south and east, the rain shadows cast by the great mountain peaks created deserts so dry, barren, and unforgiving that a buzzard would pack a canteen and write a legally binding will before attempting to cross them. Places like Death Valley were formed, a basin so thoroughly roasted by the sun that the rocks themselves seemed to sweat, and where a man can fry an egg on his own forehead if he stands still long enough. It is a landscape born entirely of friction, violence, and extreme weather. This geological restlessness perhaps explains why the people who eventually settled here are always in such a terrible, unexplained hurry. They unconsciously know the truth. The San Andreas Fault, that great geological zipper running up the length of the state, is just nature's way of reminding Californians that their leases on this earth are strictly month to month, and the landlord is a volcano with a terrible temper. A bricklayer in San Francisco is an optimist of the highest, most delusional order, building monuments on top of a table that the earth periodically decides to violently kick. Long after the fiery tantrums of the earth's crust had settled into a low, simmering resentment, the climate began to play its own theatrical tricks. The world grew cold, then hot, then freezing cold again. Glaciers the size of small European republics formed in the high country. These massive rivers of ice ground their way down the western slopes, carving out the majestic, sheer-walled valleys of Yosemite. They polished the granite cliffs like a fine piece of hotel silverware until they gleamed, leaving behind monuments of stone like El Capitan and Half Dome, which modern tourists now photograph with little rectangular boxes while complaining that the park doesn't have reliable wireless telegraphy. In those ancient frosty days, California was a menagerie of magnificent monsters. If you had the misfortune of taking a casual evening stroll through what is now downtown Los Angeles some 40,000 years ago, you wouldn't have been mugged by an aspiring actor pitching a terrible script. You would have been trampled flat by a Colombian mammoth. This was a hairy beast standing 14 feet at the shoulder, sporting curved tusks the size of sturdy oak branches, and possessing a disposition that did not welcome strangers. If you managed to dodge the mammoth, you might have found yourself face to face with a Smilodon, the infamous saber-toothed cat. This was a heavily muscled predator equipped with 2 8-inch serrated daggers in its mouth, perfectly designed by a cruel providence for opening up a giant ground sloth like a tin of warm sardines. We know all about these magnificent, terrifying nightmares, mostly because of a peculiar, sticky, trapped nature set right in the middle of the Los Angeles basin. In a place called La Brea, crude oil seeped up from the fractured earth, forming deep pools of thick asphalt, hidden beneath a deceiving, innocent-looking layer of rainwater and autumn leaves. It was nature's own flypaper, designed on a monstrous prehistoric scale. A thirsty mammoth would wander in for a refreshing drink, step into the puddle, get its enormous hairy feet stuck in the muck, and begin to trumpet in sheer panicked distress. This deafening hollering acted as a dinner bell for all the saber-toothed cats and dire wolves in the county. They would rush in, lips smacking, thinking they were getting a free, helpless buffet lunch, only to leap onto the mammoth and find themselves instantly glued to the very same sticky dinner plate. Then a giant prehistoric vulture would land on the struggling wolf to see what all the fuss was about, and promptly get its talons stuck too. It was a tragic, gooey, and entirely undignified conga line of ancient stupidity. They all sank together into the black depths, slowly and miserably, perfectly preserved in the tar. They waited tens of thousands of years for modern paleontologists to dig up their bones and marvel at the raw savagery of the past. These scientists, of course, usually do this while completely ignoring the rich, dark irony that they are building their pristine, glass-fronted museums directly on top of a major fault line that could swallow them and their dinosaur bones whole by Tuesday afternoon. The earth had pushed itself up from the sea, scraped itself raw with miles of ice, and set out its sticky traps. The stage was finally set. The mountains were locked into their imposing places. The great valley was filled with dirt waiting for a plow, and the long, terrifying silence of the deep geologic past was finally ready to be broken. It was waiting for the arrival of two-legged creatures, creatures carrying spears, fire, and the universal, unstoppable human talent for complicating absolutely everything they touch. Chapter 2. The First Californians. A look at the diverse tribes who lived in plenty before the civilized world arrived. There is a particular brand of profound, unshakable arrogance unique to the civilized man. It is the absolute, ironclad belief that a piece of land does not truly exist, nor does it possess any discernible value until someone from Europe has tripped over it, drawn a highly inaccurate map of it, and declared it the property of a monarch who lives 4,000 miles away. For centuries, our history books have suffered from this peculiar myopia. They tell us that the story of a place only begins when a fellow in a heavy woolen coat and a plumed hat steps off a wooden boat, plants a flag in the sand, and promptly comes down with scurvy. But to look at California through this lens is to ignore the first, longest, and arguably most successful chapter of its entire existence. Scientists, who are, as a general rule, a restless breed of highly educated guessers who can never be satisfied with a simple, honest, "I don't know," have spent entire careers arguing over how the first human beings arrived in the Golden State. They will gleefully burn through a university's endowment debating whether these original pioneers walked across a frozen Bering Land bridge while chasing a particularly delicious-looking mammoth, or whether they paddled down the foggy Pacific coast in kelp-covered boats. I am not inclined to settle their bets, largely because it does not change the outcome of the race. What matters is that they arrived, they took a long look around, and they recognized a spectacular piece of real estate when they saw it. When the modern civilized man encounters a pristine wilderness, his very first instinct is to find a way to conquer it. He looks at a majestic river and immediately wants to dam it up. He looks at a forest of ancient, towering redwoods and immediately calculates how many thousands of toothpicks he can manufacture from them. He looks at a mountain and wants to blow a hole straight through the middle of it. The European model of civilization is essentially a stubborn, loud, and incredibly expensive refusal to accept the landscape as the Almighty left it. The First Californians, however, took a remarkably different and vastly more sensible approach. They looked at the towering mountains, the deep valleys, the parched deserts, and the crashing surf, and they decided to adapt their habits to suit the land rather than attempting to beat the land into submission. It was a spectacular display of common sense that subsequent generations of Californians have desperately and somewhat successfully tried to unlearn. They found a land of astonishing, overwhelming plenty, but it was a plenty that required a bit of ingenuity to unlock. It was not a garden that handed over its fruits voluntarily. In the lush, oak-studded valleys, the primary bounty was the humble acorn. Now, to the uninitiated traveler, an acorn plucked directly off the branch and popped into the mouth tastes like a mouthful of bitter regret, dashed hopes, and concentrated tannic acid. It is the sort of thing you feed to a squirrel you actively dislike, or perhaps to a politician who won't stop talking. But these early inhabitants possessed a profound genius for survival. Somewhere in the misty depths of prehistory, some unnamed native Einstein figured out how to shell the nuts, pound the meat into fine flour using heavy stone mortars, and meticulously wash the bitterness away with running stream water. They turned a toxic, terrible seed into a nutritious, sweet mush that formed the staple bread of their entire existence. It was a piece of culinary engineering that deserves at least as much historical praise as the invention of the steam engine or the telegraph, though it produced considerably less soot and absolutely no fraudulent stock certificates. They built storehouses for these acorns, ensuring that when the winters turned bitter or the rains failed to arrive, the people would still eat. Down along the southern coast, the Chumash people looked at the great redwood trees that occasionally drifted down from the northern currents and saw a magnificent navy just waiting to be built. Having no iron nails, they constructed tomos, swift, astonishingly sturdy plank canoes. They split the redwood, shaped the planks with tools made of shell and bone, stitched the wood together with tough animal sinew, and caulked the seams with the very same sticky black asphaltum that was currently trapping saber-toothed cats up at the La Brea tar pits. In these fragile wooden eggshells, they fearlessly navigated the choppy, unforgiving waters out to the Channel Islands. They didn't just fish the deep waters, they built an empire of trade. They developed a complex, sophisticated currency made of carefully drilled olivella shell beads. This operated with all the financial complexity of a modern Wall Street banking system, but with the distinct, glorious advantage of lacking irritable tellers, hidden overdraft fees, and men in striped suits trying to sell you a ruinous second mortgage. Further north, the tribes fished the mighty, roaring rivers for salmon. In the spring, the salmon ran so remarkably thick that a man could supposedly walk across their silverbacks to the other side of the river without ever getting his moccasins wet. They hunted deer, antelope, and the massive Tule elk in the Golden Foothills. They shared the deep, shadowy woods with the California grizzly. This was a bear so massive, so powerful, and so universally ornery that it eventually got its picture put right in the center of the state flag. This is, of course, a distinctly human brand of honor, considering the state subsequently hunted every last one of those magnificent beasts to total extinction just to prove who was the actual boss of the woods. And we must not forget the basketry. Lacking pottery clay in many regions, the women of tribes like the Pomo became the greatest weavers the world has ever seen. They wove baskets from willow, sedgeroot, and bulrush that were so incredibly tight, so perfectly constructed, that they could hold water without leaking a single drop. Because you cannot put a woven basket over an open fire without creating a spectacular, unintended bonfire. They invented stone boiling. They would heat smooth river rocks in a fire until they were glowing red, then pick them up with wooden tongs and drop them directly into the water-filled baskets, bringing the acorn mush to a rolling boil from the inside out. It was a masterpiece of domestic science. There were perhaps 1/3 people living in California before the first European ship dropped anchor and ruined the view. But they were not a single monolithic nation marching in uniform lockstep, easily categorized by a lazy historian. The story of the First Californians is a massive, dizzying, vibrant mosaic. They spoke upwards of 100 distinct languages, with hundreds more dialects branching off from there. To put that in proper perspective, that is more linguistic diversity contained within the borders of one modern state than the entire continent of Europe possessed. And yet, remarkably, they managed this without engaging in anything resembling the 100 Years' War, without launching crusades, and without inventing the guillotine to settle their theological differences. This is not to say they were flawless angels floating on clouds of peace. They were human, after all. They traded fiercely with one another across vast networks, swapping coastal abalone shells and dried fish for inland obsidian and rare bird feathers. They intermarried to form alliances, and yes, they sometimes fought with one another over hunting boundaries, stolen property, and perceived insults, because human beings are universally designed by the Creator to find reasons to hit each other with heavy sticks. But their skirmishes were generally brief and purposeful, unlike the mechanized wholesale slaughter perfected by the civilized world. By and large, they achieved a complex, sustainable, and astonishingly successful balance with a land that was notoriously prone to devastating drought, sudden biblical floods, and terrifying wildfires that could swallow a valley in an afternoon. They lived in a long golden silence. It was a silence unbroken by the shrieking of a train whistle, the rhythmic, bone-rattling thud of a stamping mill, or the relentless, tyrannical ticking of a pocket watch. It was a time of immense, quiet dignity, where the rhythm of human life was dictated solely by the turning of the seasons, the reliable migration of the beasts, and the fiery blooming of the poppies on the hillsides after the winter rains. For thousands upon thousands of years, generation after generation lived, loved, worked, and died under the California sun, completely ignorant of the fact that the rest of the globe was busy inventing gunpowder, the printing press, and the terrifying concept of manifest destiny. it was as close to a functional Eden as this bruised, battered, and highly flawed world has ever managed to produce. But as any reader of the good book knows, Eden is a temporary arrangement. Humanity simply cannot abide a quiet room. It makes us terribly nervous. Sooner or later, somebody always shows up with a shiny new idea, a cross to plant in the dirt, and a disastrous, unquenchable desire to improve things until they are completely unrecognizable. The long silence of the First Californians was living on borrowed time. Just over the western horizon, entirely ignorant of the paradise they were blundering toward, were men with pale faces, heavy steel breastplates, and maps that were spectacularly, almost comedically, wrong. The age of the First Californians was about to collide head-on with the age of the Spanish Empire, and the beautiful golden silence was about to be shattered forever. Chapter 3. The Island of California. The funny old maps and the myth of a land ruled by Queen Calafia. There is a universal rule regarding human ignorance that has held true since the days of Babylon. The less a man actually knows about a given subject, the more elaborately, loudly, and confidently he will lie about it. Today, if a fellow does not know the answer to a question, he is expected to look it up in an encyclopedia, or simply shut his mouth. But in the 16th century, if a man did not know the truth, he was highly encouraged to invent a spectacular fiction, paint it in bright colors, and sell it to a king. Nowhere is this magnificent human talent for wholesale fabrication more evident than in the early history of European cartography. In those days, map-making was less a rigorous scientific discipline and more a branch of abstract, highly imaginative art. A European cartographer, sitting in a comfortable, damp office in London or Madrid, possessed a deep philosophical terror of blank space. If a ship captain returned from the Pacific and reported that he had sailed for 3 months and seen absolutely nothing but endless ocean, the mapmaker would refuse to draw a vast, empty blue square. Empty space suggested that the mapmaker didn't know what was out there, and an expert can never admit to a lack of knowledge without risking his pension. So, whenever they encountered a patch of the globe they knew absolutely nothing about, these learned men would simply fill the void with ferocious sea monsters, spouting whales the size of cathedrals, bare-chested mermaids, and elaborate swirling compass roses. If a sailor squinted at a fog bank on the horizon, the cartographer would confidently draw a massive, fully formed continent, sprinkle it with imaginary mountain ranges, and label it Terra Incognita, which is simply elegant Latin for, "I haven't the faintest idea what this is, but I'm getting paid by the square inch." It is precisely this toxic combination of professional arrogance, sheer guesswork, and a profound fear of blank paper that led the finest minds in Europe to firmly believe, for the better part of 2 centuries, that California was an island. To understand how this monumental geographical blunder occurred, we must first understand how California got its name. It was not named after a great statesman, a brilliant explorer, or a revered saint. It was not derived from a majestic indigenous word, nor was it carefully chosen by a committee of learned scholars. No, the most famous, wealthy, and technologically advanced state in the American Union was named after a cheap, trashy, 16th century Spanish romance novel. Around the year 1510, a Spanish author named Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo published a book called Las Sergas de Esplandian, the exploits of Esplandian. It was the pulp fiction of its day, a sweeping, ridiculous saga filled with knights-errant magical swords, dark sorcery, and damsels in perpetual distress. It was exactly the sort of mind-rotting drivel that Miguel de Cervantes would later mercilessly lampoon in Don Quixote, and it was wildly, inconceivably popular. In this book, Montalvo described a mythical island called California, situated very close to the side of the terrestrial paradise. According to the breathless prose of the novel, this island was populated exclusively by a formidable race of beautiful, warlike black women who lived in the manner of Amazons, completely devoid of any men. They were ruled by a majestic monarch named Queen Calafia. Because iron was supposedly entirely absent from this island paradise, Queen Calafia and her fierce warriors wielded weapons forged out of pure solid gold. Furthermore, they kept a stable of domesticated griffins, monstrous beasts with the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion. The Amazon women would feed any unfortunate men they captured to these griffins, keeping the beasts properly motivated and perpetually hungry for battle. Now, from a purely practical standpoint, forging a sword out of pure gold is an incredibly stupid idea. Gold is a notoriously soft metal. If you were to strike a man with a solid gold broadsword, you wouldn't cut him in half. You would merely bend your weapon into the shape of a pretzel and look intensely foolish right before he shot you. But practicality has never sold paperback novels. The Spanish conquistadors, having just violently conquered the Aztec Empire and thoroughly looted Mexico of its wealth, were restless. Men like Hernán Cortés were sitting around in conquered palaces, drinking wine, and reading Montalvo's ridiculous novel to pass the time. They began to look at the blank, uncharted spaces on the map, stretching out to the north and west. Rumors had already begun trickling down from native tribes about a mysterious land across the water. Cortés, possessed by the same gold fever that would infect the 49ers 3 centuries later, put 2 and 2 together and arrived at a spectacularly incorrect mathematical conclusion. He decided that Montalvo's fictional island of California must actually be a real place, situated just a short sail up the coast, just waiting to be plundered of its Amazonian gold. In the 1530s, Cortés sent expeditions sailing north across the treacherous Gulf. They endured shipwrecks, mutinies, starvation, and the terrifying realization that they were lost. Finally, a ragged group of survivors washed up on the shores of what is now the Baja Peninsula. They did not find the terrestrial paradise. They did not find a lush, golden island. They did not find Queen Calafia, nor did they find a single, solitary griffin. What they found was a sun-blasted, unforgiving stretch of jagged rock, hostile cactus, angry rattlesnakes, and impenetrable scrubland. It was a landscape so intensely hostile to human comfort that the devil himself would have demanded a parasol and a glass of ice water before setting foot on it. But human stubbornness is a powerful force. Having spent a fortune and lost good men to find the mythical island of California, Cortés's men looked around at this dusty, miserable spit of desert rock and essentially declared, "Well, it doesn't look much like the book, but we're calling it California anyway." The name stuck like a burr to a woolen sock. The explorers eventually realized that Baja was, in fact, a peninsula, a long, bony finger of land firmly attached to the North American continent. Early maps from the mid-1500s accurately reflected this reality, but the myth of the island was too romantic, too deeply ingrained in the public imagination, and entirely too convenient for cartographers who preferred simple shapes over complex coastlines. By the early 1600s, a Spanish friar named Antonio de la Ascensión, who possessed a lively imagination and a rather loose relationship with the truth, wrote an influential account claiming he had definitively seen the strait that separated California from the mainland. The European mapmakers, thrilled to have an excuse to draw a giant floating carrot in the Pacific Ocean, enthusiastically erased the peninsula and replaced it with the massive island of California. For the next 150 years, this geographical fiction was accepted as absolute, undisputed scientific fact. Generations of the finest, most highly educated men in London, Paris, and Madrid stared at maps that displayed California as an island roughly the size of Scandinavia, drifting aimlessly off the coast of New Mexico. It did not matter how many explorers, sailors, and overland trappers marched up the coast and reported that their feet never once got wet crossing from the mainland. The mapmakers simply dismissed them as uneducated rubes who didn't know how to read a compass. After all, the mapmakers were experts, and an expert is never wrong. The geography itself must be at fault. It wasn't until 1705 that a Jesuit missionary named Father Eusebio Kino, a man with a stubborn streak and a penchant for long walks, marched across the desert and definitively proved that one could travel from Mexico to California entirely on dry land. He published a new map proving it was a peninsula. Did the scientific community apologize and correct their mistake? Of course not. They stubbornly continued drawing the island for another 40 years. The obsession with the island of California became so utterly absurd, so deeply entrenched in the bureaucratic stubbornness of the Spanish Empire, that the situation eventually required a legal intervention. In 1747, King Ferdinand VI of Spain finally threw up his hands in royal exasperation. He issued an official decree, signed and stamped with the seal of the crown, which legally proclaimed, "California is not an island." I want you to pause and appreciate the sheer, breathtaking magnitude of that moment. You know a civilization has truly lost its intellectual moorings when it requires a head of state to officially legislate the physical shape of a continent. It is akin to a modern Congress passing a bipartisan bill to forcefully declare that water is wet and that rocks are generally quite hard. But a royal decree is a powerful thing, and the mapmakers, finally grumbling all the way, reattached California to the mainland. The island of California vanished from the atlases, returning to the realm of cheap romance novels where it rightfully belonged. Queen Calafia and her man-eating griffins faded into the mist of forgotten myths, leaving behind nothing but a name. It is a name born of a lie, pasted onto a desert by men looking for gold, and sustained by the sheer arrogance of distant experts. When you think about it, considering the grand, theatrical, and occasionally fraudulent nature of the state today, the Golden State really couldn't have been named any other way. Part 2, The Cross and the Cannon. Chapter 4, Cabrillo's Ghost, the early explorers who sailed past the Golden Gate without ever seeing it. If you were to sit down by the fire with a book of maritime poetry, you might easily be convinced that the 16th century era of ocean exploration was a time of grand, sweeping romance. The poets, who generally possessed the good sense to write their verses from the comfort of a dry tavern, will tell you all about the salt spray on the bow, the majestic snapping of the canvas sails, and the heroic square-jawed captains boldly pointing their spyglasses toward the uncharted horizon. I assure you, this is a spectacular wholesale fabrication. In reality, boarding a 16th-century caravel was essentially voluntarily locking yourself inside a damp wooden bathtub filled with hardtack, weevils, and 60 unwashed men, and then asking the ocean to do its absolute worst. It was a slow, agonizing, and incredibly expensive way to starve, vomit, and rot simultaneously, yet, despite the horrors of the sea, the monarchs of Europe could always find a fresh supply of desperate men willing to risk scurvy and shipwreck, provided there was a rumor of a shortcut to India or a mountain made of solid gold. The Spanish, having stubbornly named the scrubland of Baja after a fictional island of Amazons, decided they ought to see how far north the misery extended. In 1542, the Viceroy of New Spain hired a Portuguese mercenary named Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, handed him 3 leaky, poorly provisioned ships, and gave him a set of instructions that bordered on the delusional. Cabrillo was ordered to sail north, map the coast, befriend the natives, find the mythical, wealthy cities of Cibola, and, if he had a spare moment before lunch, locate the Strait of Anian. The Strait of Anian was a highly sought-after, entirely imaginary waterway that European geographers desperately wanted to exist. It was supposed to be a convenient shortcut, cutting right through the North American continent, allowing ships to bypass the treacherous tip of South America and sail directly to the spices of Asia. Searching for it was a fool's errand of the highest magnitude, roughly akin to searching your own attic for a staircase to the moon. Cabrillo sailed his miserable little flotilla up the coast, fighting punishing headwinds and turbulent currents every nautical mile of the way. In September, he bumped into a deep, naturally enclosed harbor and dropped his heavy iron anchors. Because European explorers suffered from a complete lack of imagination when it came to naming things, he ignored whatever name the locals had given the place for the last 10,000 years and proudly dubbed it San Miguel. 60 years later, another Spanish explorer named Sebastián Vizcaíno would sail into the exact same bay, ignore Cabrillo's name entirely, and rename it San Diego, purely to flatter his own patron saint. The Spanish treated geography like a chalkboard they could just wipe clean whenever they felt like it. The local Kumeyaay people came down to the shoreline to inspect these peculiar, pale, foul-smelling men in their floating wooden fortresses. Having already heard terrifying rumors from tribes further inland about bearded men on horseback doing terrible things in Mexico, the Kumeyaay sensibly kept their distance, fired a few warning arrows to establish their boundaries, and refused to hand over any gold, mostly because they didn't have any. Cabrillo continued north, encountering nothing but thick fog, treacherous cliffs, and a profound lack of imaginary straits. The voyage was a masterclass in disappointment. As winter set in, the storms battered his ships, forcing him to seek shelter on the rocky shores of Catalina Island. It was here that the great, illustrious explorer met a spectacularly unheroic end. While attempting to break up a minor skirmish between his tired sailors and the island's native Tongva inhabitants, Cabrillo stepped out of a small boat, slipped on a patch of wet rock, and splintered his shin bone. In an era before antibiotics, a compound fracture in a damp, salty environment was essentially a death sentence delivered by a microbe. Gangrene set in with horrifying speed. Cabrillo died in agony a few weeks later, defeated not by a fierce sea monster or an army of Amazons, but by a slippery patch of moss. His men buried him in an unmarked grave on a lonely island, turned the ships around, and limped miserably back to Mexico. They reported to the viceroy that California was cold, entirely lacking in gold-paved cities, and generally not worth a second glance. Spain promptly agreed and ignored the place for the next 2 centuries. But while the Spanish government ignored the coastline, their ships could not. This brings us to the tragedy of the Manila galleons. For 250 years, the Spanish ran a highly lucrative, terrifyingly dangerous trade route between the Philippines and Acapulco. These massive galleons, floating treasure chests loaded with Chinese silk, porcelain, and spices, would catch the prevailing winds across the Pacific. To get back to Mexico, the ocean currents forced them to sail far to the north, usually making their first landfall somewhere near Cape Mendocino on the northern California coast, before turning south to ride the current home. The journey took 6 months. By the time these sailors finally spotted the misty green shores of California, their ships were floating graveyards. Their fresh water was putrid, their biscuits were moving on their own, and scurvy had taken hold with a vengeance. Their gums turned black, their teeth fell out into their hands, old wounds miraculously unstitched themselves, and men died in delirious agony. And here is the bitter, heartbreaking irony of the Manila galleons. As these men died of a severe lack of vitamin C, they were sailing directly past a coastal paradise bursting with wild blackberries, fresh greens, and game. The cure for their suffering was sitting right there on the beach. But the captains, terrified of the uncharted rocks, the legendary fogs, and the sheer hostility of the jagged coastline, refused to drop anchor. They stared at salvation and simply sailed past it, choosing to let their men rot rather than risk the ships. But the greatest geographical joke the Almighty ever played on the European empires was not the scurvy nor the imaginary straits. It was the Golden Gate. Today, San Francisco Bay is recognized as one of the finest natural harbors on the entire face of the globe. It is a massive, deep-water estuary so breathtakingly large that you could fit the entire British Royal Navy inside it, throw a sprawling regatta, and still have plenty of room left over for the whales. Yet, for 250 years, the greatest explorers, the most seasoned captains, and the most heavily armed armadas in the world sailed right past it, blissfully unaware that it existed. How does one misplace a bay the size of a small European country? You hide it behind the world's most effective cloaking device, the San Francisco marine layer. If you have ever spent a summer afternoon in San Francisco, you know this fog. It is not a gentle, romantic mist. It is a thick, gray, aggressive wall of freezing dampness that rolls in off the Pacific, like a heavy wool blanket entirely devoid of comfort. The entrance to the bay is a narrow, mile-wide gap carved through the coastal mountains. When the fog banks stack up against the coast, that gap becomes entirely invisible from the ocean. To a passing ship, it just looks like a solid, unbroken wall of impenetrable white misery. Cabrillo sailed past it. Dozens of desperate Manila galleons sailed right past it, and in 1579, the English managed to sail past it too. Enter Sir Francis Drake. Now, the English history books respectfully refer to Drake as a brilliant naval tactician, an intrepid explorer, and a dashing hero of the crown. The Spanish history books, operating with a considerably greater degree of factual accuracy, refer to him as a bloodthirsty, thieving pirate. In truth, he was a little of both, which is generally the required recipe for a successful career in maritime politics. Drake was sailing his ship, the Golden Hind, up the Pacific coast. He was heavily weighed down with stolen Spanish silver and desperately needed a quiet place to hide, repair his leaking hull, and let the Spanish heat die down. He crept up the coast of California, peering through the fog, looking for a safe harbor. He sailed right past the Golden Gate without seeing a thing. Instead, he missed the grand prize and parked his heavily armed pirate ship in a much smaller, entirely less impressive bay roughly 30 miles to the north, known today as Drake's Bay. He spent 5 weeks there, mingling with the local Coast Miwok people. The English and the Miwok engaged in a lengthy mutual pantomime of friendship, largely because neither side possessed the faintest idea what the other was saying. The Miwok, being hospitable folks, brought Drake baskets of feathers and food and placed a feathered crown on his head. Drake, suffering from the acute delusion typical of English royalty, entirely misunderstood this polite gesture. He firmly believed the Miwok were recognizing his inherent superiority and formally surrendering their sovereignty to him. Thrilled with his own diplomatic genius, Drake had his men nail a heavy brass plate to a sturdy wooden post. The plate pompously claimed the entire region for Queen Elizabeth, named it Nova Albion, and boldly declared that the land belonged to England forever. He then got back on his ship, sailed away, and never returned. Nailing a piece of scrap metal to a piece of driftwood and calling it an empire is a level of sheer, breathtaking audacity that one has to begrudgingly admire. The brass plate eventually disappeared into the mists of history, likely pulled down by a Miwok fellow who realized that a good, sturdy piece of brass was worth infinitely more than the empty, arrogant promises of a passing pirate in puffy trousers. For over 2 centuries, the greatest empires in the world bumped blindly against the California coast like confused moths, throwing themselves against a dark lantern, never quite finding the door. They were blinded by fog, crippled by disease, and entirely distracted by their own foolish myths. But this era of peaceful, ignorant neglect could not last. In the late 1700s, rumors began to swirl in Madrid that the Russian Empire was slowly creeping down the coast from Alaska, hunting sea otters, and looking suspiciously like they might want to build a summer home in California. Paranoia would finally succeed where exploration had so miserably failed. The Spanish crown panicked. They decided it was finally time to put a fence around their forgotten, foggy property. But they didn't send an army of conquerors. They sent a stubborn, limping friar in a gray robe, armed with nothing but a Bible, a heavy bronze bell, and a terrifying amount of righteous determination. The true conquest of California was about to begin, and it would be carried out not with a cannon, but with a cross. Chapter 5. The Bell Tolls, Junípero Serra, and the Carving of the Mission Trail. Whenever a vast, lumbering empire decides it desperately needs to secure a massive piece of hostile wilderness, but the royal treasury is currently running on fumes and I owe us, it invariably turns to religion. Armies, after all, are a terrible financial investment. Soldiers expect to be fed regularly, clothed in uniforms that aren't mostly patches, and paid in actual coin. Furthermore, when soldiers get bored in the wilderness, they tend to start mutinies. A friar, on the other hand, is a majestic bargain. A devoted Franciscan monk will gladly march into the untamed brush, live entirely on a diet of stale biscuits and righteous suffering, and do the heavy lifting of a whole military battalion for absolutely nothing more than the promise of a heavenly reward. The Spanish crown, possessing an empire that stretched across the globe but lacking the cash to properly paint the palace, understood this fundamental economic principle perfectly. By the late 1760s, King Charles III of Spain was getting distinctly nervous. Rumors had reached Madrid that the Russian Empire was slowly creeping down the Pacific coast from Alaska. The Tsar's men were ruthlessly hunting sea otters and looking very much like they might want to build a summer home and a vodka distillery in California. The Spanish, who had blissfully ignored the territory for over 2 centuries, suddenly decided that Alta California was the single most vital piece of real estate on the planet and simply had to be occupied before Tuesday. To accomplish this monumental rush task, they organized what history generously refers to as the Sacred Expedition of 1769. It was a joint venture between the military, led by a capable but perpetually exasperated soldier named Gaspar de Portola, and the Catholic Church, represented by a 55-year-old Franciscan friar named Junípero Serra. If you were to look up the word fanatic in a reasonably comprehensive dictionary, you would likely find a woodcut illustration of Father Serra. He was a man who possessed a terrifying immunity to common sense and a pain threshold that would make a professional martyr wince in sympathy. He suffered from a chronically ulcerated leg, the result of a spider bite he received years earlier that regularly wept pus, swelled to the size of a melon, and threatened to kill him with every agonizing step. Yet, he absolutely refused any medical treatment, preferring to let the blinding agony focus his mind on the Almighty. He considered gangrene to be an excellent character-building exercise. When delivering a sermon to a crowd of sinners, Father Serra was known to beat his own chest with a heavy stone, burn his flesh with the flames of large candles, and whip his own back with a chain until he bled, just to make absolutely sure the congregation in the back row was paying attention. He was exactly the sort of man you want leading a doomed expedition into the unforgiving desert, mostly because he was completely incapable of admitting defeat. Portola, a practical man who preferred his legs unrotted and his chest unpummeled, found him entirely exhausting. The sacred expedition consisted of 2 ships sent creeping up the coast and 2 land parties marching up the barren spine of the Baja Peninsula. It was an absolute, unmitigated disaster that only a government bureaucrat could look at and call roaring success. The ships were blown hopelessly off course and ravaged by disease. By the time they finally stumbled into San Diego Bay, the crews were practically rotting where they stood from advanced scurvy. The land parties didn't fare much better, hacking their way through unforgiving scrubland, eating their own mules, and dying of thirst. When the survivors finally met up on the shores of San Diego, Portola took one long, thoroughly depressed look at the situation. He saw starving, scurvy-ridden sailors, a barren landscape of dust and sagebrush, and a distinct lack of hostile Russian armies. As a man of military reason, he strongly considered packing the whole mess in, turning the ships around, and going back to Mexico for a hot meal. But Father Serra would not hear of it. Retreat was a word entirely absent from his vocabulary. Instead, the friar unpacked a large, heavy bronze bell, hung it from the sturdy branch of an oak tree, and began ringing it furiously. He stood there in the dust, shouting into the empty scrubland for the native heathens to come out of the bushes, abandon everything they knew, and be saved. The local Kumeyaay people, who had been quietly watching these pale, sickly, foul-smelling men stagger around the beach for days, sensibly stayed exactly where they were. From their perspective, a man screaming at a tree while his friends died of vitamin deficiency did not present a compelling argument for a new way of life. Nevertheless, Serra stubbornly claimed the dirt for Spain and God, strictly in that order, and founded the first of the California missions, San Diego de Alcalá. Thus began one of the most ambitious, arrogant, and ultimately tragic real estate development projects in human history. The grand Spanish plan was elegantly simple, entirely delusional, and heavily dependent on unpaid labor. They intended to build a massive chain of missions stretching from San Diego all the way north to the San Francisco Bay. Each mission was to be strategically placed roughly a day's horseback ride from the next, strung together by a dirt path grandly titled El Camino Real, or the Royal Road. In reality, during the dry season, the Royal Road was a choking ribbon of dust, and during the rainy season it was essentially a royal mud puddle filled with angry rattlesnakes. But the Spanish never let reality interfere with a majestic title. The theory went like this. The friars would politely invite the local native populations inside the adobe walls, happily convert them to Catholicism, and teach them the civilized arts of European agriculture, blacksmithing, and wearing heavy, itchy woolen clothing in the blazing summer heat. Once the natives were properly trained, a process the Spanish optimistically estimated would take about 10 years, the missions would be secularized. The newly civilized Spanish-speaking citizens would be handed back the deeds to their own land, and the friars would pack their bags and move on to the next untamed frontier. It was a beautiful, inspiring theory, assuming you completely ignored human nature, the devastating science of epidemiology, and the fundamental concept of human liberty. The grim reality of the mission system operated rather differently. The Spanish brought cattle, horses, sheep, wheat, and grapevines. They entirely transformed the landscape, turning wild valleys into sprawling, incredibly productive agricultural empires. But these empires were built entirely on the backs, the sweat, and the blood of the native populations, who found out very quickly that checking into a Spanish mission was easy, but checking out was strictly forbidden by men carrying muskets. Once a native person allowed a drop of holy water to touch their forehead, they became a neophyte. This was a polite, bureaucratic Spanish term for a ward of the church who possessed all the legal rights and personal autonomy of a mildly disobedient farm animal. They were required to live within the cramped mission grounds, work the fields from sunrise to sunset, and attend Mass regularly. If they grew homesick, realized the terrible bargain they had made, and tried to slip away to return to their ancestral villages, Spanish soldiers mounted on fast horses would be sent to hunt them down. They would be dragged back in chains and administered a severe public whipping to ensure they deeply understood the boundless depths of Christian mercy. But far worse than the leather whips or the forced labor were the invisible, silent passengers the Spanish brought with them in their lungs and on their blankets. The first Californians, having lived in healthy isolation for thousands of years, possessed exactly zero immunity to European diseases. Measles, smallpox, diphtheria, and influenza swept through the cramped, unsanitary adobe barracks like a wildfire through dry timber. In exchange for the promise of eternal salvation, the indigenous people of California were systematically forced to surrender their land, their ancient languages, their freedom, and, in a horrifying number of cases, their lives. The graveyards outside the mission walls filled up faster than the baptismal fonts. By the time the mission era finally ground to a halt a few decades later, the native population along the coast had been entirely decimated, reduced to a tragic fraction of what it had been before Father Serra first rang his bronze bell in the San Diego dust. Yet, to look at the Golden State today, you would think the mission era was a gentle, deeply romantic time of strumming Spanish guitars, happy, singing peasants, and wise, kindly friars doling out freshly baked bread in the courtyard. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, California's civic boosters, railroad tycoons, and real estate agents realized that tourists from the East Coast absolutely loved a good romantic myth. So they systematically whitewashed the crumbling adobe ruins. They planted picturesque palm trees where none had ever grown, slapped on fresh coats of bright paint, and sold the state on a fabricated, sugar-coated history of idyllic Spanish romance. They put little cast-iron bells on curved shepherd's crooks along the modern highways to affectionately mark the route of the Camino Real. They conveniently left out the blood, the sweat, the whips, and the sheer volume of unmarked indigenous graves that paved every single mile of that road. The missions stand today as a profound monument to human contradiction. They are undeniably beautiful structures possessing a quiet, austere architectural majesty that forces you to lower your voice when you walk into their cool, shadowy, incense-scented chapels. They represent an astonishing feat of endurance, willpower, and engineering by a handful of men at the very edge of the known world. But if you stand in the sun-baked courtyard of a California mission and listen very closely, beneath the pleasant splashing of the ornamental fountain and the cheerful chatter of the tourists buying expensive postcards and commemorative thimbles in the gift shop, you can still hear the terrible grinding gears of the empire. It is the tragic sound of an ancient, vibrant, and peaceful world being systematically dismantled, crushed, and turned into adobe bricks, all to secure a piece of foggy coastline for a king who never once bothered to visit it. Chapter 6. Adobes and Aristocrats, the era of the Spanish Ranchos and the original Californios. Whenever a vast, lumbering, and heavily bureaucratic empire finally collapses under the sheer, accumulated weight of its own incompetence, there is always a spectacular, unseemly fire sale. In the year 1821, the sprawling Spanish Empire, having spent the better part of 3 centuries vigorously mismanaging most of the Western Hemisphere and completely bankrupting its royal treasury, finally lost its grip. Mexico fought a long, bloody war for its independence and won. Consequently, Alta California, sitting way up at the lonely top of the map like an afterthought, suddenly found itself entirely under new management. I say suddenly, but one must remember that in the California of the early 19th century, news traveled considerably slower than a three-legged dog on a hot August afternoon. When the official earth-shattering word of Mexican independence finally reached the remote provincial capital of Monterrey, the local officials essentially shrugged their shoulders, swapped out the flags on the plaza flagpole, and went directly back to taking their afternoon siestas. For the average Californian living under the sun, the revolution meant absolutely nothing. The weather was still predictably glorious, the grizzly bears in the hills were still irritable, and the government, though sporting a new name, was still spectacularly, hopelessly broke. However, the new politicians down in Mexico City possessed the same sharp, predatory eyesight as their Spanish predecessors. They looked at the California missions and saw exactly what the king had seen. Millions of acres of the finest prime real estate on the continent entirely occupied by a bunch of gray-robed friars who were stubbornly refusing to pay taxes. Naturally, the politicians decided that the noble, democratic, and enlightened thing to do was to legally liberate all that fertile land from the greedy clutches of the church. In 1833, they triumphantly passed the Secularization Act. The official, high-minded plan, the one printed on a heavy parchment and read aloud in the plazas, was to chop up the sprawling mission lands and hand the deeds over to the native neophytes. After all, it was the indigenous people who had actually cleared the brush, dug the irrigation ditches, built the aqueducts, and raised the millions of cattle. It was a beautiful, inspiring, and deeply moral piece of legislation. It lasted exactly as long as it took for the politicians' friends to realize exactly how much money was at stake. Through a miracle of bureaucratic sleight of hand that would make a modern Washington lobbyist weep with pure, unadulterated envy, the land did not go to the First Californians. The natives were unceremoniously shoved off the properties they had built. Instead, the land was chopped up into massive, unimaginable parcels and handed out as land grants to retired military officers, political cronies, wealthy merchants, and anybody who happened to be on a first-name basis with the provincial governor. If you possessed a decent horse, a good Spanish surname, and the ability to sufficiently flatter a local magistrate, you could walk away with 50,000 acres of the finest grazing land God ever created, entirely free of charge. Thus began the grand era of the Ranchos, and with it, the rise of the Californios. The Californios were a unique, sun-drenched breed of aristocracy. They were the descendants of the original Spanish soldiers and settlers, heavily mixed with Mexican and indigenous blood, operating as absolute lords over unfathomably large, unfenced estates. When a Californio needed to legally survey his massive new property, he didn't use anything as tedious, mathematical, or precise as a surveyor's transit. The boundaries of a rancho were defined by a diseño, a crude, hand-drawn map roughly sketched on a piece of parchment that relied entirely on highly temporary local landmarks. A legally binding government-stamped deed might describe a property line as running from the large pile of white rocks, heading east to the oak tree shaped vaguely like a dancer, down to the creek that usually dries up in August, and back up the hill to the skull of the dead cow. It was an absolutely ingenious system. Right up until the oak tree was struck by lightning, the creek changed its course, or a hungry coyote ran off with the legally binding cow skull. At that point, bitter neighborly disputes over property lines had to be settled with either a shared bottle of imported wine or a sudden, violent duel at dawn. Usually they chose the wine, because dueling required far too much energy. The Californios lived a life that makes the modern idea of leisure look like a Victorian workhouse sentence. It was a point of immense cultural pride that a true Californio would not walk across the street if he could saddle a horse to do it. They were arguably the finest horsemen the world has ever seen, practically born in the saddle. They dressed like peacocks on parade, adorning themselves in embroidered velvet jackets, colorful silk sashes, split-bottomed trousers, and massive silver spurs that chimed like cathedral bells whenever they were forced to take a few steps on foot. They valued hospitality above all other human virtues, elevating it to an extreme, almost dangerous art form. A stranger, even a foreigner who didn't speak a word of Spanish, could ride a horse all the way from San Diego to Sonoma, stopping at a different rancho every single night. He would be provided with a fresh horse, a lavish multi-course meal, and a soft bed, without ever once being asked to pay a dime. In fact, offering a Californio money for his hospitality was considered a deep, unforgivable insult. The only real pressing danger to a traveler in those golden days was dying of a ruptured stomach from being forcefully encouraged to eat too much roasted beef. And beef was the entire point of their existence. The California economy was not based on gold, silver, or even sensible agriculture. It was based entirely on the cow. The rolling golden hills of the ranchos were crawling with hundreds of thousands of semi-wild long-horned cattle. The Californios didn't care about the meat. There was so much beef wandering around that they literally left freshly skinned carcasses rotting on the hillsides for the grizzly bears and the vultures to clean up. What they cared about was the hide and the tallow, the rendered animal fat used for making cheap candles and soap. A stiff, sun-dried cowhide was worth exactly $1 in trade. They were so universally accepted as currency up and down the coast that they came to be known, without a hint of irony, as California banknotes. Now, the Californios were magnificent, fearless riders, graceful dancers, and impossibly gracious hosts. But they were absolutely catastrophic businessmen. They possessed exactly zero interest in manufacturing anything more complicated than a saddle girth. If a California wanted a new pair of boots, a mahogany table, a grandfather clock, or a silk dress for his wife, he had to trade for it. This spectacular, stubborn lack of local industry flung the door wide open for a new kind of visitor to the California coast, the Yankee trader. Sailing ships from Boston began making the treacherous months-long journey all the way around the horrific storms of Cape Horn. They arrived on the California coast with their wooden holds stuffed full of manufactured New England goods, iron hinges, clocks, silk ribbons, spices, and shoes to trade for cowhides. A young Harvard dropout named Richard Henry Dana, Jr. sailed on one of these ships in the 1830s and wrote a famous book about it called 2 Years Before the Mast. He described the brutal, back-breaking labor of carrying these stiff, stinking, tick-infested cowhides on his head, tossing them off the high cliffs at Dana Point, which the locals later named after him, presumably as an apology for the terrible smell, and rowing them out through the crashing surf to the waiting ships. The Yankee traders looked at the Californios with a mixture of cultural disdain and unrestrained, predatory glee. They recognized an economic gold mine when they saw one. It was a masterpiece of American capitalism at its most shamelessly effective. The Boston merchants would sail to California, buy a raw cowhide for exactly $1, pack it into the ship, and sail it all the way back to Massachusetts. There, a factory would turn that same hide into a pair of sturdy boots. The merchant would then sail the boots all the way back to California 2 years later and sell them back to the exact same Californio for $20. The Californios, lacking any shoe factories of their own and fundamentally opposed to the idea of building one, happily paid the outrageous price. They were blissfully unaware that they were being enthusiastically fleeced by men in drab coats who didn't even know how to throw a proper lasso. It was an idyllic, romantic, and entirely unsustainable way of life. The Californios were essentially living in a beautiful sunlit dream, throwing grand fandangos that lasted for a solid week, betting entire herds of cattle on a single horse race, and trading their vast wealth away for imported trinkets. They were so busy dancing that they entirely ignored the steady, quiet trickle of rough-hewn, English-speaking strangers who were beginning to wander over the treacherous Sierra Nevada mountains. These new foreigners didn't care much for velvet jackets. They didn't know how to dance the fandango, and they looked at those vaguely drawn cow skull-based property maps with the cold, calculating, and unforgiving eyes of lawyers and land speculators. The great, endless fiesta of the Ranchos was drawing to a close. The musicians were getting tired, the wine was running low, and the historical hangover that was about to hit them was going to be absolutely brutal. Chapter 7. The Russian Footprint, Fort Ross, and the brief moment the Tsar had a porch on the Pacific. If there is a universal law governing the behavior of great empires, it is that they behave exactly like a spot of mildew in a damp cellar. If there is an empty space available, they will inevitably try to grow on it, regardless of whether they actually need the room. By the early 19th century, the Russian Empire had successfully conquered 6,000 miles of frozen, largely uninhabitable tundra across Siberia. Having finally run out of land, they bumped into the freezing waters of the Pacific Ocean, shrugged their shoulders in heavy wool coats, and decided to keep going. They hopped across the Bering Strait, planted the double-headed eagle flag in the Alaskan permafrost, and claimed the whole miserable icebox for the Tsar. The Russians were not driven to North America by religious fervor to save native souls, nor were they looking for mythical cities paved with gold. The Russians were highly practical, remarkably cold men, driven by something much softer, warmer, and infinitely more lucrative: the sea otter. To the Chinese emperors in Canton, the pelt of a northern Pacific sea otter was the ultimate symbol of wealth and prestige. It is the densest, softest fur in the animal kingdom, possessing roughly 1,000,000 hairs per square inch. The Russian-American Company, a government-sanctioned monopoly run by men who measured success by how many pelts they could stack in a warehouse and how much vodka they could consume to forget the ambient temperature, realized they were sitting on a gold mine. They called it soft gold. But the Russian expansion hit a rather severe, entirely predictable snag. They discovered, much to their dismay, that while Alaska was a magnificent place to acquire frostbite and hunt otters, it was a spectacularly terrible place to grow a turnip. The Russian trappers and administrators were starving. The supply lines stretching back to St. Petersburg were roughly the length of the equator and entirely unreliable. Ships sank, rations rotted, and scurvy became the unofficial state disease of Russian America. The colonial managers realized that if their men were going to survive long enough to strip the ocean of its wildlife, they desperately needed a reliable grocery store. They needed a farm. And since you cannot grow wheat on a glacier, they looked south to the legendary sun-drenched coast of Alta California. In the spring of 1812, a grizzled, highly capable Russian administrator named Ivan Kuskov sailed a ship called the Chirikov down the California coast. He bypassed the Spanish Bay at San Francisco entirely, preferring not to invite an argument with men carrying muskets, and dropped anchor 18 miles north of Bodega Bay in a rugged, beautiful cove. The local Kashiapomo people called the place Matini. Kuskov, ignoring their name with the standard breezy arrogance of an imperial explorer, claimed the dirt for Tsar Alexander I and named the new settlement Rosia, which eventually became known as Fort Ross. If the Spanish missions were monuments to religious fanaticism built of mud and straw, Fort Ross was a monument to practical, heavily armed paranoia built of solid timber. The Russians didn't bother with adobe. They looked at the towering California redwoods, chopped them down, and built a magnificent, imposing wooden fortress on a high coastal bluff. It had stout palisade walls, 2 blockhouses armed with heavy cannons pointing nervously out to sea, a chapel with a proper Orthodox dome, and a towering flagpole. It was built entirely without iron nails, using complex wooden joints, largely because iron was hideously expensive to ship from Siberia, and trees were conveniently free. For a brief, bizarre moment in history, the Tsar of all Russia possessed a front porch on the Pacific Ocean, right in the middle of Spanish territory. The Spanish officials down in San Francisco were absolutely apoplectic. The Spanish considered the entire coastline, all the way up to the North Pole, to be their exclusive God-given property. But the Spanish presidio in San Francisco was, to put it mildly, a crumbling disaster. Their cannons were rusted, their soldiers hadn't been paid in years, and their uniforms were mostly comprised of strategic patches. The Spanish governor, upon hearing that an armed Russian fortress had sprouted up just a few days' ride to the north, threw a spectacular, bureaucratic fit. He drafted angry, heavily stamped letters demanding the Russians pack up their wooden fort and leave immediately. He sent a delegation of officers in plumed hats riding north to deliver the eviction notice. Ivan Kuskov warmly invited the furious Spaniards inside the fort. He sat them down at a heavy wooden table, poured them a generous steaming cup of black tea from a silver samovar, politely listened to their impassioned demands, and then completely, utterly ignored them. The Spanish threatened military action. Kuskov politely pointed out his heavy cannons and suggested they have another cup of tea. It was a hilarious, painfully polite standoff of imperial impotence. The Spanish possessed the legal title to the land, but lacked the gunpowder to enforce it. The Russians lacked the deed, but possessed the cannons, the timber, and an absolute refusal to leave. So the Russians stayed. Unlike the Spanish, who viewed the indigenous population as free labor to be forcefully whipped into salvation, the Russians at Fort Ross adopted a slightly different, though still decidedly colonial, approach. They didn't try to build missions or force the Kashiapomo to attend Mass. Instead, they essentially rented the land. According to Russian records, they purchased the site of Fort Ross from the local chiefs for the grand princely sum of 3 pairs of breeches, 2 axes, 3 hoes, and a handful of glass beads. It was a classic, spectacular, colonial swindle, but at the very least, it involved a transaction rather than an outright slaughter. But the Russians themselves didn't actually do the hunting. For that, they brought in the true masters of the ocean, the Aleut and Alutiiq hunters from Alaska. These indigenous Alaskans were forced or heavily coerced by the Russian-American company to travel thousands of miles south. They hunted the treacherous crashing surf of the California coast in bidarkas, sleek, incredibly fast kayaks made of stretched marine mammal skins over driftwood frames. An Aleut hunter could roll a bidarka completely over in a freezing wave and come up right side up with a spear in his hand. They were the most lethal, efficient maritime hunters the world has ever seen. They set up a sprawling village outside the wooden walls of Fort Ross and went to work. They hunted the sea otters with a terrifying mechanical efficiency. They hunted them in the coves. They hunted them in the kelp beds, and they even paddled right into the middle of San Francisco Bay under the cover of the infamous fog to poach otters right out from under the noses of the helpless, furious Spanish soldiers. For a decade, the operation was a roaring financial success. Fort Ross was a bizarre, cosmopolitan outpost at the edge of the world. Inside the walls, you could hear Russian, Aleut, Cachiapomo, Spanish, and English being spoken. They built a windmill. They planted orchards. They even built a small shipyard in the cove and launched the very first sailing ships ever constructed on the California coast. But history is ultimately a harsh auditor, and it rarely tolerates a bad business model. The Russian dream in California failed for two highly predictable reasons. First, they were entirely too good at their jobs. The Aleut hunters were so brutally efficient that within 20 years they had hunted the California sea otter almost to the point of total extinction. The soft gold simply ran out. Second, the grand agricultural experiment was a spectacular, expensive disaster. The Russians had come south to grow wheat to feed their starving Alaskan colonies. However, anyone who has ever spent a summer afternoon on the Sonoma coast knows that it is breathtakingly beautiful, dramatically rugged, and perpetually blanketed in a freezing, dripping maritime fog. Coastal fog, while excellent for producing dramatic landscape paintings and mild rheumatism, is entirely fatal to a wheat crop. The wheat rusted. What the fog didn't kill, the local gophers, possessing an appetite roughly equal to a plague of locusts, chewed down to the roots. The Russian Empire had traveled 6,000 miles to plant a farm, only to discover they had built it in the one spot in California, where the sun stubbornly refused to shine. By the late 1830s, Fort Ross was hemorrhaging money. The otters were gone, the wheat was dead, and the Tsar was tired of paying the bills. The Russian-American company decided to cut their losses, pack up their samovars, and retreat to the miserable comforts of Alaska. In 1841, they put the entire fort up for sale. The Mexican government, who had recently replaced the Spanish, rejoiced, assuming they would finally get the land back. But the Russians, possessing a keen sense of spite and a desire for hard currency, refused to sell to them. Instead, they sold the cannons, the glass windows, the livestock, and the heavy hardware to a newly arrived fast-talking Swiss grifter with a magnificent mustache and an absolute allergy to paying his debts. His name was John Sutter. Sutter promised the Russians $30,000 in produce and gold, carted all the valuable hardware back to his own compound in the Sacramento Valley, and conveniently forgot to ever fully pay the bill. The Russians sailed away, leaving the wooden fort to slowly rot in the damp ocean breeze. The grand Russian footprint in California was washed away almost as quickly as it had been made. Today, all that remains of the Tsar's great Pacific ambition is a reconstructed wooden fort for school children to visit, a scattering of apple trees, and a local waterway proudly named the Russian River, a title that sounds fiercely imperial until you see it in late August, when it is mostly composed of warm puddles and floating, sunburned tourists drinking cheap beer from inner tubes. The European empires had spent 3 centuries probing, prodding, and failing to hold the Golden State. But their time was up. A new kind of empire was slowly bleeding over the eastern mountains. They didn't wear velvet jackets or carry royal charters. They carried long rifles, drove canvas-covered wagons, and possessed a terrifying, insatiable hunger for land. The American incursion was about to begin. Part 3. The American Incursion. Chapter 8. The Mountain Men, Jedediah Smith and the trappers who climbed the impenetrable Sierras. If you study the long, bloody, and entirely unreasonable history of human exploration, you will inevitably discover a universal truth. Men will cheerfully endure starvation, frostbite, scurvy, and the very real possibility of being eaten by wild animals, provided there is a sufficiently ridiculous and fashionable reason to do so. In the 16th century, the Spanish marched blindly through malaria-infested swamps, searching for mythical cities made of solid gold. In the early 19th century, the Americans bravely threw themselves into the lethal, unmapped meat grinder of the western deserts for a cause of equal, if not greater, absurdity. They wanted to make hats. It is a profound testament to the inherent vanity of the civilized human male that the entire map of the American West was drawn not by noble cartographers, brilliant scientists, or forward-thinking statesmen, but by rough, unwashed men hunting the North American beaver. You see, in the drawing rooms of London, Paris, and New York, a gentleman simply could not be considered a gentleman unless he possessed a tall cylinder of pressed beaver fur upon his head. The global demand was insatiable, because the beavers of Europe had sensibly gone extinct to avoid this fashion craze, and the streams of the American East had been trapped entirely clean. The great fur companies looked toward the setting sun. They looked toward the jagged, terrifying peaks of the Rocky Mountains, and they offered a fistful of dollars to any man crazy enough to go pull a rodent out of a freezing river. This economic necessity birthed a remarkably peculiar breed of human being known as the mountain man. To call a mountain man uncivilized is a grave insult to the barbarians of antiquity. These were men who had looked at polite society, with its laws, its neckties, its property taxes, and its regular bathing schedules, and firmly decided they would much rather live in a hole in the dirt. They dressed from head to toe in heavy buckskin that had been greased with animal fat to make it waterproof, a process that practically guaranteed you could smell a mountain man approaching from roughly 3 miles downwind. They communicated in a hybridized guttural grunt of English, French, and various Native American dialects. They carried heavy, long-barreled Hawken rifles, and they considered a severe case of frostbite to be a minor, passing inconvenience. Up until the year 1826, the Spanish and Mexican authorities residing comfortably in Alta California firmly believed they were entirely safe from these rowdy, unpredictable Americans. The Californios possessed a geographical arrogance born of looking at a map and seeing a massive, terrifying blank space to their east labeled simply Great American Desert. They trusted the Mojave Desert to burn any intruders to a crisp, and they trusted the towering snow-capped granite wall of the Sierra Nevada to freeze anyone who miraculously survived the desert. They did not account for a man named Jedediah Strong Smith. Jedediah Smith was not your average, illiterate, bear-grease-soaked trapper. He was a devout, unsmiling Methodist who carried a worn Bible in one hand and a heavy butcher knife in the other, and he consulted both with equal frequency depending entirely on the immediate needs of the situation. He was also a man who had already survived the sort of frontier violence that would have convinced a lesser man to pack it in and open a quiet bakery in Ohio. A few years prior to his California adventure, while traveling through the Black Hills of Dakota, Smith had a rather abrupt disagreement with a particularly large, foul-tempered grizzly bear. The bear, operating under the entirely reasonable assumption that Smith was trespassing, attacked him, knocked him to the ground, and took the trapper's entire head into its mouth. The beast tore off a large portion of Smith's scalp and completely severed one of his ears. Most men would have had the good grace to die on the spot. Jedediah Smith simply waited for the bear to lose interest and wander off. He then calmly sat up, handed a needle and thread to a terrified companion, and gave him strict, precise instructions on how to sew his scalp and his ear back onto his skull. After resting for a few days to let the blood congeal, he put on a hat and went right back to work. A man who considers a grizzly bear amputation to be a minor delay in his schedule is not a man who is going to be intimidated by a little sand. In August of 1826, Smith and a ragtag company of 15 trappers set out from the Great Salt Lake, heading southwest into the absolute unknown. They were looking for fresh beaver streams, but they were essentially walking blindly into a geological oven. They crossed the Mojave Desert. To describe this journey as unpleasant is like describing the Great Flood as a light spring drizzle. They walked through a sun-blasted hellscape of sharp rocks, hostile cactus, and heat, so oppressive it felt like carrying a physical weight on your shoulders. They ran out of water. They ran out of food. They ate their horses. When they ran out of horses, they ate their mules. After months of staggering through the wasteland, looking like a parade of walking skeletons wrapped in dirty leather, they stumbled over the San Bernardino Mountains and fell, quite literally, into paradise. They had arrived at the Mission San Gabriel, located just east of modern-day Los Angeles. Imagine, if you will, the profound, staggering culture shock of that moment. On one side, you have the Mexican friars and the Californio aristocrats, living in an idyllic, sun-drenched agricultural empire. They are surrounded by lush orchards, overflowing vineyards, tens of thousands of fat cattle, and native servants pouring them imported wine. On the other side, staggering out of the sagebrush, you have 15 heavily armed Protestant English-speaking scarecrows who smell intensely of dead mules and haven't seen a bar of soap in a year and a half. The friars at San Gabriel, bound by the strict rules of Christian charity, fed the starving Americans. They gave them beef, corn, wine, and a soft place to sleep. But while the friars were serving dinner, the Mexican authorities were suffering from severe acute panic. The Mexican governor of California, José María Echeandía, was summoned. Echeandía was a nervous, delicate man who resided in San Diego because he firmly believed the fog in Monterey was bad for his constitution. When he looked at Jedediah Smith, he did not see a starving fur trapper looking for a beaver. He saw the vanguard of an American locust swarm. Echeandía knew that the Americans to the east possessed an insatiable, terrifying hunger for land. The Spanish and Mexicans had always relied on the mountains and the deserts to act as an impenetrable wall, keeping the Americans safely locked out. But this scarred, Bible-toting madman had just proved that the Great Wall had a door, and he had simply walked right through it. The governor ordered Smith to report to San Diego. After a lengthy, highly suspicious interrogation, during which Smith politely but firmly refused to swear allegiance to Mexico or convert to Catholicism, Echeandía gave him an absolute, non-negotiable order. Take your men, take your rifles, go back the exact same way you came, and never return to California again. Smith politely agreed, shook the governor's hand, gathered his men, and immediately did the exact opposite. Instead of marching back into the lethal oven of the Mojave, Smith led his trappers north, over the Tehachapi Mountains, and down into the magnificent, sprawling expanse of the San Joaquin Valley. They spent the winter and early spring doing exactly what they had come to do, trapping hundreds of beavers in the pristine rivers and thoroughly annoying the Mexican officials who realized the Americans were still legally trespassing in their country. By May of 1827, Smith knew he had to get his heavy load of furs back to the rendezvous point in Utah. But the Mexican cavalry was beginning to actively look for him. He couldn't go south, so he looked to the east, toward the towering snow-capped granite teeth of the Sierra Nevada. No European or American had ever crossed the Sierras. Even the local native tribes generally avoided the high passes until the deep summer melted the snow. But Smith, possessing a surplus of courage and a severe, almost fatal deficit of common sense, decided he would simply walk over them. He left most of his men hidden in the valley, took 2 companions, 7 horses, 2 mules, and began to climb. They chose a treacherous route near the modern-day Ebbets Pass. It was a journey of spectacular, freezing misery. The snow was 8 feet deep in places. The wind howled off the granite peaks like a chorus of angry ghosts. The horses froze to death in the drifts, and the men ate them to survive. But against all laws of nature and probability, they made it. They crested the summit and descended into the Great Basin, successfully returning to Utah. Jedediah Smith had shattered the illusion of California's isolation forever. He had proved that the mountains could be climbed and the deserts could be crossed. He had opened the door, and behind him, a massive, unstoppable tide of canvas-covered wagons was already beginning to gather. Chapter 9. The Donner Party. A grim lesson in why one should never take a shortcut in a wagon. If there is one universal, unshakable truth concerning the human animal, it is this: a man will gladly, cheerfully, and with profound confidence spend 3 miserable weeks completely lost in a freezing swamp, provided he believes it will save him 10 minutes of travel on the main road. The human compulsion to find a shortcut is a psychological disease of the highest order. It defies all logic, reasoning, and basic mathematics. And nowhere in the grand, bloody tapestry of American history is the danger of a shortcut so spectacularly and tragically illustrated as it was on the eastern slopes of the Sierra Nevada mountains in the winter of 1846. By the early 1840s, a peculiar, highly contagious fever had swept through the river towns of the American Midwest. The politicians in Washington, possessing a magnificent talent for giving a noble name to outright greed, had dubbed it manifest destiny. The general theory was that the Almighty, having looked over the vast expanse of the North American continent, had specifically decided that the English-speaking Protestant farmers of Illinois and Missouri were his chosen people, and he legally wanted them to own everything from the Mississippi River to the Pacific Ocean. Fired up by this divine real estate mandate, folks began selling their farms, buying sturdy canvas-covered wagons, hitching up teams of oxen, and pointing themselves west. Now, the journey to California was not a weekend pleasure cruise. It was a brutal, bone-rattling, 2,000-mile slog through dust, mud, cholera, and hostile territory. It took 6 grueling months. The absolute ironclad rule of the Overland Trail, a rule written in the bleached bones of those who had ignored it, was that you must leave Missouri by mid-April. If you left any later, the punishing snows of the Sierra Nevada mountains would catch you before you could cross the final summit. The Sierras did not negotiate. They did not accept apologies. And they entirely lacked a sense of humor. Enter a man named Lansford Hastings. Hastings was an ambitious young man from Ohio, and crucially to this story, he was a lawyer. This meant he was professionally trained by a university to construct elaborate, highly convincing fictions and then charge innocent people money to read them. Hastings possessed a grand vision of an independent Republic of California, and he figured the easiest way to achieve this was to flood the territory with Americans. To encourage this migration, he sat down and wrote a book grandly titled The Emigrant's Guide to Oregon and California. It was a masterpiece of promotional humbug. In this book, Hastings boldly declared that he had discovered a magnificent new shortcut to California. Instead of taking the long, established, looping trail to the north through Idaho, emigrants should simply turn left at Fort Bridger, march straight across the Wasatch Mountains, straight across the Great Salt Lake Desert, and intercept the main trail further west. He promised it would shave nearly 400 miles and weeks of travel off the journey. There was only one minor glaring flaw in this spectacular advice. When Hastings published the book in 1845, he had never actually traveled the shortcut himself. He had simply looked at a map, drew a straight line with a ruler, and decided it looked rather nice. Taking travel advice from a man who has never been on the road is roughly equivalent to asking a blind man to critique a sunset. But the pioneers of the 1840s were not a highly skeptical bunch. In the summer of 1846, a large, well-funded group of immigrants from Springfield, Illinois, reached Fort Bridger. They were led by 2 wealthy men named George Donner and James Reed. James Reed was a man who appreciated the finer comforts of life and flatly refused to leave them behind simply because he was crossing a terrifying wilderness. While most sensible pioneers traveled in sparse, practical wagons, Reed had commissioned a custom-built 2-story Leviathan that came to be known as the Palace Wagon. It had a built-in iron stove, spring-cushioned seats, a sleeping compartment for his family, and it required 8 oxen just to drag its massive lumbering bulk over flat ground. It was an absolute marvel of luxury and a monumental triumph of stupidity. The Donna Reed party arrived at Fort Bridger in late July. They were already running dangerously behind schedule. The sensible thing to do would have been to stick to the established trail, whip the oxen, and pray to Providence that the snows held off. Instead, they found a letter waiting for them from the illustrious lawyer Lansford Hastings, warmly inviting them to try his new Hastings Cutoff. Enticed by the siren song of a shortcut and weighed down by a wagon the size of a comfortable tavern, they took the left turn. The cutoff was a catastrophe from the very first mile. Hastings' straight line on the map turned out to be a tangled, impenetrable jungle of steep canyons and dense brush in the Wasatch Mountains. The party spent 3 agonizing weeks hacking a road through the wilderness with hand axes, moving at a miserable, soul-crushing pace of barely a mile a day. The palace wagon, completely unsuited for anything steeper than a gentle prairie hill, had to be winched up the rocks and practically carried over the summits. By the time they finally broke through the mountains, their spirits were broken, their oxen were exhausted, and they were staring directly into the shimmering, hellish white expanse of the Great Salt Lake Desert. Hastings' guidebook, that fountain of legal optimism, had promised the desert crossing would take 2 days. It took 6. The wagons sank to their axles in the salty, treacherous mud. The midday sun baked them, and the nighttime temperatures froze them. In a desperate panic to survive, the emigrants began unhitching their oxen and letting them run free in a mad search for water. By the time they staggered out of the salt flats, they had lost dozens of cattle, abandoned multiple wagons, and severely frayed whatever neighborly affection they had left for one another. Nerves were so shattered that during an argument over tangled teamsters on a riverbank, James Reed ended up stabbing a man to death. He was promptly banished from the wagon train, forced to ride ahead into California alone, leaving his family behind. The shortcut had cost them roughly a month of travel. They were exhausted, battered, and starving, but they had finally rejoined the main trail along the Humboldt River. They just had to cross one final obstacle, the towering granite wall of the Sierra Nevada. They reached the eastern base of the mountains in late October of 1846. The sky was leaden. The air possessed a bitter, snapping chill. The local Paiute and Washoe tribes had already retreated to the lower elevations, knowing full well what was coming. The Donner Party began the brutal climb toward the pass. But the Sierra Nevada is a mountain range that takes a vicious delight in punishing the tardy. As the wagons crept up the steep granite slopes near a place called Truckee Lake, the sky opened up and the snow began to fall. It did not fall like a gentle, romantic winter wonderland. It fell like an avalanche. Within days, the snow was 5 feet deep. Then it was 10 feet deep. The wagons were hopelessly immobilized. The pioneers built crude, leaky cabins of pine logs, roofed with canvas wagon covers, and settled in to wait out the storm. But the storm did not stop. That winter, the Sierras received some of the heaviest snowfall in recorded history. The drifts piled up 20 feet high, burying the cabins so completely that the emigrants had to tunnel up just to reach the surface to find firewood. As November bled into December, the food completely ran out. The remaining cattle had wandered off and frozen to death beneath the snow, perfectly preserved in a deep, white tomb where no one could find them. The starvation set in. It is a slow, cruel, and agonizing way to die. They ate the last of their flour. They boiled the hides of their dead dogs. They boiled the leather from their boots, trying to extract a miserable gelatinous soup from the old cowhide. They caught mice. When there were no more mice, they chewed on pine bark. In mid-December, a desperate group of 15 men and women, realizing that help was not coming, strapped crude snowshoes to their feet and attempted to hike over the pass to fetch a rescue party from California. They called themselves the Forlorn Hope. Their journey through the freezing blizzards is a tale of such immense suffering and horror that I will spare you the darkest particulars, as they tend to ruin a good breakfast. Suffice it to say, when the human body is pushed past the absolute limits of endurance, and the mind is entirely fractured by hunger, the deeply ingrained taboos of civilized society are stripped away like a thin coat of paint. Of the 15 who set out, only 7 made it down the western slope alive, and they only did so by consuming the flesh of their fallen companions. Word finally reached the settlements in California. James Reed, who had survived his banishment, frantically organized rescue parties. The men of California, to their eternal credit, braved the towering, treacherous drifts to reach the trapped pioneers. The scenes the rescuers encountered at the camps by the lake were straight out of a medieval nightmare. Half the party was dead. The survivors were emaciated, hollow-eyed ghosts, driven entirely mad by grief and starvation, surrounded by the mutilated remains of their friends and family. Out of the 87 souls who had cheerfully turned left at Fort Bridger to take the famous shortcut, only 48 walked down the western slope into the sunshine of California. The tragedy of the Donner Party shocked the entire nation. It became a permanent, morbid scar on the romance of the westward expansion. The lake where they suffered was renamed Donner Lake, serving as a dark monument to human folly. You might logically assume that a story involving freezing to death and eating your neighbors would have severely dampened the enthusiasm for migrating to California. You might assume folks would have read the newspaper reports, looked at their sturdy Midwestern farms, and decided that staying home in Illinois wasn't such a terrible fate after all. But you would be underestimating the profound, invincible stubbornness of the American pioneer. The Donner Party did not stop the Great Migration. It didn't even slow it down. It merely convinced the next batch of travelers to leave Missouri a little earlier in the spring to pack an extra barrel of flour, and, above all else, to never, ever trust a lawyer who tries to sell you a shortcut. Chapter 10. The Bear Flag Revolt. A handful of rowdy settlers declaring a republic in a Sonoma plaza. If you study the great political revolutions of human history, you will generally find they follow a predictable, somewhat dignified recipe. First, you need a long, undeniable train of philosophical abuses. Then you need a brilliant, fiery orator to stand on a soapbox and articulate the grievances of the oppressed masses. Finally, you need a well-organized army to march upon the capital and heroically throw off the chains of tyranny. The American acquisition of California, however, utilized a slightly different recipe. It involved a handful of stolen horses, a healthy dose of paranoia, a profound misunderstanding of the Spanish language, and a large quantity of very good brandy. By the spring of 1846, the situation in Alta California was growing exceptionally tense. The Mexican government, operating primarily out of the southern capital of Los Angeles, was suffering from a chronic lack of funds, a severe shortage of gunpowder, and a revolving door of governors who spent most of their time issuing angry proclamations at one another. Meanwhile, in the northern half of the territory, the Americans were pouring over the Sierra Nevada mountains like ants smelling a dropped picnic basket. These men were not diplomats. They were rough-hewn farmers, escaped sailors, disappointed trappers, and men fleeing various unpaid debts in Missouri. They looked at the vast, unfenced cattle empires of the Californios, spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust, and simply built their cabins right in the middle of the best valleys, completely ignoring the trivial concept of a legal land deed. Into this highly combustible powder keg rode a man who essentially carried a lit match in one hand and his own autobiography in the other, Captain John Charles Fremont of the United States Topographical Corps. Fremont was officially a mapmaker. Unofficially, he was an ambitious, spectacular peacock of a man who possessed a powerful father-in-law in the U.S. Senate and a desperate, gnawing hunger for personal glory. He had earned the glorious nickname the Pathfinder, a title he achieved mostly by following trails that the local native tribes and mountain men had been comfortably using for a few thousand years. In early 1846, Fremont marched into California with a heavily armed party of 60 sharpshooters. He claimed he was just there on a peaceful scientific expedition to examine a few pine cones. The Mexican governor, General Jose Castro, took one look at 60 heavily armed snipers and politely suggested that Fremont take his science experiment back to Oregon. Fremont, who possessed an ego roughly the size of a circus tent, threw a magnificent tantrum. He retreated to a hilltop near Monterey, built a crude log fort, raised the American flag, and dared the Mexican army to come get him. After 3 days of sitting on a hill, realizing that starting a war single-handedly might actually require getting shot at, he quietly packed his bags in the middle of the night and slinked off toward the northern border. But the damage was done. Fremont had stirred the pot, and the American squatters in the Sacramento Valley were thoroughly spooked. Rumors began to fly with the speed of a prairie fire. The squatters heard that General Castro was raising an army to burn their farms, slaughter their cattle, and drive them all back over the freezing mountains. Castro was, in fact, doing no such thing. He was entirely too busy trying to suppress a rebellion from another Mexican politician down south, but truth has never been a requirement for a good panic. A group of about 30 American settlers, deciding that the best defense was a highly illegal offense, decided to strike first. They needed a target. They couldn't attack the heavily fortified Presidio in San Francisco because that sounded entirely too dangerous. So they set their sights on the sleepy, undefended northern town of Sonoma. Sonoma was the headquarters of General Mariano Guadalupe Vallejo. Vallejo was one of the wealthiest, most powerful, and most educated Californios in the entire territory. He possessed tens of thousands of acres, a magnificent adobe mansion, and a vast library. Ironically, he was also the loudest voice in California advocating for a peaceful annexation by the United States. He looked at the chaos of the Mexican government, looked at the bustling economy of the Americans, and decided that joining the Stars and Stripes was the only sensible business move. On the dawn of June 14, 1846, Vallejo was sleeping soundly in his bed, dreaming of a prosperous future. He was awakened by a loud, aggressive pounding on his heavy wooden door. When he looked out the window, he did not see a disciplined army. He saw roughly 30 men wearing greasy buckskins, sporting unkempt beards, and clutching long rifles. They looked less like a military vanguard and more like a collection of men who had just been kicked out of a particularly rough tavern. Vallejo, possessing the magnificent, unshakable dignity of a true Californio aristocrat, did not panic. He got out of bed, dressed himself in his finest military uniform, smoothed his hair, and opened the front door. The Americans awkwardly pointed their rifles at him and loudly declared that he was a prisoner of war and that they were capturing the town. Vallejo calmly surveyed the mob. "To whom am I surrendering?" he asked politely. The mob looked at each other. In their enthusiastic rush to start a revolution, they had completely forgotten to elect a leader. After a brief muttered argument on Vallejo's front porch, they shoved a man named William B. Ide to the front. Ide was a carpenter from Vermont who possessed a talent for giving very long, very confusing speeches. "Excellent," Vallejo said. "Please, gentlemen, come inside. We have much to discuss." Instead of marching him to a firing squad, Vallejo invited the leaders of the rebellion into his elegant parlor. He sat them down in velvet chairs. He then produced his finest bottles of imported wine, an incredibly potent aguardiente, a fiery local brandy, and proceeded to pour his captors a series of very generous drinks. For the next several hours, the situation inside the parlor devolved into a bizarre, highly polite symposium on constitutional government. Vallejo, who actually understood how to draft a legal document, ended up helping his own captors write the official articles of his surrender, mostly because the Americans were getting progressively drunker and losing their train of thought. Meanwhile, the rest of the rebel mob was waiting outside in the hot sun. As the hours ticked by and their leaders failed to emerge with the tyrant's head on a pike, they grew suspicious. They sent a man inside to investigate. He did not return. They sent another man inside. He also did not return. The men outside finally realized that their fearsome vanguard was currently getting thoroughly, comfortably plastered on the prisoner's finest brandy. Eventually, the paperwork was signed. Vallejo was officially a prisoner of a revolution he practically had to ghostwrite himself. He was sent under guard to Sutter's Fort, leaving the rowdy Americans in complete control of the Sonoma Plaza. Now that they had successfully stolen a town, William B. Ide stood on a barrel and delivered a magnificent winding speech declaring the existence of the brand new, entirely independent California Republic. But a republic simply cannot exist without a flag. It is a fundamental law of international politics. You can steal the land, you can drink the former owner's wine, but until you run a piece of colored cloth up a pole, nobody is going to take you seriously. The rebels scrounged around and found a piece of unbleached cotton. Legend insists it was a woman's petticoat or chemise, which adds a lovely, domestic touch to the treason. They handed the fabric to a man named William L. Todd, who happened to be the nephew of Mary Todd Lincoln. His artistic talents, unfortunately, did not match his political connections. They wanted a flag that struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. They decided on a lone star, mimicking the successful rebellion in Texas, and next to it, a fierce, majestic California grizzly bear. a symbol of raw, untamed strength. Todd mixed up a crude paint out of blackberry juice and brick dust. He painted a red stripe along the bottom. He painted a decent-looking star. And then he attempted to paint the majestic grizzly bear. Now, painting a bear on a coarse piece of cotton using crushed bricks is not a task suited for an amateur. When Todd finished his masterpiece and proudly held it up in the plaza, the native Californios who had gathered to watch the circus began to openly laugh. The fearsome, majestic California grizzly, the great symbol of the new republic, possessed a short snout, tiny legs, and a rather round belly. It looked exactly like a slightly annoyed pig. The Californios immediately dubbed it the pig flag. Despite the laughter, the Americans proudly ran the piece of cotton up the flagpole in the center of the Sonoma Plaza, hoisted their rifles, and gave a ragged cheer. The California Republic was officially born. It was a nation conceived in paranoia, birthed by horse thieves, lubricated by the enemy's brandy, and represented by a blackberry-stained pig. The glorious Bear Flag Republic lasted for exactly 25 days. It is perhaps the shortest lifespan of any independent nation in the history of the civilized world. Down on the coast, the actual United States military had finally arrived. Commodore John Drake Sloat of the U.S. Navy sailed into Monterey Bay, lowered the Mexican colors, and ran the Stars and Stripes up the pole, officially declaring that the Mexican-American War had begun and that California was now occupied territory of the United States. A messenger rode furiously up to Sonoma with the news. The rebels, nursing a collective 3-week hangover, looked at their pig flag, looked at the Stars and Stripes, and collectively shrugged. They hauled down their petticoat, ran up the American flag, and the great California Republic instantly dissolved into the dust of history. William B. Ide went back to carpentry. General Vallejo, after being released from a miserable cell at Sutter's Fort, somehow maintained his dignity and eventually served as a state senator in the very American government that had unjustly locked him up. And John C. Fremont, who had swooped back in to take credit for the whole mess, parlayed his grand theatrical posing into a fortune and an eventual run for the presidency. Today, a much more professionally rendered version of Todd's bear flies over every post office, schoolhouse, and state building in California. It is a beautiful flag, but if you look closely at the bear's snout and remember the men who first raised it while drinking a stolen bottle of wine, you can still see just a little bit of the pig. Chapter 11. The Treaty of Cahuenga, how the Mexican-American War ended with a handshake and a map change. If you were to rely entirely upon the glowing, heavily edited memoirs of 19th century generals to understand the Mexican-American War, you might be led to believe that the conquest of California was a grand, sweeping epic of military genius. You would picture crisp uniforms, flawless tactical maneuvers, and noble soldiers charging heroically through the smoke of battle to plant the flag of liberty on a hilltop. In reality, the war in California was a spectacular, muddy, disorganized comedy of errors. It possessed all the rigid military discipline of a tavern brawl, combined with the strategic brilliance of a blindfolded man trying to find a black cat in a dark room. Once the American flag replaced the blackberry-stained pig in Sonoma, the United States government found itself in a rather awkward position. They had officially claimed a territory roughly the size of France, but they possessed absolutely no infrastructure to actually hold it. The military force available to secure this vast hostile empire consisted of a handful of heavily armed backwoodsmen, a naval commodore with a tremendous ego, and a battalion of sailors who had never seen a horse up close. Commodore Robert F. Stockton, having sailed his warships into the ports of Monterey and San Francisco, decided that the only logical way to conquer a land empire was to turn his sailors into a cavalry unit. I want you to pause for a moment and try to vividly picture a 19th century sailor. This is a man whose entire professional existence relies on balancing on a rolling wooden deck, hauling thick ropes, and drinking rum. He is not a creature designed by nature for equestrian pursuits. When Stockton ordered his men to mount the semi-wild, half-broken California mustangs they had hastily confiscated from the local ranchos, the results were a catastrophe of biblical proportions. A sailor on a horse is a tragedy waiting to happen. 100 sailors on horses is a traveling circus. They strapped themselves to the saddles, grabbed the reins like they were holding on to a rigging line in a hurricane, and were promptly bucked off, dragged through the dust, and thrown head first into the nearest patch of prickly pear cactus. The Californios, who were arguably the finest horsemen on the face of the earth, watched this ridiculous American armada stumbling southward and laughed until their sides ached. While Stockton was attempting to teach his Navy how to trot, another American force was approaching from the east. General Stephen W. Kearny, a tough, no-nonsense career soldier, had marched his Army of the West all the way from Kansas. He had crossed the plains, conquered New Mexico without firing a shot, and then marched his dragoons across the hellish furnace of the Sonoran Desert. By the time Kearny's men stumbled over the mountains and into Southern California in December of 1846, they were a miserable sight. Their uniforms were in rags, their supplies were gone, and they were riding exhausted mules because their horses had died of thirst weeks ago. Kearny was expecting a parade and a warm bed. Instead, he rode straight into an ambush. The Californios, realizing that their homeland was being systematically stolen by men who couldn't even ride in a straight line, had finally organized a resistance. They were led by a dashing, charismatic rancho owner named Andres Pico. Pico did not possess cannons, a supply chain, or a professional standing army. What he possessed were a few dozen angry friends, incredibly fast horses, and long willow-wood lances equipped with very sharp iron tips. The two forces collided at a place called San Pascual, just northeast of San Diego. It was, without a doubt, the most embarrassing military engagement in the history of the United States Army. It was raining, a cold, miserable, driving winter rain. General Kearny, suffering from a fatal cocktail of exhaustion and overconfidence, ordered his men to charge the California lines. But Kearny's men were armed with muzzle-loading muskets. When a man attempts to load loose gunpowder into a musket barrel during a torrential downpour, he does not get a lethal firearm. He gets a very expensive heavy iron walking stick. When the Americans pulled their triggers, their guns merely issued a sad, wet click. Andres Pico and his California lancers simply smiled, wheeled their magnificent horses around, and went to work. They rode circles around the exhausted American mules. It wasn't a battle. It was a highly lethal game of tag. The Californios darted in, poked the frustrated Americans with their long lances, and darted away before the dragoons could even swing their heavy sabers. Kearny himself was stabbed twice, roughly 20 Americans were killed, and dozens more were severely wounded, while the Californios suffered barely a scratch. After thoroughly humiliating the United States Army, Pico and his men simply rode away over the hills, presumably to get out of the rain. Naturally, when Kearny finally staggered into San Diego, he immediately wrote a letter to Washington declaring San Pasqual a glorious American victory, proving once again that the pen is vastly superior to the sword when it comes to covering your own backside. Eventually, Kearny's battered dragoons and Stockton's bruised, saddle-sore sailors combined their forces and began a long, muddy, miserable march toward the Californio capital of Los Angeles. Meanwhile, our old friend, John C. Fremont, the majestic peacock of the Topographical Corps who had instigated the Bear Flag Revolt, was marching his own battalion down from the north. Fremont, true to his nature, was taking his absolute sweet time. He spent weeks requisitioning horses, admiring the scenery, and making absolutely certain his uniform looked heroic. He possessed a magnificent talent for arriving exactly one day after all the actual dangerous fighting had concluded. Down in Los Angeles, Andres Pico looked at the strategic situation and came to a highly practical, culturally sensible conclusion. The Californios had proven they were vastly superior fighters. They had thoroughly embarrassed the Americans at every turn, but Pico also knew that he was entirely out of gunpowder, he was out of money, and he could not single-handedly fight the entire industrial might of the United States government indefinitely. Eventually, the Americans would just keep sending more men, more cannons, and more terrible horsemen, until the Californios were overwhelmed by sheer volume. It was time to surrender. The only question was, to whom? Pico absolutely refused to surrender to General Kearny. Kearny was a rigid, irritable military man who was holding a serious bleeding grudge about getting poked with a willow lance at San Pasqual. Kearny would likely hang Pico for treason. Commodore Stockton was equally unappealing. But Pico knew about John C. Fremont. He knew that Fremont was incredibly vain, easily flattered, highly ambitious, and currently camped just a few miles to the north at the Cahuenga Pass. More importantly, Pico rightly guessed that Fremont possessed absolutely no legal authority from the United States government to accept a formal surrender. To a Californio, that sounded like the perfect man for the job. On January 13th, 1847, in the pouring rain, Andres Pico rode into the Cahuenga Pass and knocked on the door of a humble, leaky adobe farmhouse. Fremont, thrilled at the prospect of playing the grand conqueror, eagerly invited him inside. There were no massive armies lined up in formal squares. There were no booming cannons firing salutes, no brass bands playing anthems, and no politicians in silk hats. There were just two tired men sitting at a wooden table in a wet mud hut, drinking hot coffee and discussing the fate of a land mass larger than most European empires. Pico, laying on the Californio charm with a trowel, offered his sword to Fremont. Fremont, entirely intoxicated by his own perceived historical importance, magnanimously waved it away. Together, they drafted the Treaty of Cahuenga. It was perhaps the most generous, forgiving treaty ever signed at the conclusion of a war. Fremont essentially gave Pico everything he wanted. The Californios were required to hand over their artillery, which consisted of exactly 2 cannons they had buried in a garden, and promise to stop shooting at Americans. In return, they were granted full pardons, guaranteed protection of their massive property rights, and granted the same rights as American citizens. They didn't even have to swear an oath of allegiance if they didn't want to. They could simply mount their horses, go back to their ranchos, and resume throwing fandangos. With a scratch of a quill and a firm handshake, the Mexican-American War in California was over. It was a breathtakingly anticlimactic end to a ridiculous, fumbling conflict. When General Kearny and Commodore Stockton, who were currently camped in Los Angeles preparing for a massive, bloody siege, found out that Fremont had accepted the enemy's surrender behind their backs, the real war began. The American officers immediately turned on each other with the ferocity of starved dogs fighting over a ham bone. Stockton declared himself the military governor. Kearny pointed out that his orders from the president made him the governor. Fremont, deciding to completely ignore the chain of command, declared that since he signed the treaty, he was the governor. For several months, California had 3 different men actively claiming to be the supreme ruler of the territory, none of whom would speak to the other 2. It was a bureaucratic circus that ended only when General Kearny finally lost his temper, arrested John C. Fremont for mutiny and insubordination, and marched him all the way back to Washington, D.C. in disgrace for a highly publicized court-martial. And so, the Golden State was dragged kicking and screaming into the American Union. It had been conquered not by tactical brilliance, but by wet gunpowder, bad horsemanship, and a staggering amount of political ego. The Americans had successfully seized the land, but they had absolutely no idea what to do with it. They figured it would be a quiet, sleepy agricultural outpost for the next century or 2. But roughly 12 months after that polite handshake, in the rainy Adobe at Cahuenga, a carpenter named James Marshall was going to look down into the freezing waters of the American River, spot a shiny, pea-sized pebble, and set the entire world on fire. Chapter 12. The Spark at Sutter's Mill. James Marshall's shiny discovery and the secret that couldn't be kept. There are many terrible bone-rattling fevers that afflict the human race. There is the swamp fever, which makes a man sweat and shiver until his teeth rattle out of his head. There is the cabin fever, which convinces a perfectly rational man that his best friend is looking at him funny, and therefore deserves to be struck with a cast-iron skillet. But of all the maladies that plague our fragile biology, none is so devastating, so entirely immune to the soothing applications of logic, religion, and cold water as the yellow fever. I do not refer to the tropical disease spread by the mosquito. I refer to the sudden, violent, and highly contagious conviction that you can dig a hole in the ground and pull out a fortune in solid gold. It is a disease that bypasses the lungs entirely and strikes directly at the moral center of the brain, instantly turning honest farmers into thieves, sensible clerks into lunatics, and quiet landscapes into gaping, muddy scars. To understand how this particular plague was unleashed upon the Golden State, we must first examine the man who accidentally started it all, a Swiss immigrant named Johann August Sutter. If you were to read the authorized, highly romanticized biographies of John Sutter, you would be introduced to a noble, visionary pioneer who bravely brought civilization to the wild frontier. This is, of course, a polite fiction. In reality, Sutter was a magnificent, smooth-talking grifter who possessed a magnificent mustache, a spectacular wardrobe, and a profound lifelong allergy to paying his debts. In 1834, Sutter was a failed shopkeeper in Switzerland. Faced with a mountain of unpaid bills and an impending arrest warrant for bankruptcy, he did what any noble, responsible family man would do. He abandoned his wife and 5 children, quietly slipped out the back door of Europe, and ran away to America. He eventually washed up on the shores of Alta California in 1839. He didn't have a penny to his name, but he did possess a fake military title. He cheerfully introduced himself to everyone as Captain Sutter of the Royal Swiss Guard, and a letter of introduction that he had quite likely written himself. He presented himself to the Mexican governor, Juan Alvarado, and spun a glorious, totally fabricated tale of his vast wealth and aristocratic connections. Sutter offered to build a strong, fortified settlement in the untamed Sacramento Valley, essentially acting as a buffer between the Mexican settlements on the coast and the rowdy American trappers leaking over the mountains. The governor, thrilled that some gullible European wanted to live in a mosquito-infested swamp surrounded by grizzly bears, gladly handed Sutter a land grant of nearly 50,000 acres. Sutter marched inland and built New Helvetia, or New Switzerland. At its center, he constructed a massive, imposing adobe compound known as Sutter's Fort. It was an agricultural empire built entirely on credit, grand promises, and the unpaid, heavily coerced labor of the local Nisenan and Miwok tribes, whom Sutter treated with all the benevolent compassion of a medieval feudal lord. Sutter had cattle, he had wheat, he had a cannon he bought from the fleeing Russians at Fort Ross, which he bought with an IOU he never paid. He was living the grand dream of a frontier baron. He possessed absolutely everything a man could want, except for one crucial ingredient: lumber. To build his empire, Sutter needed wooden boards, and lots of them. So in the late summer of 1847, he hired a moody, eccentric, and rather gloomy carpenter from New Jersey named James W. Marshall. Marshall was the sort of man who usually looked like he was expecting it to rain, and if it wasn't raining, he suspected the sky was simply plotting something worse. Sutter sent him roughly 40 miles up the South Fork of the American River into a beautiful pine-studded valley called Coloma, with instructions to build a water-powered sawmill. Through the autumn and winter, Marshall and a crew of Mormon laborers who had recently arrived after fleeing religious persecution back east labored in the freezing water. They built a dam, constructed the wooden mill house, and dug a tail race, a ditch designed to carry the exhaust water away from the water wheel and back into the river. Because the ditch wasn't deep enough to handle the flow, Marshall would open the gates every night, letting the rushing river scour the dirt and gravel out of the tail race. Every morning, he would walk down the muddy ditch to inspect the progress. The morning of January 24th, 1848, was crisp, clear, and freezing cold. Marshall was taking his usual morning stroll down the tail race, his eyes glued to the mud, when a glint of yellow caught his eye. The water was about 6 inches deep. Sitting right there on the bedrock, shining through the icy current, was a flake of yellow metal about half the size of a dried pea. Marshall stopped. He stared at it. His heart gave a sudden, violent thump against his ribs. He reached his freezing hand into the water and picked it up. It was heavy. Now, California is entirely filled with a substance called iron pyrites, universally known as fool's gold. Fool's gold is brittle. If you strike it with a hammer, It shatters into a useless powder, much like the dreams of the men who find it. Marshall, possessing the practical mindset of a carpenter, placed the little yellow flake on a smooth rock and struck it hard with another stone. It did not shatter. It simply flattened out, malleable and soft. Marshall gathered up a few more flakes in the crown of his slouch hat and walked back to the mill house. He stepped inside, looked at the Mormon laborers eating their breakfast, and uttered the single most consequential, world-shattering sentence ever spoken in the history of the North American continent. "Boys, by God, I believe I have found a gold mine." The men looked up from their oatmeal, mildly interested. One of them bit a piece of the metal. Another threw it into a boiling kettle of lye soap for a day to see if it would tarnish. It didn't. 4 days later, in the middle of a torrential winter rainstorm, Marshall rode his horse at a full, desperate gallop all the way down to Sutter's fort. He burst into John Sutter's private office, dripping wet, covered in mud, and demanded that Sutter lock the door. Sutter, thinking Marshall had finally gone completely mad, obliged. Marshall then produced a dirty cotton rag, unrolled it on the wooden desk, and revealed about 2 ounces of heavy, glittering yellow dust. John Sutter stared at the gold. He did not jump for joy. He did not pop a cork on a bottle of champagne. He stared at the dust with a profound, sinking sense of absolute dread. Sutter was a man who wanted to be a peaceful, wealthy, agricultural baron. He needed farmers, carpenters, and obedient laborers to harvest his wheat and tend his cattle. He knew with absolute terrifying certainty that if word got out that the rivers of the Sacramento Valley were paved with solid gold, his flour mill would rot, his wheat would wither on the stalk, and his empire would be trampled into the dust by a stampede of greedy lunatics. They tested the metal. They weighed it in water. They poured nitric acid on it. They consulted an old encyclopedia Sutter had on his shelf. The verdict was undeniable. It was 23-karat gold. Sutter looked at Marshall and the Mormon laborers and proposed a solemn, binding pact. "Boys," he said, "I implore you, we must keep this a secret for just 6 weeks. Give me 6 weeks to finish building my grist mill and get my crops planted. If you keep your mouths shut, I will make you rich." It was a perfectly reasonable request, but asking a group of unwashed, underpaid men to keep the secret of infinite, easily accessible wealth is roughly equivalent to asking a hound dog to politely ignore a dropped sausage. The secret was doomed before Sutter even finished his sentence. How did it leak? It leaked the way all great secrets leak, through the irresistible human urge to gossip and purchase liquor. The Mormon workers at the mill wrote letters to their friends. A teamster working for Sutter was given a few pinches of gold dust as a bonus. He promptly walked into a general store, ordered a bottle of whiskey, and slapped the raw gold on the counter. The storekeeper, eyes wide, asked where he had gotten such a thing. The teamster, full of liquid courage, proudly pointed his finger up the American River. But the man who truly lit the fuse, the man who turned a local rumor into a global pandemic, was a fellow named Samuel Brannan. Sam Brannan was a Mormon elder, an ambitious merchant, and the publisher of a small newspaper in San Francisco called the California Star. He possessed a morality that was, at best, highly flexible, and a business sense that was absolutely razor-sharp. When Brannan heard the rumors of gold at Sutter's mill, he did not grab a pickaxe and rush to the river to dig in the freezing mud. Sam Brannan was far too smart for manual labor. Instead, he quietly hired a boat, sailed up to the Sacramento Valley, and bought every single shovel, pickaxe, and metal pan he could find in the entire territory. He cornered the market. A tin pan that cost him 20 cents on Monday, he placed in his store with a price tag of $15 on Friday. Once his inventory was secure, Brannan returned to San Francisco. In the middle of May 1848, he walked down the dusty, unpaved center of Montgomery Street. He was holding a small glass quinine bottle filled to the brim with glittering gold dust. He waved it above his head like a madman, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Gold! Gold! Gold from the American River!" The effect was instantaneous and absolute. San Francisco, which had been a quiet, growing town of about 800 people, emptied out overnight. The blacksmith dropped his hammer. The baker left his bread to burn in the oven. The school teacher abandoned his students. The mayor abandoned his office. The sailors on the ships anchored in the bay mutinied, stole the lifeboats, and rowed for the shore, leaving fleets of magnificent sailing vessels to rot at anchor, completely crewless. The spark had finally hit the dry tinder. The great rush had begun. And what became of John Sutter and James Marshall, the two men at the epicenter of the greatest wealth-generating event in human history? Exactly what Sutter had feared. The stampede of gold-crazed Argonauts completely ignored his Mexican land grants. They slaughtered his cattle for food, they tore down his fences for firewood, and they squatted on his land. Sutter spent the rest of his life stubbornly, hopelessly petitioning the United States Congress to reimburse him for his ruined empire, eventually dying completely broke in a hotel room in Pennsylvania. James Marshall, the man who picked the very first flake out of the river, suffered a similar fate. He spent his life wandering the hills, deeply embittered, firmly believing the world owed him a fortune, and drinking heavily to soothe the injustice. He died penniless in a tiny, rotting cabin not far from the spot where he had accidentally changed the world. It is a profound irony that the men who found the gold were utterly destroyed by it, while the man who sold the shovels became the richest man in California. But then, as any observant traveler knows, the history of the Golden State is rarely about who finds the treasure. It is almost always about who is clever enough to charge admission to the diggings. Part 4. The Yellow Fever, the Gold Rush. Chapter 13. The Global Stampede, How the News Reached China, Chile, and Cornwall. There is a well-worn, profoundly accurate proverb that states a lie can travel halfway around the globe while the truth is still sitting on the edge of the bed, struggling to pull its boots on. But there is one force in the universe that travels considerably faster than a lie, and that is the rumor of free, unregulated money. In the middle of the 19th century, sending a letter from San Francisco to New York took roughly 6 months, provided the ship didn't sink, the captain didn't get lost, and the mailbag wasn't accidentally eaten by rats in the hold. But the news of James Marshall's discovery at the sawmill seemed to defy all known laws of physical science. It bypassed the mail service entirely and traveled by a sort of spontaneous, greedy combustion. At first, the news trickled out locally, emptying the farms of California. Then it hopped onto the sailing ships leaving the bay. When those ships docked in Hawaii, then known as the Sandwich Islands, the sailors ran into the taverns, paid for their rum with raw gold dust, and babbled about rivers paved with yellow pebbles. The islands practically emptied out overnight. The news traveled down the Pacific coast to Mexico, Peru, and Chile. Then it hopped across the vast, terrifying expanse of the Pacific Ocean to Australia and China. Curiously, the very last people to find out about the California gold rush were the Americans living on the East Coast. Back in Washington, D.C., the politicians had been enduring a relentless barrage of public criticism for the Mexican-American War. The war had cost a fortune in blood and treasure, and all the government had seemingly acquired in return was 1,000,000 square miles of rattlesnakes, cactus, and aggressively hostile scrubland. But in December of 1848, President James K. Polk stood before Congress. He possessed a rather smug, self-satisfied expression, and more importantly, he possessed an ordinary wooden tea caddy that a military courier had just lugged across the continent. Polk opened the box. It contained roughly 230 ounces of solid, gleaming California gold. Polk essentially looked at the assembled politicians, pointed at the tea caddy, and declared, "See, we didn't just steal a barren desert, we stole a bank vault." The official presidential confirmation was published in every newspaper from Boston to Baltimore. The East Coast of the United States immediately lost its collective, highly educated mind. Men who had spent their entire lives sitting comfortably behind mahogany desks suddenly convinced themselves that they were rugged outdoorsmen. Bank clerks, lawyers, shoemakers, and school teachers dropped their pens, abandoned their sensible wives, and caught the yellow fever. They proudly called themselves the Argonauts, drawing a romantic comparison to the ancient Greek heroes who sailed in search of the Golden Fleece. In reality, Jason and his Argonauts possessed significantly better planning skills and suffered from considerably less dysentery. The immediate problem facing these newly minted Argonauts was simple geography. California was located on the exact opposite side of a highly unforgiving continent. A hopeful gold seeker had to choose between 3 primary routes, each offering its own unique, spectacular brand of misery. The first option was the overland route. You simply bought a wagon, pointed it west, and walked 2,000 miles across the plains, the deserts, and the mountains. This route promised cholera, clouds of choking alkali dust, attacks by understandably annoyed Native American tribes, and the distinct possibility of freezing to death in the Sierras if you misread a calendar. The second option was the sea route around Cape Horn at the treacherous icy bottom of South America. This was an 18,000-mile nautical marathon. It cost a small fortune and took 6 to 8 months. You spent half a year locked inside a damp, swaying wooden prison, eating heavily salted pork that was older than your children, drinking water that possessed the consistency of thin mud, and praying that the horrific roaring gales of the Cape wouldn't snap the masts and send you straight to the bottom of the freezing ocean. The third option was the shortcut. As we learned from the Donner Party, the word shortcut in the 19th century was essentially a synonym for suicide attempt, but optimism is a stubborn disease. This involved taking a ship down to the Isthmus of Panama. The Argonauts would disembark, hire local guides, and hack their way through the dense, steaming, malarial jungle in dugout canoes. The Panama route was hot, miserable, and crawling with mosquitoes the size of sparrows. But the true horror occurred when you reached Panama City on the Pacific side. Thousands of impatient Americans bottlenecked there, waiting for ships heading north to San Francisco. There were no ships. Men spent months rotting in the humid, sewage-soaked streets, dropping dead of yellow fever and cholera, while desperately staring at the empty ocean horizon. While the Americans from the East Coast were busy dying in the jungles, starving on the plains, and throwing up over the rails of clipper ships, the rest of the world had already arrived and started digging. Because the news hit the Pacific Rim first, the very first wave of foreign miners arrived from Sonora, Mexico, and from Valparaiso, Chile. This deeply, profoundly annoyed the Americans when they finally showed up. The Americans had operated under the assumption that mining simply involved walking up to a river, politely asking it for gold, and scooping the wealth into a sack. The Sonorans and the Chileans, however, actually knew what they were doing. They came from long, proud traditions of hard rock mining. While the Americans were screaming at the dirt and breaking their fingernails, the Latin American miners were building complex arrastras, circular grinding mills powered by mules, to crush the quartz and extract the gold hidden inside the rock. They found the best claims, extracted the most gold, and were promptly, violently run off their own claims by heavily armed mobs of envious Americans who passed a highly illegal, racist, foreign miners' tax just to legally rob them. Then the news hit Europe. The continent was in the midst of the violent revolutions of 1848, making the prospect of fleeing to a sunny wilderness incredibly appealing. From the rugged coast of England came the Cornishmen, known affectionately as Cousin Jacks. The tin mines of Cornwall were playing out, and these men were arguably the finest underground engineers in the world. They could smell a vein of ore through a solid wall of granite, and they possessed the ability to swing a heavy iron pick in a dark, suffocating tunnel for 14 hours a day without complaining. From France came the aristocrats, the failed revolutionaries, and the Parisian merchants. The Americans derisively called them Cascades because the Frenchmen were constantly wandering around the chaotic, muddy mining camps asking, "Qu'est-ce qu'il dit?" What is he saying? The French arrived expecting polite society, decent wine, and paved streets. They found mud, lice, and men settling legal disputes with Colt revolvers. But they adapted, setting up the finest restaurants and gambling tents in the territory, efficiently separating the American miners from their gold dust without ever having to touch a shovel. But perhaps the most dramatic, courageous journey of all was made by the men from the Pearl River Delta in southern China. In the late 1840s, the Guangdong province was suffering from a devastating cocktail of famine, crippling taxes, and the bloody fallout of the Opium Wars. When British merchant ships brought the news of California to the port of Canton, they didn't just call it a gold rush. They gave it a name that sounded like a prayer: Gumsan, Gold Mountain. Thousands of young Chinese men borrowed money from their villages at ruinous interest rates to buy a steerage ticket on a leaky ship. They crossed the terrifying expanse of the Pacific Ocean, packed into the dark holds like cordwood, entirely unable to speak a word of English. They arrived in a land that was violently, aggressively hostile to their presence. They were barred from the richest claims by racist mobs, so they patiently took over the tailings, the discarded piles of dirt the Americans had already dug through and abandoned. Through sheer, unbreakable diligence, meticulous teamwork, and water diversion techniques the Americans lacked the patience to learn. The Chinese miners squeezed fortunes out of the rocks the white men had thrown away as worthless. In the span of a single year, the population of California did not just explode, it mutated. San Francisco morphed from a sleepy, foggy village of a few hundred souls into a roaring, muddy, cosmopolitan madhouse of 30,000. The harbor was choked with a forest of abandoned ships, their masts rotting in the salt air. The streets were an unpaved, knee-deep soup of mud, garbage, and dead mules. But if you stood on the muddy planks of Montgomery Street in 1849 and closed your eyes, you would not hear the quiet, golden silence of the indigenous past, nor the gentle strumming of the Californio guitar. You would hear a chaotic, deafening Tower of Babel. You would hear English, Spanish, Cantonese, French, German, and Russian all shouting over the hammering of nails, the braying of pack animals, and the clinking of coins. The entire world had suddenly rushed to the edge of the continent, crammed themselves into a muddy ravine, and caught the fever. The great chaotic experiment of modern California had officially begun, and nobody, not even the men wielding the shovels, had the faintest idea how to stop it. Chapter 14. Life in the Diggings, the Mud, the Lice, and the Astronomical Price of a Fried Egg. If you were to sit comfortably in a velvet-upholstered chair in a Boston parlor in the spring of 1849, reading the wildly exaggerated newspaper dispatches from the West Coast, you might easily develop a rather majestic, highly romanticized view of gold mining. The journalists, who generally possessed a magnificent allergy to hard labor and preferred writing their articles from the safety of a dry tavern, painted a picture of absolute leisure. They led the educated public to believe that mining in California consisted primarily of taking a pleasant morning stroll along a babbling brook, casually bending over and filling your pockets with chunks of solid gold the size of walnuts before retiring to the shade of an oak tree to compose poetry. The tragic reality of the Sierra Nevada foothills was entirely, spectacularly different. If there was any poetry to be found in the gold camps, it was generally written in the mud, punctuated by swearing, and entirely focused on the profound desire for a decent plate of beans. When the starry-eyed Argonaut finally arrived at the diggings, the brutal, bone-crushing reality of his new profession hit him square in the jaw. Gold mining is not an adventure. It is essentially the act of moving heavy, wet dirt from one place to another using nothing but your own spine, while simultaneously suffering from malnutrition. The geography of the mother lode is a masterpiece of atmospheric contradiction. In the summer months, the canyons bake like a brick oven, with the sun beating down on the rocks until the temperature routinely crests 110 degrees. But the rivers themselves, born from the high, melting snowpack of the Sierras, remain breathtakingly, numbingly cold. The miner was expected to stand waist-deep in this freezing liquid ice from sunrise to sunset, while his head roasted in the blazing heat. It was a physical arrangement perfectly designed by nature to induce pneumonia, heat stroke, and a spectacular foul temper all before lunch. In the beginning, they used the simple tin pan. A man would shovel 20 pounds of wet gravel into a shallow iron dish, squat by the freezing river, and swirl the water in a meticulous, back-breaking, endless, circular motion. He did this for hours, washing away the lighter sand and clay, praying that the heavy gold would settle to the bottom. 99 times out of 100, after nearly vibrating his own arms out of their sockets, he would find absolutely nothing but black sand and a sore back. Eventually, the miners realized that swirling a pie tin was a hopelessly inefficient way to get rich, so they introduced the rocker or cradle. This was a wooden box resembling a baby's cradle, equipped with a hopper and a series of wooden riffles. One man shoveled the dirt, another poured the water, and a third rocked the contraption violently back and forth to sift the gold. It required 3 times the labor, produced 3 times the mud, and resulted in a level of physical exhaustion that made the average Egyptian pyramid builder look like a gentleman of leisure. And then there was the mud. To call the earth of the mining camps mud is to do a grave injustice to the English language. When the winter rains arrived, the entire western slope of the Sierras dissolved into a thick, sticky, reddish-brown paste. This was not the polite mud of a country lane. This was a sentient, aggressive muck that possessed the consistency of wet cement and the adhesive properties of industrial glue. It coated the boots, it swallowed the shovels, it crept into the tents, and it found its way into the food. A miner didn't simply walk through the camp. He engaged in a desperate, sucking, high-stepping wrestling match with the earth itself. But the mud was merely an inconvenience compared to the wildlife that shared the miner's blanket. Hygiene in the camps was not exactly a priority, largely because after 14 hours of swinging a pickaxe, a man lacks the energy required to boil water for a bath. The average miner wore the same heavy flannel shirt and wool trousers for months at a time, patching them with flour sacks when they wore through. Consequently, the camps became a paradise for parasites. The miners affectionately referred to their body lice as graybacks. The graybacks were so incredibly numerous, so brazen, and so thoroughly entrenched in the seams of the men's clothing that they practically demanded voting rights in the camp assemblies. On Sundays, which was universally declared a day of rest, the primary religious observance consisted of men sitting on rocks by the river, boiling their shirts in large iron kettles in a desperate, entirely temporary genocide of their tiny tormentors. And if the graybacks didn't get you, the diet certainly would. The culinary arts of the motherlode were a testament to human survival instincts, completely devoid of joy. The staple diet consisted of 3 items: salted pork, that was often so old and rancid it possessed a faint, terrifying, iridescent glow; heavy, rock-hard biscuits known as hardtack; and the eternal, ubiquitous flapjack. A flapjack cooked in a miner's unwashed, grease-coated pan possessed the density, weight, and general flavor of a vulcanized rubber boot. Men mixed flour and water, fried it in pork fat, and swallowed it whole out of sheer necessity. Predictably, this absolute lack of fresh fruits and vegetables led to the rapid, terrifying onset of scurvy. A man's gums would turn black, his teeth would loosen in his skull, and his old wounds would mysteriously open up. It was this desperate medical necessity, combined with the sheer logistical nightmare of hauling supplies up the steep mountain trails on the backs of stubborn mules, that created the most spectacular, ludicrous economic inflation the world had ever seen. Supply and demand, operating completely unchecked in a muddy ravine filled with desperate men holding pouches of raw gold dust, resulted in prices that read like a typographical error. let us consider the majestic, humble fried egg. In the civilized cities of the East Coast in 1849, a laborer might earn $1 for a full day's work, and a single egg might cost a penny. If he wanted a dozen eggs, he parted with 12 cents. In the mining camps of California, a single lonely chicken egg was a luxury item of the highest order, because there were tens of thousands of hungry men and virtually no chickens, the chickens having politely refused to walk across the desert or sail around Cape Horn. The price of an egg skyrocketed to astronomical heights. A miner, staggering out of the freezing river, dreaming of a decent breakfast, would walk into a canvas tent serving as a restaurant. He would sit on a wooden crate, order a single fried egg, and be handed a bill for $3. Think about that for a moment. $3. That was the equivalent of 3 days' wages for a carpenter in New York, handed over for a passing thought from a chicken. A slice of bread to go with it would cost another $1. A single, wrinkly onion, desperately craved by men rotting from scurvy, could sell for its weight in gold. A single drop of laudanum to cure a toothache cost $1. A pair of sturdy, waterproof boots, the most vital piece of equipment a miner could own besides his shovel, could command the breathtaking sum of $50. The men who rushed to the rivers firmly believed they were digging up the wealth of the earth. But the profound, unshakable truth of the California gold rush is that the vast majority of the miners never made a dime. They broke their backs, lost their teeth to scurvy, froze in the winter, baked in the summer, and handed every single flake of gold they found straight over to the merchants to pay for the terrifying privilege of eating a flapjack and wearing a dry shirt. The true permanent fortunes of California were not made by the men swinging the pickaxes in the mud. They were made by the men holding the scales. They were made by men like Philip Armour, who sold meat to the camps and later founded a massive meat-packing empire. They were made by men like John Studebaker, who realized that miners needed wheelbarrows more than they needed gold, built them, and later founded an automobile dynasty. And they were made by a young, clever Bavarian immigrant named Levi Strauss, who noticed that the miners' cheap canvas pants kept tearing at the pockets, and decided to reinforce them with copper rivets, thereby inventing a uniform for the working world. The gold camps themselves were loud, violent, temporary scars on the landscape. They sprang up overnight wherever a strike was rumored, and they possessed the most magnificent, brutally honest names ever bestowed upon human settlements. The miners didn't bother naming their towns after dead presidents or European nobility. They named them exactly as they saw them. If you look at an old map of the Motherlode, you will not find a Newington or a Victoria. You will find Hangtown. You will find Murderer's Bar, Fiddletown, Gouge Eye, Rough and Ready, Shirttail Canyon, and Slum Gullion. They were towns built entirely of canvas tents, empty whiskey barrels, and rampant paranoia. There was no law, no government, and for the first few years, virtually no women, which meant the men spent their evenings drinking dreadful liquor, gambling away their daily diggings, and settling their property disputes with Colt revolvers and Bowie knives. It was a magnificent, muddy, violent circus of human greed. The Argonauts had traveled halfway around the earth to find a golden paradise. What they found instead was a freezing river, a case of the lice, and the sudden, depressing realization that the only man getting rich was the fellow selling the eggs. But as the gold slowly began to play out in the shallow streams, and the easy pickings vanished into the merchants' strong boxes, the chaotic energy of the thousands of men who had arrived had to go somewhere. The true legacy of the rush was not going to be built in the muddy ravines of the Sierras. It was going to be built on the coast, in a foggy, lawless tent city that was currently in the process of becoming the most wicked, magnificent metropolis on the continent. Chapter 15. The San Francisco Sourdoughs, How a Tent City Became a World-Class Den of Iniquity and Commerce. If you wish to build a proper, respectable city, the accepted historical method is to proceed with a glacial, dignified caution. You first establish a modest farming village, allow it to age gracefully for 2 or 3 centuries, slowly lay out a grid of cobblestone streets, build a church, open a bank, and perhaps, if the locals are feeling particularly rowdy, authorize the construction of a public fountain. San Francisco, however, entirely ignored this tedious European recipe. It did not grow. It exploded. It was a city born not of careful planning or agricultural necessity, but of sheer, unadulterated, gold-crazed panic. Before the spring of 1848, the settlement known as Yerba Buena was a place of such profound, spectacular irrelevance that even the seagulls seemed to avoid it. It was a miserable little collection of adobe huts, wind-swept sand dunes, and aggressively damp fog, populated by a couple of hundred souls who spent their days trading cowhides and trying to keep their hats from blowing into the bay. It was the sort of place a man only visited if he had taken a profoundly wrong turn on his way to somewhere else. But when the news of the gold strike hit the global bloodstream, this sleepy, foggy village was violently transformed into the most magnificent, depraved, and aggressively wealthy madhouse on the face of the earth. By the summer of 1849, the population had swelled from roughly 800 to over 25,000, and they were all operating under the absolute frantic conviction that they needed to be somewhere else 5 minutes ago. San Francisco became the grand funnel through which the entire world poured into the California goldfields. The first thing a newly arrived Argonaut noticed was not the city, but the harbor. When a ship dropped its heavy iron anchor in San Francisco Bay, a curious and entirely irreversible phenomenon occurred. The sailors would look at the muddy shore, look at their miserly captain, realize that a man could make more money in a week digging in the dirt than he could in a year climbing the rigging, and promptly dive overboard. They deserted en masse. The cooks deserted, the mates deserted, and occasionally the captains deserted their own ships just to beat the crew to the goldfields. Within a year, Yerba Buena Cove was choked with a ghost fleet of over 500 abandoned sailing vessels, their tall wooden masts knocked together in the tides like a dead, leafless forest. But the citizens of San Francisco, who possessed a terrifying genius for improvisation, did not let these magnificent ships go to waste. Because lumber was hideously expensive and proper buildings were scarce, they simply dragged the abandoned ships onto the mudflats and repurposed them. They dragged the Niantic ashore, chopped a hole in her hull, added a roof, and turned her into a profitable hotel. Other ships became saloons, warehouses, and even the city jail. As the citizens eagerly filled in the shallow cove with sand, garbage, and anything else they could find to create more real estate, these ships were swallowed by the expanding city. Where else but in San Francisco could a man check into a hotel room, look out his window, and realize he was sleeping inside a whaling ship parked 3 blocks inland from the water. Once a traveler navigated the ghost fleet and stepped ashore, he was immediately introduced to the second great wonder of the city, the San Francisco mud. To call it mud is to insult the noble dirt of other lesser states. The streets of early San Francisco were an unpaved, bottomless, carnivorous stew of clay, horse manure, and standing water. During the winter rains, Montgomery Street possessed the consistency of thick, aggressive pudding. It was so deep and so treacherous that horses regularly drowned in the middle of the main thoroughfare. To cross the street without vanishing into the earth, the merchants built makeshift sidewalks out of whatever they had lying around. When wooden planks ran out, they used sacks of rotting flour, crates of spoiled tobacco, iron stoves, and, in one particularly legendary instance, a heavy piano that had been shipped around the Horn but couldn't be sold. The Argonauts literally walked on a pavement of ruined merchandise. There is a classic, entirely truthful California joke from that era that perfectly illustrates the peril of the streets. A merchant is walking down Montgomery Street when he spots a man's hat sitting on the surface of the mud. He kicks the hat, and to his horror, a voice curses at him from beneath the brim. The merchant gasps and says, "My good man, you are buried up to your neck. Let me fetch a rope and pull you out." The head in the mud replies, "No need to worry about me, stranger. I've got a good, sturdy mule standing right under me." If the mud didn't swallow you, the fire certainly would. A city built entirely of canvas tents, cheap pine boards, and whiskey barrels is essentially a giant, heavily populated bonfire just waiting for a dropped cigar. Between December of 1849 and June of 1851, the entire city of San Francisco burned to the ground 6 separate times. The devastation was absolute. A man could go to sleep a millionaire and wake up in a pile of smoking ashes holding nothing but his nightshirt. Yet, the citizens treated these apocalyptic conflagrations not as tragedies, but as minor civic inconveniences. Before the ashes had even cooled enough to walk upon, men were already out in the smoke, hammering new pine boards together and raising the price of rent. Their unofficial motto was essentially arson and optimism. But the true beating heart of this canvas metropolis was not the mud, the ships, or the fires. It was the vice. San Francisco in the gold rush was a city almost entirely devoid of women, children, and grandmothers. It was a bachelor society, populated by men who were thousands of miles away from the scolding judgments of their hometown preachers. Consequently, it became the most spectacular den of iniquity the world had ever seen. The center of this universe was Portsmouth Square. Surrounding the plaza were the great gambling hells, massive opulent tents, and hastily built wooden palaces like the El Dorado and the Parker House. These establishments were designed to separate the returning miner from his heavy pouch of gold dust with maximum efficiency. They were lit by magnificent glass chandeliers. The walls were covered in expensive imported oil paintings, usually depicting women wearing very few clothes, and a brass band played loudly in the corner to drown out the sounds of men losing their life savings. The tables were piled high with raw gold dust, heavy Mexican silver dollars, and foreign coins of every description. Men played faro, monte, and roulette with a feverish, silent intensity. The gambling halls were the great equalizers of the gold rush. At a single table, you could find a Harvard-educated lawyer, an illiterate Missouri mule skinner, a French aristocrat, and a professional card sharp with a derringer hidden in his sleeve, all betting fortunes on the turn of a single card. A man could arrive from the diggings on a Tuesday with $20,000 in gold, lose every single flake of it by Wednesday evening, and by Thursday morning he would be cheerfully washing dishes in the kitchen just to earn the price of a shovel to start all over again. Where there is unimaginable wealth and a total absence of a police force, the predators inevitably arrive. San Francisco became a magnet for the absolute dregs of human society. The worst of these were the Sydney Ducks, a vicious, organized gang of hardened criminals, ex-convicts, and ticket-of-leave men who had migrated from the British penal colonies in Australia. They set up their headquarters in a foul, dangerous neighborhood near the waterfront that came to be known as Sydney Town, which was the anchor of the infamous Barbary Coast. The Sydney Ducks specialized in arson, robbery, and murder. When they wanted to loot the city's merchants, they didn't bother breaking down doors. They simply set a building on fire, waited for the chaotic volunteer fire brigades to arrive, and then cheerfully looted the surrounding businesses in the confusion. They were joined in their villainy by a homegrown gang of American thugs who called themselves the Hounds. The Hounds were essentially a xenophobic protection racket. They dressed in ridiculous pseudo-military uniforms, paraded through the muddy streets with a drum and fife, and spent their evenings violently attacking the tents of the Chilean, Mexican, and Chinese immigrants, stealing their gold and burning their belongings under the guise of American patriotism. The city government was a spectacular corrupt joke. The politicians were mostly in the pockets of the gambling bosses. The judges were routinely bribed, and the small police force was vastly outnumbered by the criminals they were supposed to be arresting. A man could be murdered in broad daylight on Montgomery Street, and the killer would be back at the faro tables by dinner time, completely unbothered by the law. San Francisco was a glorious, filthy, wildly wealthy, and entirely lawless contradiction. It was a place where a glass of water cost more than a glass of whiskey, where the rats were the size of small dogs, and where a man's worth was measured entirely by the weight of the gold dust in his leather pouch. It was a city that should have collapsed under the weight of its own magnificent depravity. But a society can only tolerate so much chaos before the pendulum violently swings in the other direction. The honest merchants and the decent citizens, tired of watching their city burn and their neighbors being murdered by thugs from Australia and New York, were beginning to realize that if the government wouldn't hang the criminals, they were going to have to buy the rope and do the job themselves. The era of the San Francisco Sourdoughs was reaching its bloody climax. The wild party was about to be crashed by a group of grim, unsmiling men who called themselves the Vigilance Committee, and the streets were about to experience a very sudden, very terminal brand of frontier justice. Chapter 16, Vigilantes and Villains, when the citizens took the law into their own hands and usually made a mess of it. If you were to take 1,000 perfectly respectable, church-going, tax-paying gentlemen from the civilized parlors of the East Coast, strip them of their wives, their mothers, and their local sheriffs, and drop them into a muddy ravine filled with unimaginable, easily accessible wealth, you would witness a profound miracle of human nature. Within roughly 3 weeks, these pillars of society would revert to a state of absolute, unwashed barbarism, settling their property disputes with heavy rocks and communicating primarily through creative profanity. This is the great, unspoken truth of the California gold rush. Civilization is an exceedingly fragile coat of paint, and the yellow fever acts as a spectacular, highly efficient chemical stripper. By the early 1850s, the great booming metropolis of San Francisco had a rather severe problem. It possessed absolutely all the trappings of a modern city: banks, hotels, newspapers, and saloons, but it entirely lacked a functional system of justice. Now, on paper, San Francisco had a government. They had a mayor, an elected board of aldermen, a police force, and a roster of judges. But this government operated with the moral compass of a starving hyena in a butcher shop. The politicians were almost exclusively in the deep, well-lined pockets of the gambling syndicate bosses. The police force was spectacularly underpaid, vastly outnumbered, and generally preferred to look the other way, provided someone slipped a gold eagle into their palm. Even if, by some miraculous accident, a criminal was actually arrested, the justice system was a farce that belonged in a traveling comedy troupe. The judges could be reliably bought for the price of a decent imported cigar. Professional alibi witnesses loitered outside the courthouses, willing to swear on a stack of Bibles that the accused was having tea with his grandmother at the exact moment he was allegedly stabbing a man in a dark alley. And if a jury actually managed to convict a villain, the city's infrastructure provided the final punchline. The early San Francisco jails were constructed primarily of canvas and cheap, rotting pine boards. Locking a hardened criminal in a canvas tent and expecting him to stay there is an exercise in profound, tragic optimism. A prisoner who grew tired of the food would simply take out his pocket knife, cut a slit in the back wall of his cell, and wander over to the nearest saloon for a drink. This chaotic, entirely unregulated environment was an absolute paradise for the predators. As I mentioned in the previous chapter, the Sydney Ducks, the hardened ex-convicts from the Australian penal colonies, were burning the city down with terrifying regularity just so they could loot the smoking ruins. Murders on the muddy streets were so common they barely warranted a paragraph in the morning papers. The honest, hard-working merchants of the city, the men who actually owned the buildings that kept catching fire, finally reached their breaking point in the summer of 1851. They realized a terrifying fundamental truth. When the law becomes nothing more than a shield for the lawless, a polite society has to buy a rope. The spark that lit the powder keg was provided once again by our old friend Samuel Brannan. You will recall Brannan as the opportunistic merchant who walked the streets waving a bottle of gold dust, thereby emptying the city and cornering the market on shovels. By 1851, Brannan was arguably the richest man in California. He was also a man who possessed a spectacular, booming voice, an absolute lack of restraint, and a terrifying talent for whipping a crowd of angry men into a murderous frenzy. In June of that year, a particularly bold Sydney duck named John Jenkins casually strolled into a merchant store, picked up a heavy iron safe containing a small fortune, threw it into a stolen rowboat, and attempted to row out into the bay. He was caught by a group of citizens before he could make his watery escape. Normally, Jenkins would have been handed over to the corrupt police, released on bail provided by his underworld friends, and back on the street by dinner. But Sam Brannan had had enough. Brannan gathered roughly 200 of the most prominent wealthy businessmen in the city. They locked themselves in a room and officially formed the first Committee of Vigilance. They drafted a majestic, righteous document declaring that since the law had failed them, they were now the law. They essentially formed a massive, highly organized corporate lynch mob. That night, the deep, ominous bell of the monumental fire engine company began to toll. It wasn't ringing the rapid, frantic rhythm of a fire alarm. It was ringing a slow, deliberate, terrifying knell. It was the signal. Thousands of citizens poured into Portsmouth Square. The Vigilance Committee bypassed the courts entirely. They hauled John Jenkins to the plaza, conducted a lightning-fast trial that possessed all the legal rigor of a tavern argument, and pronounced him guilty. The local authorities, suddenly realizing they were completely irrelevant, made a half-hearted attempt to intervene. A judge stepped forward and demanded the mob hand over the prisoner to the proper legal channels. Sam Brannan, standing on a makeshift platform, looked at the judge, looked at the roaring crowd, and shouted, "Let every honest man lay his hand upon the rope." The crowd roared. They threw the rope over the wooden beam of an old adobe building at the edge of the square. John Jenkins, who was smoking a cigar and maintaining a rather impressive bravado right up until the sudden, violent end, was hoisted into the midnight air. The Committee of Vigilance did not stop with Jenkins. For the next several months, they essentially ran San Francisco as an absolute, heavily armed dictatorship. They patrolled the streets. They banished suspected criminals by forcing them onto ships at gunpoint, and they hung 3 more men to make absolutely sure the Sydney Ducks got the message. It was a brutally effective campaign. The crime rate plummeted. The thugs fled into the countryside, and the citizens patted themselves on the back for saving civilization. Having accomplished their goal, the committee voluntarily disbanded, handed the keys to the city back to the politicians, and went back to their counting houses. This, of course, was a spectacular mistake. You can never truly cure a corrupt politician by giving him a brief vacation. As soon as the vigilantes put their ropes away, the political machine of San Francisco immediately went back to work, stealing everything that wasn't nailed to the floorboards. By 1856, the corruption had reached a level of sophisticated, mechanical perfection. Elections in San Francisco were no longer decided by the voters. They were decided by the carpenters. The political bosses invented the stuffer ballot box, a magnificent piece of fraudulent engineering featuring a false bottom. Before the polls even opened, the bosses would preload the false bottom with hundreds of counterfeit ballots favoring their chosen cronies. When the votes were counted, the false bottom was sprung, and a man who couldn't get a dog to follow him down the street was suddenly elected city treasurer by a landslide. The citizens were grumbling again, but they needed a martyr to properly light the fuse. They found one in a crusading newspaper editor named James King of William. James King, who appended "of William" to his name simply to distinguish himself from all the other James Kings wandering the earth, published the daily evening bulletin. King possessed a sharp pen, a profound hatred of corruption, and absolutely zero instinct for self-preservation. Day after day, he printed blistering, highly accurate editorials exposing the election frauds, the bribed judges, and the criminal pasts of the city's leading politicians. One of his favorite targets was a city supervisor named James P. Casey, a man who had famously stuffed a ballot box to win an election in a district where he didn't even live. King published the highly inconvenient fact that Casey had previously served time in New York's infamous Sing Sing prison. In the 19th century, if you insulted a politician in print, the politician generally did not sue you for libel. He simply walked up to you on the street and shot you. On a foggy afternoon in May 1856, James P. Casey intercepted James King of William at the corner of Montgomery and Washington streets. Casey drew a Navy revolver, shouted a brief, incomprehensible warning, and shot the unarmed editor squarely in the chest. Casey then immediately ran to the city jail and locked himself inside. He wasn't doing this to surrender. He was doing it for his own protection, knowing that his corrupt friends in the police department would keep him perfectly safe from the mob. When James King of William died of his wounds, a few days later, the city of San Francisco completely, utterly exploded. The bell of the Monumental Fire Company tolled once again, but this time it wasn't a small mob of angry merchants answering the call. It was a standing army. The Second Committee of Vigilance was formed under the leadership of a stern, unsmiling merchant named William T. Coleman. Within a week, the committee had enrolled nearly 6,000 armed men. They divided themselves into military companies, elected officers, and dragged heavy artillery pieces through the muddy streets. They seized a large, sturdy brick building on Sacramento Street to serve as their headquarters. To fortify it against any counterattack from the terrified state militia, they stacked massive walls of sandbags all around the perimeter, earning the imposing fortress the nickname Fort Gunnybags. They even mounted a cannon on the roof, pointing it directly down the street. On a quiet Sunday morning, 3,000 heavily armed vigilantes marched in perfect military formation to the city jail. They wheeled a brass cannon up to the heavy wooden doors and loaded it with grape shot. A man stepped forward with a lit match and stood by the fuse. William Coleman took out his pocket watch, looked at the terrified sheriff standing on the roof of the jail, and politely gave him exactly 5 minutes to hand over James P. Casey, or they would blow the building into matchsticks. The sheriff, who was corrupt but not suicidal, happily unlocked the doors. The vigilantes took Casey, along with another convicted murderer named Charles Cora, and marched them back to Fort Gunnybags. After another lightning-fast tribunal, they built a wooden platform jutting out from the second-story windows of their own headquarters. As the funeral procession for the martyred James King of William wound its solemn way through the streets of San Francisco, the thousands of citizens following the coffin looked up. There, swinging silently from the beams of Fort Gunnybags, were the bodies of James P. Casey and Charles Cora. The 1856 Committee of Vigilance remained in absolute control of San Francisco for 3 full months. They hung 2 more men, deported dozens of corrupt politicians and criminals, and entirely dismantled the political machine. When they finally decided their work was done, they held a massive, triumphant parade through the streets, laid down their rifles, and officially returned the city to democratic rule. To this day, historians sit in quiet libraries and argue over the legacy of the San Francisco vigilantes. The romantics call them heroes, brave citizens who stepped up to save their city from the grip of absolute evil. The lawyers and the judges naturally call them a terrifying mob of murderers who trampled on the United States Constitution and set a dangerous precedent for mob rule. In truth, they were both. They were a magnificent, horrifying, entirely American contradiction. They proved that when a civilized society is pushed into the mud, it will eventually rise up and demand justice. But they also proved that the very moment a citizen picks up a rope and decides he is above the law, he becomes the exact same breed of monster he is trying to hang. Part 5. The Iron and the Ink. Chapter 17. The Pony Express. 10 Days of Terror for $1 an ounce. If you were a man living in the Golden State in the late 1850s, you possessed a rather unique, highly frustrating relationship with the concept of time. You were living in a place that produced more wealth in a single afternoon than most European nations produced in a fiscal year, yet you were entirely hopelessly disconnected from the rest of the civilized planet. California was geographically attached to the North American continent, but practically speaking, it might as well have been located on the dark side of the moon. If a miner in Hangtown wished to send a letter to his dear, gray-haired mother in Ohio, he had two choices. He could entrust it to a sailing ship, which would carry it down the coast of South America, around the terrifying gales of Cape Horn, and back up the Atlantic, a journey that took roughly 6 months, provided the ship didn't sink. Alternatively, he could hand it to the Butterfield Overland Mail stagecoach, which took a massive horseshoe-shaped detour through the deserts of the Southwest and Texas, taking nearly a month to reach Missouri. This agonizing delay produced a spectacular comedic lag in human correspondence. A young man could send a passionate, tear-stained letter begging his sweetheart to marry him, and by the time her polite refusal arrived in California a year later, the young man had already made a fortune, gone entirely broke, married a saloon girl, and died of cholera. Furthermore, as the dark, threatening clouds of the American Civil War began to gather back east, the citizens of California were desperate for news. They were reading about political crises that had been resolved or had erupted into violence 4 weeks before the newspaper even reached their hands. The people demanded speed. They demanded a miracle. And what they got was a magnificent, spectacularly foolish, and ultimately ruinous enterprise known as the Pony Express. The whole grand delusion was dreamed up by a freighting firm called Russell, Majors, and Waddell. These men were not idealists. They were businessmen who looked at the agonizingly slow mail routes and saw a lucrative government contract waiting to be stolen. They proposed a solution that was entirely bereft of mechanical innovation. They didn't propose building a railroad, nor did they propose digging a canal. They proposed tying a leather bag of mail to the back of a fast horse, pointing the animal west, and having a young boy ride it as if the devil himself were chasing them across 2,000 miles of hostile wilderness. They boldly promised to deliver the mail from St. Joseph, Missouri, to Sacramento, California, in exactly 10 days, to the sensible, rational minds of the era. This was the sort of magnificent lunatic idea that only makes sense to a man who has looked at a map on a comfortable table but never actually attempted to walk across the territory it depicts. The route went straight through the Great Plains, straight over the brutal Rocky Mountains, across the sun-blasted hellscape of the Great Basin Desert, and over the towering granite wall of the Sierra Nevada. It was a geography perfectly designed by nature to kill horses and the men who rode them. But Russell, Majors, and Waddell were undeterred by the minor inconvenience of impossible geography. They possessed capital, and they spent it like water. In roughly 2 months, they built 190 relay stations across the wilderness, spaced roughly 10 to 15 miles apart. They purchased 400 of the fastest, toughest, most foul-tempered horses they could find. And then they had to find the riders. The advertisement they allegedly placed in the newspapers is perhaps the most brutally honest piece of corporate recruitment in American history. It read, "Wanted, young, skinny, wiry fellows not over 18, must be expert riders, willing to risk death daily, orphans preferred." Orphans preferred? It is a phrase that perfectly encapsulates the absolute terrifying reality of the job. The company did not want men with wives, children, or complicated legal estates. They wanted young, lightweight boys who possessed a surplus of reckless courage and a severe, almost fatal deficit of common sense. The mechanics of the Pony Express were designed around one absolute, unforgiving God: speed. Every single ounce of weight was meticulously calculated and ruthlessly eliminated. The riders were essentially jockeys. They could not weigh more than 125 pounds. They did not ride in heavy, comfortable Western saddles. They rode on a specially designed stripped-down skeleton saddle. They were entirely forbidden from carrying extra clothing, blankets, or heavy canteens. Even weapons were deemed too heavy. A rider might carry a single, lightweight Colt revolver to fend off a war party of understandably irritable Native Americans, but many threw even the gun away to save a few pounds, relying entirely on the speed of their horse to save their own scalps. The mail itself was carried in a mochila, a square leather blanket with 4 locked pouches sewn into the corners, designed to be thrown instantly over the saddle horn. The relay system operated with the frantic, terrifying efficiency of a sinking ship. A rider would approach a station in the middle of the desert at a full, desperate gallop. The station master, who had seen the cloud of dust approaching, would already be standing outside holding a fresh, saddled, highly caffeinated horse. The rider would rein in, leap off his exhausted, lathered animal before it had even completely stopped, grab the mochila, throw it over the saddle of the fresh horse, leap onto its back, and take off again. The entire transfer took exactly 2 minutes. There was no time for idle chatter, no time for a hot meal, and certainly no time to complain about the weather. A single rider was expected to cover roughly 75 miles in a shift, changing horses every 10 miles, riding through blinding blizzards, torrential rain, and the blistering heat of the alkali flats. I myself had the distinct, awe-inspiring privilege of witnessing one of these desert phantoms while rattling across the sagebrush in an overland stagecoach. We were lumbering along, choking on our own dust, moving at the miserable, bone-rattling pace of a dying turtle. Suddenly, the driver shouted a warning. Far ahead, a tiny black speck appeared on the shimmering horizon. It grew larger with terrifying speed, resolving into the shape of a horse and a rider stretched out flat against the animal's neck. They did not approach us. They swept past us. There was a sudden, violent rushing sound, a blur of flying hooves, a fleeting glimpse of a pale, dirt-streaked face under a slouch hat, and a momentary cheer from our stagecoach. And then, As quickly as he had arrived, the rider vanished over the next hill, swallowed by the vast, empty distance. He was a piece of pure, distilled kinetic energy, a flesh-and-blood telegraph message tearing across the continent. But for all its magnificent, breathtaking romance, the Pony Express was a spectacular, unmitigated financial disaster. The cost of maintaining 190 stations in the middle of a barren wasteland, feeding the horses and paying the riders, was astronomical. To offset these costs, the postage was set at a price that would make a modern man weep. In the beginning, it cost $5 to send a single half-ounce letter. $5 in 1860 was the equivalent of roughly a week and a half's wages for a skilled carpenter. If a miner in California wished to send a 2-page love letter to a girl in New York, he essentially had to mortgage a small piece of his claim to pay the postage. The company bled money from the very first day. The founders went entirely bankrupt, losing hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the true assassin of the Pony Express was not the weather, the hostile tribes, or the staggering debt. The assassin was a wooden pole and a thin piece of copper wire. Even as the daring young boys were risking their necks galloping across the plains, crews of men were slowly, steadily marching right behind them, planting tall wooden poles in the dirt and stringing the first transcontinental telegraph line. The riders of the Pony Express would wave as they galloped past the construction crews, completely aware that the men digging the post holes were actively digging the grave of their entire profession. On October 24, 1861, the telegraph wires coming from the East Coast and the West Coast were finally spliced together in Salt Lake City. A man sitting in a comfortable chair in San Francisco tapped a metal key, and a fraction of a second later, a man sitting in a comfortable chair in Washington, D.C., read the message. The speed of a horse, no matter how magnificent, had been definitively conquered by the speed of lightning. 2 days later, the Pony Express officially announced it was closing its doors forever. It had lasted exactly 18 months. In the grand, sprawling timeline of human history, 18 months is nothing. A mere blink of an eye, a sneeze in a hurricane. It was a business failure of the most spectacular, ruinous order. Yet the Pony Express achieved something entirely immune to the cold logic of ledgers and bankruptcy courts. It permanently cemented itself into the mythology of the American West. It proved that the vast, terrifying continent could be conquered not just by heavy wagons, but by sheer, unbreakable human willpower and speed. It was the last great romantic gasp of the flesh and blood frontier, a brief, shining moment when the salvation of a disconnected state relied entirely on the courage of a skinny orphan and the heart of a half-wild Mustang, right before the iron and the electricity arrived to change the world forever. Chapter 18. The Big Four. Huntington, Hopkins, Stanford, and Crocker, the railroad kings who owned the state. If a man wishes to orchestrate a minor, highly localized swindle, say stealing a neighbor's prized hog or selling a blind mule to a traveling preacher, he generally requires the cover of darkness, a quiet pair of boots, and a fast horse for the inevitable getaway. But if a man's ambitions are truly grand, if he wishes to steal an entire state, entirely subjugate its economy, and legally rob the federal treasury of millions of dollars in broad daylight, he does not need a mask or a gun. He merely needs to incorporate a railroad. By the early 1860s, California was suffering from an acute case of geographical claustrophobia. The Pony Express and the telegraph had proven that information could cross the continent, but you could not send a heavy mining stamp mill, a crate of fine French champagne, or a visiting mother-in-law over a copper wire. The state desperately needed a transcontinental railroad to bridge the agonizing 2,000-mile gap of wilderness between the Missouri River and the Pacific Ocean. The primary obstacle to this magnificent dream was the Sierra Nevada. Building a railroad across a flat prairie is an exercise in tedious geometry. Building a railroad over a towering vertical wall of solid granite that regularly buries itself under 40 feet of snow is an exercise in absolute, unadulterated lunacy. Enter a young, brilliant, and entirely obsessed engineer named Theodore Judah. Judah was a man who looked at a mountain and took it as a personal insult. He was afflicted with a glorious, consuming vision of an iron road spanning the continent. He spent his summers scrambling up and down the treacherous canyons of the Sierras like a mountain goat with a transit level, searching for a navigable grade. He eventually found a viable path through the infamous Donner Pass, the very same pass where the pioneers of '46 had met their gruesome end. But Judah, possessed of an engineer's intellect and a dreamer's empty wallet, lacked the one thing required to blast a hole through a mountain: capital. He needed money, and he needed it desperately. In the winter of 1860, Judah held a meeting in a dusty, dimly lit room above a hardware store in Sacramento, attempting to pitch his grand vision to the local merchants. The wealthy capitalists of San Francisco had already laughed him out of their offices, dismissing his mountain railroad as a highly expensive suicide pact. But the shopkeepers in Sacramento, tired of paying exorbitant shipping rates to the San Francisco monopolies, were slightly more receptive. 4 men sat in that room and listened to the fanatic engineer. History, possessing a magnificent flair for dramatic titles, remembers them as the Big Four. To look at them, you would not suspect you were looking at the future emperors of the Pacific. They were not titans of industry. They were not seasoned railroad men. They were a quartet of highly ambitious middle-aged merchants who had made comfortable fortunes not by digging for gold, but by selling shovels and nails to the men who did. First, there was Leland Stanford, a wholesale grocer who possessed a magnificent, profound vanity, a very large waistline, and an insatiable hunger for political office. He was the pompous, polished figurehead of the operation, destined to become the governor of California, and the public face of the enterprise, largely because he looked the most like a marble statue when standing still. Second was Collis P. Huntington, a hardware merchant whose moral compass was permanently glued pointing toward the dollar sign. Huntington was the ruthless, calculating brain of the outfit. He possessed the terrifying ability to look a man dead in the eye, shake his hand, and simultaneously figure out how to legally steal his watch. Third was Mark Hopkins, Huntington's business partner. Hopkins was a thin, frail, perpetually nervous man who ate almost nothing and possessed the soul of an accountant. He scrutinized every single penny that went in and out of the company ledger with the intense, suspicious glare of a hawk watching a field mouse. If you asked Mark Hopkins for the time of day, he would likely charge you a depreciation fee on his pocket watch. Finally, there was Charles Crocker, a massive, boisterous, bull-necked, dry goods merchant weighing over 250 pounds. Crocker possessed a voice that could shatter glass and an absolute unshakable confidence in his own ability to bully other men into moving heavy objects. He would become the muscle, the driving force of the actual construction. These 4 Sacramento shopkeepers pooled their resources, tossed a few $1,000s onto the table, and formally incorporated the Central Pacific Railroad. Theodore Judah was thrilled. He packed his blueprints, boarded a ship, and rushed to Washington, D.C. In 1862, aided by the absence of the Southern senators who had seceded for the Civil War, Judah successfully lobbied Congress to pass the Pacific Railroad Act. The federal government essentially handed the Big Four a blank check. For every mile of track laid, the government would loan the company between $16,000 for flat land and $48,000 for mountainous terrain, plus massive tracts of free public land on either side of the tracks. It was an arrangement perfectly designed to breed spectacular corruption, and the Sacramento hardware merchants did not disappoint. The Big Four immediately realized that the true money wasn't in running a railroad. The money was in building it. They cleverly formed a separate construction company entirely owned by themselves, and then awarded themselves the exclusive, highly inflated contract to build their own railroad. It was a masterpiece of corporate swindling. They were essentially taking government money out of their right pocket, adding a 40% markup, and placing it into their left pocket, entirely legally. Theodore Judah, who possessed the fatal flaw of actual personal integrity, was horrified by this blatant profiteering. He confronted his partners, threatening to expose their financial shell game. In response, the Big Four smoothly, ruthlessly boxed the brilliant engineer out of his own company. Judah, defeated and betrayed, sailed back east to find new investors to buy out the merchants. Truncating a tragic story, he caught yellow fever crossing the Isthmus of Panama and died before he even reached New York. The visionary who had dreamed the road, mapped the passes, and secured the federal funding was unceremoniously buried and forgotten. The 4 men who sold nails inherited the empire. With the federal money flowing and Judah out of the way, Charles Crocker took charge of the construction. He started laying track east from Sacramento, aiming for the foothills. But Crocker almost immediately ran into a paralyzing labor shortage. The traditional workforce for heavy construction in America consisted of newly arrived Irish immigrants. But in California, whenever a rumor of a new silver strike in Nevada floated down the mountains, the Irish laborers would promptly drop their picks, tell Crocker exactly where he could shove his railroad, and rush off to get rich. Even when they did stay, they demanded higher wages and shorter hours. Crocker, frustrated and desperate to keep the federal loans coming, made a suggestion that initially horrified his partners. He proposed hiring the Chinese. At the time, the Chinese immigrants in California were violently despised, relegated to the worst mining claims, and universally mocked as physically frail men who drank too much tea. But Crocker, who cared nothing for racial politics and everything for cheap, reliable labor, insisted. "They built the Great Wall of China, didn't they?" he reportedly barked. "They can build a damn railroad." He hired a crew of 50 Chinese men as an experiment. They arrived in the morning, quietly picked up their tools, and proceeded to work with a synchronized, terrifying efficiency that left the remaining Irish crews staring in stunned silence. The experiment was an overwhelming success. Crocker immediately sent agents to the docks of San Francisco and across the Pacific to the Pearl River Delta, recruiting thousands upon thousands of young Chinese men. At the peak of construction, over 12,000 Chinese laborers were employed by the Central Pacific, comprising nearly 90% of the workforce. These men were the true unacknowledged heroes of the Transcontinental Railroad. They were paid less than the white laborers, and they had to pay for their own food and tents, but their endurance was absolutely superhuman. They faced the towering, unforgiving granite wall of the Sierra Nevada. There were no steam shovels. There were no bulldozers. Every single inch of the roadbed had to be carved by hand, using nothing but black powder, pickaxes, and muscle. In the winter, when the Sierras unleashed storms that dumped 40 feet of snow, the Chinese laborers did not stop. They lived and worked entirely under the snowpack, digging an intricate network of ice tunnels just to reach the rock face. They froze to death in avalanches, their bodies not discovered until the spring thaw revealed them still clutching their shovels. When they reached Cape Horn, a terrifying sheer vertical cliff of solid granite dropping 2,000 feet into the American River Gorge, Crocker couldn't figure out how to blast a ledge. The Chinese laborers, drawing on ancient techniques from their homeland, wove large baskets out of reeds. They were lowered over the terrifying precipice by ropes dangling hundreds of feet in the air. Hanging in these fragile baskets, they would painstakingly hand-drill holes into the sheer granite face, pack the holes with black powder, light the fuses, and then frantically signal to be hauled up before the cliff face exploded in a shower of deadly rock. Eventually, black powder wasn't fast enough for the impatient Big Four. They brought in a terrifying new chemical invention called nitroglycerin. It was a highly unstable liquid that possessed a nasty habit of detonating if it was dropped, sneezed upon, or looked at with a bad attitude. The Chinese workers handled the liquid death, blasting the summit tunnel through solid rock at an agonizing pace of 8 inches a day. They conquered the mountain. They laid the iron road over the very summits that had killed the pioneers. They endured the heat, the blizzards, the explosions, and the brutal, driving whip of Charles Crocker. And as the tracks finally crested the Sierras and began to snake their way down into the Nevada desert, the Central Pacific was no longer just a construction project. It was an unstoppable, roaring iron monster, and it was racing eastward to meet its rival, the Union Pacific, in a desperate, highly lucrative contest to lay the most track before the two lines collided. The shopkeepers from Sacramento were no longer selling shovels. They were building an empire, and the entire state of California was about to become their private, highly profitable fiefdom. Chapter 19. The Golden Spike, joining the East to the West and making the wagon train a memory. If there is a single undeniable engine that has driven the progress of the civilized world, it is not the steam boiler, nor the printing press, nor the electric battery. It is the profound, unstoppable energy generated by two men desperately trying to legally steal from the same pot of government money. The Pacific Railroad Act had authorized two companies to build the transcontinental line. From the east, starting in Omaha, Nebraska, the Union Pacific was building west. From the west, starting in Sacramento, our old friends the Big Four and their Central Pacific were building east. The federal government, possessing a magnificent lack of foresight, had made a slight, catastrophic error in the wording of the legislation. They had promised to pay the companies by the mile, handing out massive land grants and huge federal loans for every inch of track laid. However, they had entirely forgotten to specify exactly where the two railroads were actually supposed to meet. To a pair of highly ambitious, morally flexible railroad corporations, this was not an oversight. It was a blank check signed by the Almighty himself. It transformed a construction project into a feverish, continent-spanning foot race, where the prize for coming in first was essentially the keys to the United States Treasury. The Union Pacific was run by a man named Thomas Clark Durant. Durant was a medical doctor who had long ago realized that curing the sick paid considerably less than manipulating the stock market. If Collis P. Huntington of the Central Pacific was a shark, Thomas Durant was a giant squid, extending his tentacles into every conceivable corner of political bribery and financial fraud. Durant hired thousands of Irish immigrants, Civil War veterans, and freedmen to lay his iron across the Great Plains. Wherever his track layers went, a massive traveling circus of vice followed close behind. It was a movable, canvas-tinted city of saloons, gambling halls, and brothels affectionately known as Hell on Wheels. The Union Pacific workers would lay track 6 days a week, and on Saturday night, the residents of Hell on Wheels would enthusiastically relieve them of every single dime they had earned. Meanwhile, coming down out of the brutal Sierra Nevada, Charles Crocker and his army of Chinese laborers were finally hitting the flat, open expanse of the Nevada desert. After spending years blasting through solid granite an inch at a time, laying track on the flat alkali plains felt like a holiday. Crocker pushed his men to a terrifying, relentless pace. In one legendary caffeine-fueled display of industrial bravado, the Chinese and Irish crews of the Central Pacific laid a staggering 10 miles of track in a single day, a record that stands unbroken to this very hour, largely because modern unions rightly frown upon working men until their boots fall off. By the spring of 1869, the two massive iron serpents were slithering through the desolate sagebrush of the Utah Territory, heading directly toward one another. Any sensible person would assume that when the two grading crews finally saw each other in the distance, they would politely shake hands, connect the iron rails, pop a cork on a bottle of cheap champagne, and declare the job finished. But you must remember, they were getting paid by the mile. Connecting the rails meant the federal gravy train would come to a sudden, screeching halt. So they didn't meet. They entirely ignored each other. The Central Pacific grading crews kept digging their roadbed eastward. The Union Pacific grading crews kept digging their roadbed westward. They passed each other right there in the Utah desert. For over 200 miles, they constructed parallel railroad grades, sometimes barely a stone's throw apart. They were essentially plowing up the desert purely for the sake of handing the government a bill for the dirt. The rivalry between the two crews descended from corporate greed into outright explosive hostility. The Union Pacific's Irish blasters, working on a grade slightly above the Central Pacific's Chinese workers, developed a nasty habit of lighting heavy charges of black powder and accidentally forgetting to yell a warning, showering the Chinese laborers with lethal boulders. The Chinese, possessing a deep cultural appreciation for the mechanics of gunpowder, did not complain to the local authorities. A few days later, they quietly set their own massive explosive charge beneath a rock overhang, waited for the Union Pacific crew to wander into the blast radius, and detonated it. The Irish suddenly developed a much more profound respect for safety protocols, and the accidental bombings ceased immediately. Eventually, the politicians in Washington, D.C. looked at the map, looked at the horrifying drain on the federal treasury, and realized they were funding a massive parallel ditch-digging operation. Congress finally stepped in, slammed a fist on the mahogany desk, and legally mandated that the two railroads must join at a desolate, wind-swept pimple on the face of the earth, called Promontory Summit. The date for the grand wedding of the rails was set for May 8, 1869. Leland Stanford, the pompous, heavily bearded president of the Central Pacific, boarded his lavish private train car in Sacramento and rode out to Utah in a state of high majesty. He brought with him cases of fine wine, a catered buffet, and a magnificent ceremonial spike forged from pure California gold, donated by a wealthy San Francisco contractor. Stanford arrived at Promontory on time, ready to accept the adoration of the entire nation. Thomas Durant, the vice president of the Union Pacific, did not arrive on time. Durant had boarded his own luxurious train in Wyoming, intent on matching Stanford's glorious entrance. Unfortunately for Durant, he had made a slight tactical error that is generally fatal in the contracting business. He had forgotten to pay his workers. When Durant's private train rolled into Piedmont, Wyoming, it was suddenly surrounded by a mob of 400 furious, heavily armed railroad tie cutters who hadn't seen a paycheck in 3 months. The unpaid workers chained the locomotive to the tracks, essentially kidnapping one of the richest men in America, and politely informed him that he could go to his fancy party in Utah just as soon as they received their back pay in hard currency. It took 2 days for Durant to frantically wire New York, scrape together the cash, and ransom himself from his own employees. Consequently, the grand ceremony was delayed until May 10th. Promontory Summit was not a grand romantic location. It was a miserable, dusty bowl of sagebrush, devoid of water, trees, or aesthetic charm. But on that brisk Monday morning, it became the absolute center of the universe. 2 magnificent steam locomotives faced each other across a single missing tie. The Central Pacific's Jupiter, a wood burner with a magnificent flared smokestack, and the Union Pacific's number 119, a sleek coal burner. A crowd of roughly 1,000 people gathered around the tracks. There were politicians in silk hats, army officers in full uniform, saloon keepers, gamblers, and the rugged, exhausted laborers, Chinese, Irish, and German, who had actually bled to build the thing. The entire nation was holding its breath. The telegraph wires had been connected directly to the site, allowing operators all over the country to listen in. It was the first live nationwide media broadcast in history. A special tie made of polished California laurel wood was laid down. Holes had been pre-drilled in the wood because gold is entirely too soft a metal to actually be driven with a hammer. If you hit a solid gold spike with a heavy iron sledge, you do not drive it into the wood. You simply smash it into a very expensive, misshapen pancake. The golden spike was gently dropped into the pre-drilled hole. A telegraph wire was wrapped around a heavy silver sledgehammer, and another wire was attached to the iron rail. so that when the hammer struck the spike, it would complete the electrical circuit and send a sharp click across the continent. The telegraph operator tapped out the message to a waiting nation. Almost ready. Hats off. Prayer is being offered. The crowd hushed. The prayer was said. Leland Stanford, possessing the majestic, ponderous dignity of a Roman emperor, stepped forward. He stripped off his heavy coat. He took the heavy silver sledgehammer in his hands. He took a wide, athletic stance. He raised the hammer high above his head, aiming for the golden head of the spike, prepared to strike the final blow that would mathematically and permanently unite the United States of America. He swung the hammer with all his might. He completely, spectacularly missed the spike. The heavy silver hammer whipped through the empty air and slammed loudly into the wooden tie, completely bypassing the gold. It was a glorious, profound, athletic failure witnessed by 1,000 people. But the telegraph operator, who possessed vastly more common sense than the politicians, didn't want to ruin the magic of the moment for the entire country. When Stanford's hammer hit the wood, the operator simply tapped his own key, sending the electric signal across the continent anyway. In San Francisco, a heavy cannon at Fort Point fired. In Washington, D.C., a cheering crowd threw their hats into the air. In Philadelphia, the Liberty Bell was rung. Back in Utah, Thomas Durant, perhaps nursing a severe headache from his recent kidnapping, stepped up to take his swing. He raised the hammer, swung with all his might, and he missed the spike too, striking the iron rail instead. Eventually, a regular anonymous track worker, presumably tired of watching wealthy men completely fail at manual labor, quietly stepped forward with a standard iron hammer and drove a standard iron spike into the wood, securing the rail. The telegraph tapped out a single glorious word, "Done." And just like that, the world was entirely, irreversibly changed. The agonizing, 6-month, bone-rattling, scurvy-inducing, cannibalism-threatening journey of the covered wagon was instantly rendered obsolete. You no longer had to eat your mules in the Nevada desert. You no longer had to fear dying of cholera on the Platte River. A civilized gentleman could now purchase a ticket at New York, board a luxurious Pullman palace car, eat fresh oysters in the dining car, sleep on a plush feather mattress, and step off onto the sunny platforms of California exactly 1 week later, with his greatest complaint being that the porter was slightly slow in delivering his morning coffee. The great iron spine of the continent had been built. The East and the West were finally permanently shackled together, but the citizens of California, who were currently cheering in the streets of San Francisco, had not yet realized the true, terrifying cost of their salvation. They had invited the railroad in to save them from isolation, but they had effectively handed the keys of their state directly to Leland Stanford, Collis Huntington, Charles Crocker, and Mark Hopkins. The Big Four no longer just owned a railroad. They owned the legislature, they owned the shipping rates, and they owned the entire agricultural economy of the West. The Golden State had traded the terrifying tyranny of the Sierra Nevada mountains for the far more efficient, deeply calculated tyranny of the Central Pacific Railroad, and I, having recently arrived in the territory with empty pockets and a head full of bad ideas, was about to step right into the middle of the mess. Chapter 20. My Own Roughing It Days, a brief detour into my time in San Francisco and the Calaveras Frog. It is a general rule of history that whenever a monumental, epoch-defining event occurs, such as the driving of the Golden Spike, the founding of a great metropolis, or the sudden discovery of unimaginable wealth, there is always a small, entirely unheralded fellow, standing somewhere in the background, nursing a mild hangover and wondering how he is going to pay for his next meal. In the grand, sweeping theater of California in the 1860s, that fellow was usually me. Having spent the previous few chapters detailing the majestic exploits of the wealthy, the powerful, and the incredibly corrupt, I feel it is only fair to briefly lower the historical gaze. We must examine the California experience from the perspective of a man whose primary contribution to the Golden State was entirely devoid of iron, gold, or political ambition, and instead relied heavily upon ink, unpaid boarding house bills, and a heavily ballasted amphibian. I had arrived in San Francisco in 1864, having recently crossed the Sierra Nevada from the Nevada Territory. I had gone to Nevada a few years prior with the absolute ironclad conviction that I was going to become a silver baron. I possessed all the necessary requirements for spectacular wealth, save for a knowledge of geology, a willingness to perform manual labor, and a general understanding of basic finance. Having successfully managed to turn several highly promising silver claims into a state of absolute staggering poverty, I decided that the noble profession of journalism was the only refuge left for a man who preferred to sit down while working. San Francisco, during the era of the Civil War, was a city caught in a magnificent, highly entertaining state of transition. It was no longer the muddy, canvas-tinted madhouse of the 49ers, but it had not yet achieved the stuffy, velvet-draped respectability of a proper Victorian metropolis. It was a city of soaring hills, breathtaking ocean vistas, and a wind so aggressively cold and damp that it could successfully freeze the marrow inside the bones of a brass monkey. I secured a position as a local reporter for the San Francisco Morning Call. It was a miserable, soul-crushing job. My daily routine consisted of wandering the steep, wooden-planked streets from the foggy dawn until the foggy midnight, desperately searching for news. News, in those days, generally consisted of a runaway horse, a spirited brawl in a waterfront saloon, or a minor earthquake. Ah, the earthquakes. San Francisco sits upon a geological fault line with the same nervous complacency that a sleeping dog sits upon a coiled rattlesnake. In the autumn of 1865, I experienced a shake that would have convinced a less stubborn populace to pack their bags and move to Ohio. The ground did not merely rumble, it rolled like the deck of a ship in a storm. Chimneys tumbled into the streets like loose teeth, brick walls fractured, and the entire population of the city simultaneously decided that the outdoors was vastly preferable to the indoors. Yet, within an hour, the dust had settled. The merchants were right back to sweeping the debris off their stoops, and the real estate agents were cheerfully explaining to terrified tourists that the massive crack in the pavement was simply a new civic ventilation system. It was a city that required a profound sense of humor simply to survive it. Fortunately, I fell in with a crowd of literary bohemians who possessed humor in spades, largely because we possessed absolutely nothing else. I spent my evenings with writers like Bret Harte and Charles Warren Stoddard. We would gather in cheap, smoky restaurants, eat highly suspect plates of pasta, drink incredibly young, vicious red wine, and ruthlessly critique one another's work while collectively attempting to dodge our creditors. It was a glorious, poverty-stricken existence, but it was abruptly cut short by a minor, highly inconvenient legal misunderstanding. A good friend of mine, a fellow newspaperman with a temper as short as his physical stature, had managed to get himself into a rather enthusiastic altercation in a local tavern. The police, demonstrating a rare and entirely unwelcome burst of efficiency, arrested him. I, possessing a dangerous surplus of loyalty and a severe deficit of cash, provided his bail. When my friend prudently decided that the climate of San Francisco was no longer suitable for his health, and promptly vanished, I was left holding the legal bag. The chief of police began looking at me with a profound, terrifying lack of affection. I decided it was high time to take a sudden, unannounced vacation to the country. I fled to the Sierra Nevada foothills, specifically to the played-out, dilapidated mining camps of Tuolumne and Calaveras counties. The great gold rush was long over. The frantic, roaring crowds of '49 had long since packed up their pans and moved on, leaving behind a landscape that looked as though it had been chewed up and spat out by a giant angry badger. I took refuge in a tiny rotting cabin on Jackass Hill, living with a pocket miner named Jim Gillis. Pocket mining is a form of gold extraction specifically designed to drive a man insane. Instead of washing gravel in a river, a pocket miner wanders the hills looking for a tiny concentrated pocket of gold hidden inside the quartz veins. You can spend 6 months digging a hole through solid rock, entirely convinced you are inches away from a fortune, only to discover a pocket containing exactly 35 cents worth of dust. It is essentially a geographical lottery, with the added benefit of calloused hands and a ruined back. In the winter of '64, it began to rain. It did not rain with the polite, gentle patter of an eastern spring. It rained with the furious, sustained violence of a biblical judgment. We were entirely confined to the drafty cabin, subsisting on a diet of beans, bad coffee, and pure concentrated boredom. To break the sheer monotony of listening to the rain pound against the shingles, we would occasionally trudge through the deep, sticky red mud down to the tavern in the nearby settlement of Angel's Camp. Angel's Camp was a ghost town populated by a few dozen stubborn men who had forgotten how to leave. The tavern was a dim, smoky sanctuary containing a pot-belly stove, a bartender who looked as though he had been carved out of an old piece of driftwood, and a collection of idle men who possessed absolutely nothing to do but sit around the stove, chew tobacco, and lie to one another. It was sitting by that very stove on a particularly dismal, freezing afternoon that I first heard the story. The narrator was a slow-talking, solemn-faced former miner who possessed the magnificent ability to deliver the most absurd, ridiculous falsehoods with the earnest, unsmiling gravity of a man delivering a sermon. He spoke in a mesmerizing, monotonous drawl that could put a hyperactive dog to sleep. He began to tell a sprawling, seemingly pointless story about a local fellow named Jim Smiley. According to the narrator, Smiley was a man possessed by a pathological, incurable disease. He would bet on absolutely anything. He would bet on a horse race, a dog fight, a cat fight, or which of two birds sitting on a fence would fly away first. If there was a camp meeting, Smiley would bet on how long the preacher would speak. But Smiley's greatest point of pride, the narrator solemnly assured me, was a frog. He had caught a perfectly ordinary, unremarkable frog in a local pond, brought it home, and named it Dan'l Webster. Smiley spent 3 solid months doing absolutely nothing but educating that frog. He taught it to catch flies on command, and more importantly, he taught it to jump. According to the story, when Smiley tapped Dan'l Webster on the behind, the frog would launch himself into the air, turning somersaults like a circus acrobat, and land squarely on his feet, ready for the next command. Smiley was so confident in his amphibian athlete that he kept Dan'l in a little lattice box, and would happily bet any stranger in town that his frog could outjump any other frog in Calaveras County. The climax of this ridiculous tale occurred when a stranger finally took the bet. While Smiley ran down to the swamp to catch a competitor frog for the stranger to use, the stranger quietly took hold of Dan'l Webster, pried the frog's mouth open, and filled the poor beast entirely to the brim with quail shot. When Smiley returned and the race was called, the stranger's ordinary frog gave a healthy leap. But Dan'l Webster, the educated marvel, the pride of the county, just sat there on the floorboards. He tried to heave his shoulders, but he was anchored to the earth. As the narrator deadpanned, he was planted as solid as a church, and he couldn't no more stir than if he was anchored out. The stranger took the money and left. When Smiley finally figured out the deceit and turned Dan'l upside down to essentially belch out a handful of lead buckshot, it was too late. Now, on paper, this is not a particularly brilliant piece of literature. It is a crude, rustic anecdote about animal cruelty and petty gambling. But sitting in that freezing tavern, listening to this dreary, unsmiling man spin this ridiculous yarn with absolute solemn sincerity, I found it to be the most magnificent piece of comedic architecture I had ever witnessed. I took a stub of a pencil and scribbled the outline of the story in my notebook. When the rains finally stopped and I managed to sneak back into San Francisco, the police having forgotten my existence, distracted by more pressing crimes, I wrote the story out. I attempted to capture the exact, deadpan, meandering voice of that bartender in Angel's Camp. I called it The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County. I sent it back east to be published in a New York newspaper. I thought absolutely nothing of it. I considered it a minor, disposable piece of frontier fluff, a villainous backwoods sketch, as I called it at the time. The reaction of the American public was completely baffling. The story was reprinted in newspapers from Boston to New Orleans. It crossed the ocean and was translated into French. Suddenly, entirely by accident, I was no longer a poverty-stricken, debt-dodging local reporter, dodging the San Francisco police. I was a recognized humorist. It is the great defining irony of my life in California. Men like Leland Stanford and Charles Crocker spent millions of dollars, blasted through solid granite mountains, and altered the very geography of the continent to make their fortunes. I simply sat by a warm stove, listened to a boring man tell a lie about a frog full of lead, and managed to launch an entire literary career. I eventually left California, sailing eastward to pursue the magnificent, chaotic life that the frog had opened up for me. But I never forgot the lesson of the mother lode. The true gold of the West was rarely found in the riverbeds. It was found in the mud, the saloons, the earthquakes, and the spectacular, ridiculous humanity of the people who had rushed there to find it. But while I was busy sailing away on a literary cloud, the state I left behind was growing up. The canvas tents were being replaced by concrete. the rivers were being tamed, and the age of the rowdy pioneer was giving way to the age of the engineer. The golden mirage was shifting once again, and the next chapter of California's history would not be written with a pickaxe or a pen, but with a slide rule and an unquenchable, terrifying thirst for water. Part 6. Engineering the Dream. Chapter 21. The Water Wars, How Los Angeles Borrowed the Owens Valley and Forgot to Give It Back. There is a fundamental law of physics universally taught in schoolhouses across the globe, which states that water invariably flows downhill. This is true in Europe, it is true in Asia, and it is true in the eastern half of the United States. But in the American West, the laws of physics are routinely suspended by the legislature. Out here, water possesses a miraculous gravity-defying property. It flows uphill straight toward money. If you wish to understand the grand, sprawling, sun-baked empire of modern Southern California, you must first understand its most spectacular and terrifying contradiction. Unlike San Francisco, which was naturally blessed with a magnificent deep-water harbor and regular, miserable, freezing rainfall, Los Angeles had absolutely no business becoming a world-class metropolis. When the Spanish first arrived, it was a dusty, semi-arid basin covered in sagebrush and mustard weed. To call the Los Angeles River a river is an insult to the English language. For 9 months of the year, it was essentially a warm, damp ditch. For the other 3 months, it was a terrifying flash flood that usually rearranged the local geography and drowned a few unlucky cows. Yet, by the dawn of the 20th century, the civic boosters of Los Angeles had decided, through sheer unadulterated arrogance, that they were going to build a paradise. They printed glossy pamphlets showing orange groves and palm trees, and they lured hundreds of thousands of freezing Midwesterners to the coast with the promise of eternal sunshine. The Midwesterners arrived, they bought real estate, they planted lawns, and they immediately expected to take a bath. The city planners looked at the rapidly dropping water table, looked at the pathetic trickle of the local river, and experienced a moment of profound existential panic. Los Angeles was dying of thirst. If they didn't find a new bathtub to drink from, their grand real estate bubble was going to dry up and blow away like a tumbleweed. Enter 2 men who possessed the visionary genius and the flexible morality required to steal a river. The first was Fred Eaton, a former mayor of Los Angeles. Eaton was a smooth-talking, politically connected visionary who possessed the terrifying ability to look at a barren desert and see millions of dollars in subdivided housing tracts. The second was William Mulholland. Mulholland was an Irish immigrant who had arrived in Los Angeles as a young man with a few dollars in his pocket. He started out digging ditches for the local water company. Entirely self-taught, he read mathematics and engineering textbooks by candlelight until he eventually became the supreme, undisputed water czar of Los Angeles. He was a gruff, unsmiling man who did not care for politics, poetry, or polite society. He cared only for concrete, steel pipe, and the movement of liquid. Eaton and Mulholland realized that there was no salvation to be found in the southern deserts, so they looked north. 250 miles north, to be exact, over the Mojave Desert and into the shadow of the towering eastern Sierra Nevada. There, they found the Owens Valley. The Owens Valley was an absolute breathtaking paradise. Fed by the massive, reliable snowmelt of the high Sierras, the valley floor was a lush, green quilt of prosperous apple orchards, alfalfa fields, and thriving cattle ranches. The farmers there were happy, wealthy, and blissfully unaware that a thirsty giant was looking over the mountains, licking its dry lips. To take the water of the Owens River away from the farmers and pipe it to Los Angeles would require a feat of engineering the world had not seen since the days of the Roman Empire. But before they could dig the ditch, they had to secure the legal rights to the water. If Eaton and Mulholland had simply marched into the Owens Valley and announced, "We represent the city of Los Angeles, and we are here to take your river so we can water our golf courses," they would have been promptly shot. Instead, they orchestrated a masterpiece of municipal espionage. Fred Eaton traveled to the Owens Valley posing as a wealthy cattle rancher looking to buy up property. He brought along a representative of the Federal Bureau of Reclamation, a man who actively conspired with Los Angeles to deceive the locals. The farmers of the Owens Valley were told that the land purchases were part of a grand government irrigation project that would benefit local agriculture. Trusting the federal government, which is historically a terrible idea for anyone holding a deed, the farmers happily sold their land and their water rights. Eaton bought miles of river frontage. He bought the dam sites. He bought the valley piece by piece, paying fair prices but dealing entirely in absolute, ruinous deception. Once the ink was dry on the deeds and the water rights were securely locked in a Los Angeles safe, the mask was pulled off. The city gleefully announced its true intentions. They were not building a local irrigation project. They were building an aqueduct, and they were going to drink the Owens River dry. The farmers of the valley were horrified, outraged, and completely outmaneuvered. They appealed to President Theodore Roosevelt, begging him to stop the theft. But Roosevelt, an enthusiastic champion of the greatest good for the greatest number, looked at the math. A few thousand farmers in a remote valley simply could not outweigh the desires of hundreds of thousands of potential voters in Los Angeles. The president sided with the city. The fate of the Owens Valley was sealed. William Mulholland was given a staggering $23 million and an army of men and told to build his river. The construction of the Los Angeles Aqueduct was a brutal, magnificent triumph of human willpower over hostile geography. Mulholland had to drag a river across 233 miles of jagged mountains and blistering alkaline desert. There were no massive electrical pumps to push the water over the hills. Mulholland engineered the entire system to run strictly on gravity. The water would flow from the high Sierras, plunging down through giant steel siphons to cross deep canyons, tunneling through solid granite mountains, and coasting across the flat desert, propelled entirely by the gentle, relentless pull of the earth. He built entire towns in the desert just to house his workers. He brought in legions of mules to haul the massive sections of steel pipe up the sheer cliffs. Men died of heat stroke. They were blown to pieces by premature dynamite blasts, and they were crushed by runaway heavy machinery. But Mulholland drove them on, pacing the construction lines, chewing on a cold cigar, calculating the grade in his head. In the autumn of 1913, the Great Ditch was finally finished. On November 5th, a crowd of over 30,000 people gathered in the San Fernando Valley to witness the arrival of their salvation. The dry concrete cascade was decorated with American flags. The politicians in their finest wool suits stood on a grandstand sweating in the sun and delivering long, flowery speeches about the triumph of civilization and the boundless future of their glorious city. Finally, the signal was given. The gates were turned. A wall of muddy, roaring water, the stolen lifeblood of the eastern Sierras, came crashing down the spillway. The crowd erupted into a deafening, hysterical cheer. When it was his turn to speak, William Mulholland, a man who possessed no talent for public oratory and a deep disdain for politicians, stepped up to the podium. He looked at the rushing water, looked at the cheering crowd, and delivered what is perhaps the greatest, most brutally honest dedication speech in the history of civil engineering. He pointed to the water and said exactly 5 words. "There it is. Take it." And take it they did. The arrival of the water triggered the greatest real estate boom in human history. The San Fernando Valley, which had been a dry, worthless plain, blossomed into an agricultural empire almost overnight. The city annexed the surrounding towns, growing like a well-watered weed until it swallowed the entire basin. But what of the Owens Valley? The story did not end with the cheering crowds. Over the next decade, as Los Angeles grew, its thirst became insatiable. The city began buying up the rest of the water rights, draining the valley tributaries. Owens Lake, a massive ancient body of water that had supported steamboats, began to shrink. By the 1920s, the lush green paradise of the Owens Valley had been turned into a brown, dying husk. The apple orchards withered, the cattle died. Owens Lake dried up completely, leaving behind a massive toxic bed of alkaline dust. When the brutal desert winds howled down the eastern slopes, they picked up the toxic dust and blanketed the remaining towns in choking, blinding white clouds. The farmers of the valley, watching their livelihoods evaporate and their homes turn to dust, finally abandoned the courts and resorted to a more traditional explosive form of frontier negotiation. They bought dynamite. In a period known as the California Water Wars, desperate men took to the desert in the dead of night and blew the Los Angeles aqueduct to pieces. They bombed the steel siphons. They dynamited the concrete channels. They opened the waste gates and let the precious water spill uselessly out into the desert sand. For a brief moment, it was a full-scale civil war. The city of Los Angeles, outraged that its stolen property was being damaged, dispatched trains loaded with heavily armed city detectives, equipped with Thompson submachine guns to patrol the desert and shoot anyone carrying a stick of dynamite. But in the end, a few sticks of blasting powder cannot defeat a municipality equipped with a limitless legal budget. Los Angeles simply repaired the pipes, brought in more guards, and systematically bought out the remaining bankrupt farmers until there was no one left to fight. The Owens Valley was sacrificed on the altar of progress. It stands today as a stark, dusty monument to the terrible cost of the California dream. Los Angeles got its water, its swimming pools, and its sprawling lawns. It became the shining, glittering capital of the 20th century. But the foundation of that glittering empire was poured with stolen water and mixed with the bitter dust of a ruined valley. It is a harsh reminder that in the Golden State, civilization is a very thirsty beast, and if you happen to live next to its water bowl, it is highly advisable to pack your bags and move before it decides to take a drink. Chapter 22, the 1906 Great Shake, San Francisco falling down and getting back up before the dust settled. If there is one defining characteristic of the human race that separates us from the sensible beasts of the field, it is our magnificent, boundless capacity for denial. A cow, if she discovers a particular patch of grass is highly prone to catching fire or sliding into the ocean, will generally move to a different, less exciting patch of grass. A civilized human being, however, will look at that exact same patch of unstable, flaming dirt, build a magnificent 4-story Victorian mansion upon it, and then act profoundly, aggressively insulted when the piano suddenly slides across the parlor and out the front window. San Francisco, at the dawn of the 20th century, was a soaring monument to this specific brand of civic arrogance. By the spring of 1906, the muddy, chaotic tent city of the Argonauts was a distant, slightly embarrassing memory. San Francisco was now the undisputed glittering jewel of the Pacific. It boasted grand hotels with gold-leaf ceilings, opulent opera houses, a sprawling network of clanging cable cars, and a population of roughly 400,000 souls who possessed an absolute, unshakable conviction that their city was the very pinnacle of human achievement. They had entirely forgotten the lessons of the gold rush fires, and they had cheerfully ignored the periodic tremors of the previous decades. They built their grand municipal palaces out of heavy, unreinforced brick and stone, and they built their sprawling residential neighborhoods out of cheap, highly flammable redwood, all stacked cheek by jowl. They constructed this magnificent tinderbox directly atop and immediately adjacent to the San Andreas Fault, a massive geological zipper that operates with the unpredictable violent temper of a dyspeptic grizzly bear. At precisely 5:12 in the morning on Wednesday, April 18th, 1906, the bear woke up. It did not begin with a gentle, romantic sway. It began with a deep, terrifying subterranean roar that sounded like 1,000 runaway freight trains, followed immediately by a violent, concussive upward punch that physically lifted the entire city into the air and dropped it back down again. Then came the shaking. The earth did not roll. It jerked, snapped, and twisted with a furious mechanical violence. For 45 agonizing seconds, the laws of physics were entirely suspended. Brick facades peeled off buildings like dry scabs, raining lethal showers of masonry into the streets. Church steeples snapped in half. The trolley tracks buckled and writhed into twisted iron pretzels. The ground opened up in deep fissures, swallowing entire horses, only to snap shut again. Inside the opulent Palace Hotel, the world's most famous and highly paid operatic tenor, Enrico Caruso, was thrown from his plush mattress. Caruso, who was terrified of California to begin with, scrambled out of his hotel wearing a towel, clutching an autographed photograph of President Theodore Roosevelt, and loudly vowing to anyone who would listen that he would never, ever set foot in San Francisco again. He kept his promise, presumably preferring the reliable, predictable terrors of Mount Vesuvius back home in Italy. When the terrible shaking finally stopped, a profound, eerie silence settled over the ruined city. The citizens staggered out of their half-collapsed homes in their nightshirts, covered in white plastered dust, looking like a parade of bewildered ghosts. They looked at the tumbled bricks, they looked at the twisted streets, and a collective sigh of relief washed over the surviving population. They had survived the great earthquake. The worst was surely over. It is a tragic fact of history that the Almighty, having knocked a man down, frequently allows him to stand back up, dust himself off, and declare victory right before dropping a grand piano on his head. The shaking had merely set the stage. The true apocalypse was just clearing its throat. Deep beneath the buckled streets, the violent twisting of the earth had systematically snapped the city's water mains like dry twigs. It had also ruptured thousands of underground gas lines. The city was suddenly leaking highly flammable vapor, and it possessed absolutely no water pressure to put out a fire. All it took was a single spark. Legend insists that the doom of San Francisco was initiated by an anonymous woman in the Hayes Valley neighborhood who, despite the fact that her chimney had collapsed and the world was visibly coming to an end, decided that her husband still required a hot breakfast. She lit a fire in her ruined stove to fry some ham and eggs. The sparks ignited the broken woodwork, and the ham and eggs fire was born. Simultaneously, dozens of other fires erupted across the city, from overturned kerosene lamps, shorted electrical wires, and broken gas mains. Fanned by the brisk ocean breeze, these individual blazes quickly joined hands, forming a massive, rolling wall of absolute destruction. The San Francisco Fire Department, arguably the bravest and most proficient in the world, rushed to the hydrants, hooked up their heavy canvas hoses, turned the iron valves, and were greeted by a pathetic, muddy trickle, followed by a wheeze of empty air. They stood helpless, armed with empty hoses, watching their magnificent city begin to burn. At this critical juncture, the military arrived to help, proving once again that when a situation is dire, an organized government response can always find a way to make it significantly worse. Brigadier General Frederick Funston, a man who possessed a severe, unyielding mustache and an absolute faith in high explosives, took command of the city. Since there was no water to fight the fire, Funston decided to employ a strategy known as creating a fire break. The theory was simple. You blow up a line of perfectly good buildings in the path of the fire, thereby starving the advancing flames of fuel. It is a sound military theory, provided you are using precisely calculated charges of modern dynamite. However, the Army quickly ran out of dynamite and decided to requisition huge supplies of black powder from the local hardware stores. Black powder does not cleanly drop a building into its own footprint. Black powder is an incendiary explosive. When Funston's troops packed an elegant, unburned Victorian mansion full of black powder and lit the fuse, they did not create a fire break. They created a massive, highly effective flaming catapult. The explosions blasted burning shingles, flaming wooden beams, and red-hot debris for blocks in every direction, directly igniting dozens of new neighborhoods that had previously been perfectly safe. The military spent 3 solid days retreating ahead of the flames, enthusiastically blowing up the finest real estate on the West Coast, essentially doing the fire's job for it with terrifying efficiency. The inferno raged for 3 days and 3 nights. The heat was so intense it created its own weather system, sucking in gale-force winds that sounded like a roaring hurricane. The smoke column was visible from 100 miles away. The wealthy aristocrats of Nob Hill watched their magnificent palaces, filled with imported European art and grand pianos, dissolve into white ash. Over 250,000 people, more than half the city's population, were suddenly, spectacularly homeless. They fled to the green expanses of Golden Gate Park and the Presidio, dragging whatever worldly possessions they could salvage. The refugee camps were a magnificent, tragic display of total social equality. The earthquake was a vicious democratizer. A man who had been a millionaire bank president on Tuesday night was, by Thursday morning, waiting in the exact same bread line, holding the exact same tin cup of army soup as the man who used to shine his shoes. They slept in tents. They cooked over open campfires, and they watched the greatest city in the West burn down to its very bedrock. When the fires finally burned themselves out on Saturday morning, having reached the very edge of the ocean, San Francisco was gone. Nearly 500 city blocks were reduced to a smoking, desolate wasteland of twisted iron and powdered brick. Now, if such a biblical tragedy were to befall any other city on earth, the survivors would have likely sat down in the ashes, wept bitterly, and then politely relocated to a safer state. But these were Californians. They were the direct descendants of the Argonauts, men and women whose entire civic identity was built on a foundation of aggressive, borderline delusional optimism. Before the ashes had even cooled enough to walk upon without melting the soles of your boots, the merchants were already out in the ruins, pounding wooden stakes into the ground to claim their old lots. Signs began appearing on the hot bricks, burned out, but not knocked out. Business as usual, as soon as the floor cools. And here is where the magnificent, unparalleled genius of the San Francisco businessman truly shined. As the telegraph wires were repaired and the news of the disaster reached the East Coast, the civic boosters and real estate agents experienced a collective panic. It wasn't the human toll that frightened them. It was the financial optics. They knew that Eastern bankers and investors would happily lend money to rebuild a city that had suffered a terrible fire. Cities burned down all the time. Chicago had done it. Boston had done it. Fire was a manageable risk. But an earthquake, an invisible, unpredictable monster that could randomly decide to shake a city into powder? No sensible banker in New York or London would ever invest another dime in a place where the ground itself was defective. So the city fathers engaged in a massive, highly coordinated campaign of civic gaslighting. They simply erased the earthquake from the official narrative. They sent telegrams and issued press releases to the Eastern newspapers, insisting with absolute, furious indignance that the earthquake had caused virtually no damage whatsoever. It was merely a tremor, they lied, a gentle rocking that tipped over a few poorly constructed chimneys. The true culprit was the fire. For decades, if you walked into a polite San Francisco parlor and referred to the events of 1906 as the earthquake, you would be met with icy stares and immediate correction. It was, and officially remained, the Great Fire. The fact that the fire was entirely caused by the ground snapping the water mains was treated as an inconvenient, highly impolite footnote. They essentially blamed the destruction of their city on a dropped match, entirely exonerating the fault line. The rebuilding of San Francisco was a miracle of speed and stubbornness. The grand architectural plans for a city beautiful, with sweeping Parisian boulevards and sensible earthquake-resistant street grids, were immediately thrown into the garbage. The merchants didn't have time for aesthetics. They needed to make $1. They rebuilt the city exactly as it was, on the exact same narrow streets, sitting directly on top of the exact same fault line. Within 3 years, it was nearly impossible to tell that the city had ever burned. The grand hotels were back, the cable cars were ringing their bells, and the population was once again swaggering down Market Street with the profound, arrogant confidence of a people who had looked the apocalypse dead in the eye and casually asked it for a light for their cigar. They had survived the Great Shake. They had survived the Great Fire, and having completely enthusiastically ignored every single warning nature had provided, they went right back to the business of getting rich, firmly trusting that the ground beneath their feet had finally learned its lesson and would behave itself in the future. Chapter 23. The Panama-Pacific Expo. California, showing off to the world that it had finally arrived. If there's anything a civilized society enjoys more than accumulating vast, unreasonable amounts of wealth, it is building an outrageously expensive, entirely temporary monument for the sole purpose of publicly bragging about how much wealth they have accumulated. This peculiar human urge is officially known as a World's Fair. By the early years of the 20th century, throwing a World's Fair had become an absolute requirement for any city wishing to be taken seriously by the crowned heads of Europe. London had dazzled the globe with its Crystal Palace. Paris had erected the Eiffel Tower, which the locals loudly hated right up until they realized they could charge tourists to climb it. And Chicago had built the magnificent White City to celebrate Columbus. San Francisco, observing this global chest-thumping, experienced a profound, agonizing pang of civic jealousy. It did not matter that in 1906 their city had been reduced to a smoldering leveled plain of white ash and twisted iron. The businessmen of San Francisco, possessing the modesty of a brass band at a funeral and the unshakable delusion that they were the absolute center of the universe, decided that they were going to throw the greatest party the world had ever seen. To throw a party of this magnitude, however, one cannot simply send out invitations that say, "Come look at our new buildings. They are significantly less burnt than the old ones." One requires a grand historical excuse. Fortunately, the United States government had just completed the most magnificent, expensive, and politically questionable engineering project in human history, the Panama Canal. For centuries, men had dreamed of slicing a hole through the narrow waist of the Americas to connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The French had tried it in the 1880s and failed spectacularly, defeated by bankruptcy, impenetrable jungle, and mosquitoes that carried yellow fever with the efficiency of a targeted artillery barrage. Then, President Theodore Roosevelt took an interest in the project. Roosevelt possessed a grand imperial vision and a large stick, and he was not the sort of man to let a little thing like international sovereignty stand in his way. When the government of Colombia, which owned the Isthmus of Panama, politely refused America's terms to build the canal, Roosevelt did what any reasonable, civilized head of state would do. He quietly orchestrated and funded a revolution. He essentially invented the independent country of Panama over a long weekend, instantly recognized its new, highly compliant government, signed a treaty with them, and started digging the ditch before the Colombians even realized their map had been permanently altered. It was a masterpiece of geopolitical theft, executed with such breathtaking muscular audacity that one almost had to stand back and applaud it. The United States spent the next decade moving mountains of dirt, conquering the mosquito, and pouring enough concrete to pave a small European nation. When the canal finally opened in 1914, the voyage from New York to San Francisco was instantly shortened by 8,000 terrifying seasick miles. San Francisco looked at this magnificent, world-changing ditch located 3,000 miles to their south and immediately declared, with absolute straight-faced sincerity, that the Panama Canal was a local San Francisco victory, and they were the only logical city to host the official celebration. The city of New Orleans fiercely disagreed. A vicious, highly expensive political brawl erupted in the halls of Congress to decide which city would receive the official federal blessing to host the expo. New Orleans argued geography and history. San Francisco argued with a weapon vastly superior to either: hard cash. The city's millionaires simply passed a hat, raised millions of dollars in private funds in a matter of hours, marched into Washington, and essentially bought the exposition outright. Having successfully acquired the party, the city fathers now had to decide where to put it. They looked around the hilly, crowded peninsula and settled their gaze upon a sprawling, useless expanse of tidal mud flats, stagnant water, and rotting sea kelp on the northern shore of the city, known today as the Marina District. To the untrained eye, it was a stinking swamp. To the visionary engineers of California, it was a blank canvas. They built a massive seawall and spent months dredging millions of tons of mud and sand from the bottom of the bay, pumping it directly onto the swamp to create a flat, solid foundation. It should be noted that building a massive, heavy city on top of wet, uncompacted mud in the middle of an active earthquake zone is a spectacular recipe for disaster, a fact the residents of the Marina District would rediscover the hard way in 1989, but in 1915, optimism reigned supreme. Once the mud dried, the architects descended. They did not design a city of the future, they designed a magnificent, hallucinated version of the ancient past. The Panama-Pacific International Exposition, the PPIE, for those who value their breath, was constructed in a style that can only be described as imperial wedding cake. There were massive domes, soaring Roman columns, grand courtyards, and reflecting pools. There was the Palace of Horticulture, the Palace of Machinery, and the Court of the Universe. But the entire breathtaking spectacle was a magnificent Hollywood-style illusion. The buildings were not made of marble, granite, or limestone. They were constructed out of a material called staff, a highly convenient, highly flammable mixture of plaster of Paris and hemp fibers. When properly painted, staff looked exactly like ancient weathered travertine marble, provided you didn't lean against it too heavily or expose it to a brisk rainstorm. It was a city made entirely of frosting and burlap, designed to last for exactly 9 months and not a Tuesday longer. The centerpiece of this plaster empire was the Tower of Jewels. It was a staggering structure, rising 43 stories into the foggy sky, but what made it magnificent were the Nova gems. The tower was covered in over 100,000 faceted colored glass jewels, imported from Austria. Each jewel was suspended on a tiny brass wire and backed by a small mirror. When the famous San Francisco wind howled off the bay, the tower would physically vibrate, and the 100,000 jewels would flash and shimmer in the sunlight like a massive, blinding diamond. At night, they illuminated the tower with powerful searchlights, creating a glowing beacon of artificial magic that could be seen for 50 miles. And then there was the Palace of Fine Arts, designed by a brilliant, eccentric architect named Bernard Maybeck. Maybeck designed it to look like a magnificent, melancholy Roman ruin that had just been discovered in the jungle. It was a masterpiece of architectural depression, surrounded by weeping willows and a dark lagoon. It was so universally beloved by the public that when the time came to tear the fair down, the city simply couldn't bring themselves to dynamite it. They left it standing in the fog until the plaster literally melted off the chicken wire decades later, forcing them to rebuild it in concrete, thereby turning a fake ruin into a real fake ruin. When the gates opened in February of 1915, the world flooded in. Nearly 19 million people walked through the turnstiles. They came to gawk at the future, which was conveniently packaged in the massive exhibit halls. They marveled at a massive working-scale model of the Panama Canal. They stood in awe before a 15-foot-tall, fully functioning Underwood typewriter that weighed 14 tons and required a man to use a heavy wooden lever just to strike a key. Henry Ford set up an actual working automobile assembly line right in the middle of the Palace of Transportation, cranking out a brand-new Model T every 10 minutes, proving to the masses that the era of the horse was officially, permanently dead. Alexander Graham Bell, the man who had invented the telephone, sat in New York and made the first transcontinental telephone call to his old assistant, Thomas Watson, who was sitting in a pavilion at the fair in San Francisco. A man could now throw his voice across 3,000 miles of mountains and deserts in a fraction of a second, completely eliminating the need to ever write a thoughtful letter again. And because humanity cannot survive on high-minded culture and machinery alone, there was the Zone, the massive, noisy, unashamedly low-brow amusement park section of the fair. It stretched for blocks, featuring a 5-acre scale model of the Grand Canyon that you could ride through on a train, a reconstructed village of actual Samoan islanders, who were generally freezing in the damp San Francisco breeze, and a gigantic, terrifying roller coaster called the Aeroscope. The PPIE was a sensory overload of the highest magnitude. It was loud, it was garish, it was overwhelmingly expensive, and it was absolutely magnificent. But beneath the sparkling glass jewels and the plaster columns, the Panama-Pacific Expo possessed a darker, more solemn undercurrent. While San Francisco was busy congratulating itself for conquering nature and opening a canal, Europe was tearing itself to bloody pieces in the opening years of the First World War. Several European nations had to withdraw their exhibits because they were too busy manufacturing artillery shells to worry about a party in California. The grand, optimistic vision of a unified, peaceful, civilized world, the very vision the fair was built to celebrate, was actively dying in the muddy trenches of France, while the tourists in San Francisco ate cotton candy. When the fair finally closed its doors in December of 1915, it was time to pay the bill. True to the brutal nature of world's fairs, the wrecking balls and the dynamite arrived. The magnificent Roman temples, the grand domes, and the Tower of Jewels were unceremoniously smashed to pieces. The plaster of Paris was bulldozed into the bay. The glittering novagems were sold off as souvenirs for a few pennies each. Within a year, the grandest city on the Pacific coast had entirely vanished, returning the Marina District to a flat expanse of sand, completely ready to be subdivided, paved, and sold off to real estate developers at a magnificent profit. It was, perhaps, the most perfectly Californian event to ever occur. They had taken a swamp, built a beautiful, entirely fake fantasy world on top of it, charged the rest of the planet admission to come look at it, and then wiped the slate clean to sell the dirt underneath it. San Francisco had successfully proven to the globe that the Great Earthquake was merely a minor historical inconvenience. They had officially arrived on the world stage not as a muddy gold camp, but as an imperial metropolis. But down in the southern half of the state, a different kind of boom was gathering speed. The Northern Californians had made their fortunes pulling gold from the rivers, but the Southern Californians were about to discover a different kind of wealth, a thick, black, foul-smelling substance that was going to sprout from the scrubland like weeds and fundamentally alter the atmosphere of the 20th century. Chapter 24. Black Gold, the oil derricks that sprouted like weeds in the southern scrubland. If there is one thing a civilized human being loves more than a pristine, fragrant orange grove basking in the gentle, golden sunshine of a Mediterranean climate, it is systematically ripping that orange grove up by its roots to construct a noisy, foul-smelling, highly combustible wooden tower, provided the tower spits money. By the late 19th century, the civic boosters of Los Angeles had successfully sold the American Midwest on a grand, highly profitable illusion. They had marketed Southern California as a sprawling health resort, a sun-drenched Eden where a retired Iowa farmer with a bad cough could buy a neat little bungalow, pick fresh fruit right off the branch in his pajamas, and cure his rheumatism simply by breathing the air. Hundreds of thousands of people packed their bags and rushed to this agricultural paradise. They planted lawns, they cultivated roses, and they painted their picket fences a blinding, pristine white. Then, in 1892, a prospector named Edward Doheny completely ruined the view. Edward Doheny was a man who possessed a long history of desperate, entirely unsuccessful mining ventures, a magnificent mustache, and the sort of relentless, frantic energy usually found in a starving coyote. He had spent 20 years wandering the brutal deserts of the Southwest, swinging a pickaxe at solid rock, searching for silver and gold, and finding absolutely nothing but blisters and debt. He eventually washed up in Los Angeles, flat broke. One afternoon, while sitting in the downtown plaza nursing his bruised pride, he noticed a horse-drawn wagon rumbling past. The wagon was loaded with a thick black tarry substance the locals called brea. They were digging it out of the ground near the old La Brea tar pits and selling it for fuel. Doheny, possessing the sharp, desperate instincts of a career prospector, looked at the black muck and experienced a sudden, violent epiphany. He recognized it as congealed petroleum. And he knew that where there was congealed petroleum on the surface, there was bound to be a vast liquid ocean of the stuff trapped underneath. He partnered with a friend named Charles Canfield, scraped together $400 of borrowed money, and bought a vacant, dusty lot near what is now Dodger Stadium. Now, when a modern oil company decides to drill a well, they bring in massive steam-powered rotary rigs, teams of specialized engineers, and complex geological surveys. Doheny and Canfield did not possess steam engines or engineers. They possessed a pickaxe, a shovel, a hand-cranked wooden windlass, and a terrifying immunity to common sense. They decided to simply dig the oil well by hand. It was an exercise in pure, unadulterated madness. They dug a shaft 4 feet wide and 165 feet deep, hacking through the tar-soaked earth like a pair of frantic, subterranean gophers. They operated under the profound geological theory that if you dig a hole deep enough into hell, the devil will eventually pay you to stop. They were nearly asphyxiated by the deadly, invisible natural gas seeping into the shaft. They coughed, they gagged, and they kept digging. Eventually, having reached the limit of human endurance, they sharpened a eucalyptus log, rigged it to a crude pulley, and used it as a battering ram to punch through the final layer of rock. On November 4th, 1892, the earth gave a dark, greasy burp. A thick, sluggish black fluid began to bubble up into the bottom of the shaft. They had struck oil. The immediate result of Doheny's discovery was a civic catastrophe of the most lucrative order. The news that a man could simply poke a hole in his backyard and instantly become a millionaire spread through the quiet residential neighborhoods of Los Angeles like a cholera epidemic. The health seekers and the retired farmers entirely abandoned their orange groves and their polite society. Within a year, the Los Angeles City oil field was a chaotic, deafening nightmare because the oil lay directly beneath a heavily subdivided residential neighborhood. There were no massive, sprawling ranches to drill on. There were only tiny 50-foot town lots. Consequently, if a man struck oil in his flower garden, his neighbor immediately tore down his own carriage house and built a derrick 10 feet away to tap the exact same pool. A forest of massive, rickety wooden derricks sprouted across the Los Angeles basin like highly profitable, deeply unattractive weeds. They were built in front yards, in backyards, and occasionally right in the middle of the street. The noise was absolute and unrelenting. The rhythmic, agonizing shrieks of ungreased metal walking beams, the roar of the crude steam engines, and the shouting of the roughnecks echoed day and night. But the noise was nothing compared to the mess. When a well came in as a gusher, there were no blowout preventers to contain the pressure. A geyser of raw, highly pressurized crude oil would shoot 100 feet into the air, raining a fine, sticky black mist over a radius of 2 miles. It coated the pristine white picket fences. It coated the delicate rose bushes. It ruined the laundry hanging on the lines, and it coated the screaming, horrified citizens in a thick, highly flammable syrup. The vaunted, health-restoring air of Southern California suddenly smelled exactly like the inside of a cheap kerosene lamp. But nobody complained to the authorities, largely because the authorities were too busy tearing up their own lawns to build derricks. When the sky is raining money, a civilized man will happily tolerate a little grease on his collar. The madness of the 1890s, however, was merely a polite rehearsal for the absolute, staggering lunacy of the 1920s. In the Roaring Twenties, massive, deep-pressure oil fields were discovered to the south at Huntington Beach, Santa Fe Springs, and the most legendary, ridiculous field of them all, Signal Hill in Long Beach. Signal Hill was a quiet, wealthy residential subdivision sitting on a high bluff overlooking the Pacific Ocean. It was populated by stately mansions and sweeping ocean views. In 1921, the Shell Oil Company drilled the Alamedo's #1 well right in the middle of a neighborhood. It blew out with a terrifying roar, shooting a solid pillar of black crude 114 feet into the air. instantly minting dozens of millionaires and completely ruining the upholstery of every automobile parked within a half-mile. Because Signal Hill had already been subdivided into tiny residential lots, the town lot drilling craze reached its magnificent, chaotic zenith. Derricks were packed so tightly together that the wooden legs of one tower frequently overlapped with the legs of its neighbor. The hill bristled with so many wooden towers it looked exactly like a massive, greasy porcupine. This hyperdense drilling created a magnificent legal and financial circus. Under the archaic rule of capture, an oilman legally owned whatever oil he could pump out of his own well, even if that oil was being sucked from underneath his neighbor's property. It was essentially a massive subterranean milkshake, and thousands of greedy men were standing on the surface holding straws, trying to suck it dry before anyone else could. The wells were pumped with frantic, desperate speed, leading to spectacular fires, massive drops in underground pressure, and an absolute glut of petroleum that temporarily collapsed the entire global oil market. Naturally, where there is chaos, greed, and a surplus of gullible investors holding life savings, the swindlers arrived by the trainload. Los Angeles became the undisputed capital of the oil stock conman. The most famous of these was a brilliant, fast-talking charlatan named C.C. Julian. Julian ran full-page advertisements in the local newspapers written in a breezy, folksy slang, promising ridiculous, impossible returns on investment. He didn't just sell shares in oil wells. He sold the pure, distilled California dream of getting unimaginably wealthy without ever having to do a day of actual work. A promoter with a slick suit, a megaphone, and a rolled-up, completely fictional geological map could stand on a street corner in downtown Los Angeles and sell shares in a dry hole to a retired dentist from Iowa faster than you could blink. They organized free bus tours to the oil fields, served free chicken dinners to the prospective victims, pointed to a patch of dirt, and swore on their mothers' graves that a river of liquid gold was bubbling just beneath the surface. They even formed syndicates to drill for oil in the middle of active cemeteries, casually relocating the graves of the deceased to make room for the walking beams. By the late 1920s, California was producing nearly a quarter of the world's entire oil supply. The Golden State had effectively transitioned from the era of the covered wagon and the gold pan to the era of the internal combustion engine and the asphalt highway. The oil boom permanently, irreversibly altered the geography and the culture of Los Angeles. It provided the cheap, abundant fuel that allowed the city to spread outward in a vast, sprawling, automobile-dependent metropolis rather than building upward like the cramped cities of the East. Edward Doheny, the desperate prospector who dug the first hole with a pickaxe, became one of the wealthiest men on the planet, before eventually becoming spectacularly embroiled in the Teapot Dome political scandal, proving that the only thing messier than crude oil is federal politics. Today, if you drive through Southern California, the grand forests of wooden derricks are mostly gone, replaced by strip malls and stucco housing tracts. But if you look closely, you can still see the remnants of the madness. You will see solitary pump jacks rhythmically nodding their metal heads behind chain-link fences in the parking lots of fast food restaurants. You will see massive, windowless, soundproofed buildings in the middle of wealthy neighborhoods that are entirely fake, built solely to hide the active oil rigs grinding away inside. The people of California learned a profound, enduring lesson during the oil booms. They learned that there is absolutely no landscape so beautiful, no neighborhood so quiet, and no ideal so lofty that it cannot be gleefully, ruthlessly dismantled if there is a rumor of $1 buried underneath it. And as the 20th century roared forward, they were about to discover a brand new industry, an industry that required no drilling, produced no mud, and manufactured nothing but pure, flickering light and shadow, yet proved to be the most lucrative, enduring illusion the Golden State ever produced. Chapter 25. Celluloid Dreams. Why a bunch of independent filmmakers fled to Hollywood to escape Thomas Edison. If you trace the long, bloody, and entirely unreasonable arc of human commerce, you will find that empires are generally built upon items of tangible, physical substance. Men have slaughtered one another over salt, silk, tea, cotton, iron, and gold. Even the oilmen of Southern California, for all their greasy, deafening chaos, were pulling a physical, combustible liquid out of the dirt. But as the 20th century shook off the dust of the 19th, the Golden State was about to pioneer an entirely new, deeply suspicious form of wealth. California was about to build the most lucrative, powerful empire in the history of the world based entirely upon thin air, a strip of flammable plastic, and the desperate human desire to look at something pretty for 90 minutes in the dark. The story of Hollywood does not begin with sunshine and palm trees. It begins in the freezing, sleet-covered swamps of New Jersey, and it begins with a man who is universally revered in the history books as a kindly, benevolent genius, Mr. Thomas Alva Edison. The authorized biographies will tell you that the Wizard of Menlo Park was a saint of American innovation. But to the early, independent filmmakers of New York and New Jersey, Edison was essentially a brilliantly educated, patent-hoarding mob boss. Edison had managed to invent, or at least acquire the patents for, practically every single piece of equipment required to make a motion picture. He owned the camera patents. He owned the projector patents. He owned the film stock patents. If you were an ambitious young man in 1908 and you wanted to point a wooden box at a galloping horse and record the image, you had to pay Thomas Edison for the privilege of turning the crank, or you were breaking the law. Edison formed the Motion Picture Patents Company, universally and fearfully known as the Trust. The Trust operated with all the gentle grace of a medieval inquisition. If an independent filmmaker decided to shoot a movie without paying Edison his exorbitant licensing fees, Edison did not simply send a polite letter from his attorneys. He sent goons. Edison hired squads of broad-shouldered, thick-necked men whose primary professional qualification was the ability to swing a heavy piece of lead pipe. These gentlemen would casually stroll onto the sets of independent productions, smash the expensive, illegal cameras into matchsticks, set the film reels on fire, and politely suggest to the director that he might enjoy a sudden, permanent career change. The independent filmmakers, men with names like Carl Laemmle, Adolf Zukor, and William Fox, realized that if they wished to stay in the movie business and simultaneously avoid having their kneecaps inverted by a man from New Jersey, they needed to relocate. They needed to go as far away from Thomas Edison as the North American continent would physically allow, without actually driving their automobiles into the Pacific Ocean. They packed up their illegal cameras, boarded the westbound trains, and fled to Southern California. When these cinematic refugees stumbled off the train, they found themselves in a sleepy agricultural village situated in a warm, frost-free valley just northwest of downtown Los Angeles. The village was called Hollywood. To fully appreciate the magnificent historical irony of this collision, you must understand what Hollywood was before the movies arrived. Hollywood was founded in the late 1880s by a devout, fiercely prohibitionist couple named Harvey and Daida Wilcox. They envisioned a utopian, highly moral Christian community. It was a town of lemon groves, fig trees, and polite, unsmiling people who went to church twice on Sunday. The town ordinances were strictly enforced. Liquor was entirely banned, gambling was a severe crime, and it was officially illegal to herd more than 2,000 sheep down Hollywood Boulevard at one time. It was a town so relentlessly sober and suffocatingly pious that the local livestock were likely expected to observe the Sabbath. Imagine, if you will, the profound, staggering horror of the Wilcox family when their quiet, temperate utopia was suddenly invaded by the early film industry. The movie people descended upon Hollywood like a plague of highly theatrical locusts. It was a traveling circus of vaudevillians, failed stage actors, fast-talking directors, and men wearing jodhpurs and carrying riding crops who had never actually been within 50 feet of a horse. They brought with them cameras, loud megaphones, questionable morals, and a magnificent bottomless thirst for illegal gin. The conservative residents of Hollywood were absolutely appalled. They viewed actors with the same level of civic enthusiasm one might reserve for a wandering band of pickpockets or a sudden outbreak of typhoid. Boarding houses and restaurants immediately threw up signs in their front windows that proudly declared, "No dogs or actors allowed." And in many establishments, the dogs were given the benefit of the doubt. But the filmmakers didn't care about the judgmental glares of the lemon farmers. They had found paradise. They chose Hollywood for three highly practical, brilliantly calculated reasons. First, there was the sun. In the early 1910s, film stock was agonizingly slow, meaning it required an enormous amount of bright, punishing light to expose properly. Indoor electric lighting was woefully inadequate. Filmmakers had to shoot outdoors or on stages with glass roofs, relying entirely on the sun. In New York, the weather is a miserable, unpredictable tyrant. In Southern California, the sun shines with the reliable, monotonous consistency of a ticking clock. A director could schedule a massive outdoor battle scene 3 months in advance and be absolutely guaranteed of perfect cloudless weather. Second, there was the geography. Southern California is a magnificent schizophrenic landscape. If a director needed the scorching sands of the Sahara Desert, he drove an hour east. If he needed the snow-capped peaks of the Swiss Alps, he drove an hour north. If he needed the French Riviera, the crashing Pacific surf was right down the street. It was the entire globe packed into a single, highly convenient county. And the third reason, perhaps the most vital reason of all, was the Mexican border. If Thomas Edison's lawyers, or worse, his pipe-wielding goons, suddenly got off a train at the Los Angeles depot, clutching a stack of federal injunctions, the Hollywood filmmakers had a foolproof escape plan. They would simply throw their illegal cameras into the back of a fast touring car, stomp on the accelerator, and race 2 hours south to Tijuana. They would sit safely in Mexico, drinking cheap tequila, until the federal marshals got tired of waiting and went back to New Jersey. It was an industry built entirely by fugitives, operating in open defiance of the law. In the beginning, the filmmaking process was a chaotic public nuisance. Directors like Cecil B. DeMille would simply set up their cameras in the middle of a dusty Hollywood intersection, completely blocking traffic, and begin staging elaborate gunfights and chariot races. Unsuspecting tourists walking down the street would suddenly find themselves being chased by a pack of actors dressed as bloodthirsty pirates or Roman centurions. But as the nickels and dimes poured into the Nickelodeons back east, the independent filmmakers grew breathtakingly rich. They realized they didn't need to shoot in the streets anymore. They bought up the massive dying orange groves and the failed ostrich farms, threw up high stucco walls, and built the great studio lots. Universal, Paramount, Warner Brothers, and Fox, these massive, self-contained cities of illusion, sprang from the Southern California dirt. Inside the high walls, they built a machine that manufactured dreams on an industrial assembly line. They had entire departments dedicated to making fake snow out of painted cornflakes, fake glass out of spun sugar, and fake blood out of chocolate syrup. They constructed false front streets where you could walk through a heavy oak door of a medieval castle and immediately fall into the dusty dirt of a Texas saloon. They also invented the most dangerous, unstable, and lucrative product in the history of human commerce, the movie star. Before Hollywood, actors were generally viewed as disposable, interchangeable cogs in the theatrical machine. But the studio bosses realized that the public would pay vast, unreasonable sums of money to see the giant, glowing face of a specific human being projected onto a 50-foot screen. They took ordinary, highly flawed human beings, a quiet girl from Canada, a brooding boy from Nebraska, a former acrobat from England, and ran them through the studio machinery. They changed their names, they capped their teeth, they taught them how to walk, and they ordered the publicity departments to write completely fabricated, glowing biographies of their royal lineages and their tragic romances. They created gods and goddesses out of thin air, and the American public fell to their knees and worshiped them. The quiet, pious town of Hollywood was completely devoured by its own creation. The lemon groves were paved over to build massive, ornate movie palaces that looked like Egyptian tombs and Chinese pagodas. The dusty trails became paved boulevards lined with imported palm trees. The men who had fled New Jersey as terrified illegal fugitives, the men who had hidden their cameras from Edison's thugs, were now the undisputed moguls of the 20th century. They sat behind massive mahogany desks in their studio bungalows, smoking expensive cigars and wielding more cultural power and influence than the President of the United States. They didn't just entertain the world, they actively dictated how the world dressed, how it spoke, how it kissed, and how it dreamed. California had finally completed its magnificent evolution. In 1849, men had traveled from the corners of the earth to pull physical gold out of the mud. 70 years later, the state had figured out a way to simply project the illusion of gold onto a silver screen and charge the world a dime for a ticket. It was the ultimate, perfect California swindle. They were selling shadows in a can, and the entire globe was lining up to buy them. But as the state marched into the heart of the 20th century, the glittering, wealthy facade of Hollywood would stand in stark, brutal contrast to a new wave of desperate travelers heading west, travelers who were not looking for fame, but merely for a patch of dirt that hadn't yet blown away in the wind. Chapter 26, The Great Migration, the Dust Bowl Refugees, and the Hard-Won Fruit of the Central Valley. If you were to consult the great unwritten ledger of human stupidity, you would find that our species possesses a magnificent, almost supernatural talent for entirely ignoring the instructions left behind by the Almighty. When the Creator fashioned the great plains of the American Midwest, He looked at the vast, howling expanse of flat dirt, realized that the wind blew across it with the furious intensity of a runaway freight train, and sensibly anchored the whole enterprise down with a thick, impossibly tough layer of prairie grass. It was a perfectly balanced ecological system designed to survive droughts that would make a camel weep. Then, the modern American farmer arrived. He looked at the grass, declared it an offensive weed standing in the way of progress, and proudly brought out his new, gasoline-powered steel plow. For a few glorious rain-soaked decades in the early 20th century, the farmers of Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, and Arkansas ripped up the prairie, planted millions of acres of wheat, and got comfortably rich. They firmly believed that they had conquered nature, but nature, much like a highly irritated landlord, has a long memory and a terrible temper. In the 1930s, the rains simply stopped. The sun baked the naked, unanchored topsoil into a fine, powdery flour. And then the wind began to blow. It did not blow with the gentle, romantic breeze of a summer afternoon. It blew in terrifying, apocalyptic black blizzards, massive rolling walls of suffocating dirt that blotted out the sun, choked the livestock, and sifted through the tightest window cracks to cover the dining room table in an inch of grit. The very earth they had tried to conquer rose up and actively attempted to bury them alive. To compound this ecological nightmare, the Great Depression had settled over the global economy like a wet wool blanket. The price of wheat plummeted. The banks, operating under their standard ironclad business model, which dictates that a bank will gladly lend you an umbrella when the sun is shining and violently demand it back the precise moment it begins to rain, foreclosed on the ruined farms. Hundreds of thousands of families found themselves standing in the blowing dust, staring at a padlocked barn, possessing absolutely nothing but the clothes on their backs and a profound, gnawing hunger. But salvation, it seemed, was just a piece of paper away. Drifting through the ruined towns of the Midwest were thousands of brightly colored handbills, printed by the agricultural barons of the California Central Valley. The handbills promised endless sunshine, steady work, and high wages picking peaches, cotton, and grapes. It sounded like the Garden of Eden with a weekly paycheck. Now, the agricultural barons of California were not printing these handbills out of a deep, abiding sense of Christian charity. They were practicing a masterpiece of cruel, calculated economics. If a California farm required 1,000 men to harvest a peach crop, the owners would intentionally print and distribute 10,000 handbills. They knew that if 10,000 starving, desperate men showed up for 1,000 jobs, the owners could offer wages of 15 cents an hour, and the men would fight each other for the sheer, magnificent privilege of not starving to death. Ignorant of this trap, the refugees packed up. They bought dilapidated, groaning jalopies, Ford Model Ts and Model As that had been abused for a decade and were currently held together by baling wire, twine, and sheer desperate prayer. They tied their mattresses to the roof, strapped their washboards to the fenders, loaded their grandmothers and their children into the back seat, and pointed the headlights west. They took Route 66, the Mother Road, a 2,000-mile ribbon of broken asphalt and shattered dreams. The journey was a rolling horror show of mechanical failure and human misery. The overloaded jalopies boiled their radiators crossing the Black Mountains. The tires blew out with terrifying regularity on the sharp rocks of the Arizona desert, and along the way they were met not with the warm, welcoming embrace of their fellow Americans, but with the cold, predatory gaze of the roadside merchants. Mechanics charged exorbitant ransoms for a spark plug. Gas station attendants charged 10 cents just for a glass of tap water to cool a child's parched throat. When they finally dragged their steaming, sputtering vehicles across the Mojave Desert and reached the border of the Golden State, they did not find a welcoming committee. They found the Los Angeles Police Department. The civic leaders of California, suddenly terrified by the massive tide of poverty-stricken humanity washing over their borders, instituted what became infamously known as the Bum Blockade. They sent armed police officers hundreds of miles outside their legal jurisdiction, stationing them at the state lines to physically stop American citizens from entering America. Unless a family could produce a hefty sum of cash to prove they wouldn't become a burden on the state, they were turned back into the desert. It was a spectacular, brazen violation of the United States Constitution. But a starving man in a broken-down Ford does not generally possess the legal budget to argue constitutional law with a man holding a billy club. The migrants who managed to slip through the blockades, mostly by sneaking across the borders at night or pooling their meager pennies to show a bankroll, descended into the sprawling, flat expanse of the Central Valley. They were expecting a pastoral paradise. They found an outdoor, sun-baked factory. Farming in California had long ceased to be a romantic endeavor involving a single family and a red barn. It was industrial agriculture controlled by massive, powerful syndicates like the Associated Farmers. These syndicates owned tens of thousands of acres and treated their workers with the exact same level of empathy one might reserve for a broken tractor part. The migrants were universally derisively labeled Okies, regardless of whether they hailed from Oklahoma, Texas, or Arkansas. It was a slur spat from the mouths of the local Californians, men and women who seemed to conveniently forget that their own grandfathers had arrived in the exact same state, equally unwashed and equally desperate, during the gold rush just 80 years prior. The work itself was a master class in physical agony. It was stoop labor. Picking cotton or thinning sugar beets required a man to bend over a short-handled hoe beneath a 110-degree sun for 12 hours a day. A man quickly realizes under those conditions that the only discernible difference between the Central Valley and Purgatory is that Purgatory supposedly has a slightly better breeze. And at the end of the day, when the back-breaking labor was done, there were no comfortable houses waiting for them. The Okies were forced into squalid, illegal settlements built along the irrigation ditches sarcastically named Hoovervilles, in honor of the president they blamed for their misery. These camps were a breeding ground for dysentery, typhoid, and despair. Families lived in tents made of gunny sacks and cardboard boxes, sleeping in the mud, drinking contaminated water from the very same ditches they used for washing. It was a profound, agonizing irony. The men and women who were harvesting the greatest, most abundant agricultural bounty the world had ever seen were putting their own children to bed with empty, growling stomachs. When the Okies attempted to organize, to strike for a wage of perhaps 25 cents an hour so they could afford a can of beans, the agricultural syndicates responded with the swift, brutal efficiency of a military dictatorship. They hired armed thugs, deputized the local sheriffs, tear-gassed the picket lines, and burned the Hoovervilles to the ground. It is a dark, vicious chapter in the history of the Golden State, immortalized with searing, righteous fury by a local fellow named John Steinbeck. His novel, The Grapes of Wrath, held a mirror up to California, and the state was so horrified by its own reflection that several counties promptly banned the book and publicly burned it, proving that censorship is the very first refuge of a guilty conscience. But here is the enduring, magnificent truth about the Dust Bowl refugees. They did not quit. You cannot break a people who have already had everything taken from them by the sky. They possessed a stubborn, gristle-tough resilience that the wealthy farm owners simply could not comprehend. They endured the mud, they endured the beatings, and they endured the absolute crushing humiliation of the ditch bank camps. They survived, and slowly, agonizingly, they clawed their way out of the dirt. They saved their pennies. They bought small plots of cheap land in towns like Bakersfield and Fresno, and they built their own homes, board by board. When the storm clouds of the Second World War finally broke over the Pacific a few years later, the agricultural barons suddenly found their surplus labor force vanishing overnight. The Okies threw down their short-handled hoes, walked out of the fields, and marched directly into the massive, roaring shipyards and aircraft factories of the coast. The despised, starving refugees of the 1930s became the riveters, the welders, and the steel-spined backbone of the greatest industrial war machine the world had ever seen. They had arrived in California looking for a promised land, and finding none, they simply rolled up their sleeves and built it themselves, proving that the true wealth of the Golden State was never in the gold, the oil, or the peaches, but in the unbreakable spirit of the people, desperate enough to come harvest it. Chapter 27. The Ships of War, Richmond and San Diego, becoming the heartbeat of the Pacific Front. If you wish to cure a mighty nation of a crippling, decade-long economic depression, you can attempt to pass sweeping legislation. You can hire men to plant trees, and you can build magnificent concrete dams. But if you want to cure the ailment completely, miraculously, and overnight, simply have a hostile foreign empire drop high explosives on your Pacific Naval Fleet on a quiet Sunday morning. The United States government, which had spent the entirety of the 1930s meticulously pinching pennies and agonizing over breadlines, suddenly discovered that it possessed an infinite bottomless checkbook, provided those checks were written exclusively for items that either exploded, flew, or floated. When the smoke cleared over Pearl Harbor in December of 1941, the geography of the Golden State suddenly took on a terrifying, urgent new meaning. California was no longer just the sunny, eccentric edge of the continent. It was staring directly across the water at a rapidly expanding global war. It was instantly transformed into the grand, heavily armored diving board from which the entire American military was going to launch itself into the Pacific theater. To fight a war across an ocean, you fundamentally require ships. You require hundreds and hundreds of massive, steel-hulled cargo ships to carry the tanks, the bullets, the spam, and the terrified farm boys all the way to the jungles of the South Pacific. The traditional shipbuilders on the East Coast scoffed at the volume required. They were proud, meticulous craftsmen. To them, building a ship was a bespoke, aristocratic art form. It involved laying a keel, slowly building the ribs, and driving millions of rivets by hand. It took 6 to 8 months to build a single cargo vessel. If the United States relied on the traditional methods, the war would be over before the boats were even painted. Enter a man named Henry J. Kaiser. Henry Kaiser was a massive, bald, relentlessly energetic industrialist. He was a man who had made his fortune paving roads and pouring millions of tons of concrete to build the Hoover Dam. Crucially, Henry J. Kaiser knew absolutely nothing about building ships. This profound, absolute ignorance of naval tradition was his greatest asset. Because he did not know how a ship should be built, he looked at the problem with the cold, calculating eye of a factory man. He declared that a ship was not a piece of art. It was merely a large floating steel box, and it should be manufactured exactly the same way Henry Ford manufactured a Model T. Kaiser set up his shipyards on the muddy tidal flats of Richmond, California, a quiet, mostly empty stretch of the San Francisco Bay. He entirely abandoned the slow, agonizing process of riveting. Instead, he embraced a relatively new, highly efficient technology, arc welding. He pioneered the concept of prefabrication. Rather than building the ship from the bottom up on the slipway, Kaiser had thousands of workers building massive sections of the ship, the deck houses, the bulkheads, the bows, in separate factories miles away. These massive, multi-ton chunks of steel were then hauled to the shipyard by train, lifted into the air by towering cranes, and simply welded together like pieces of a gigantic, lethal jigsaw puzzle. The results were absolutely staggering, logic-defying miracles of industrial speed. The standard vessel of this new armada was the Liberty ship, an ugly, slow, highly utilitarian cargo freighter that President Roosevelt affectionately referred to as a dreadful-looking object. They were not built for comfort. They were built to survive the torpedoes of German U-boats just long enough to drop their cargo in England or Australia. At the peak of production, the Kaiser shipyards in Richmond were launching a brand new, fully operational Liberty ship into the bay every single day. In one magnificent, highly publicized stunt designed to humiliate the slow-moving East Coast shipyards, Kaiser's crews laid the keel of the SS Robert E. Peary and completely finished the ship, right down to the lifeboats, the fresh paint, and the towels in the crew's quarters, in exactly 4 days, 15 hours, and 29 minutes. It was a pace of production that the human mind can barely comprehend, and it required a labor force of astronomical proportions. Richmond transformed overnight from a sleepy town of 20,000 people into a roaring, soot-choked 24-hour industrial madhouse of over 100,000. But with millions of young American men suddenly putting on olive-drab uniforms and shipping out to get shot at, who was left to actually swing the welding torches? The answer was the greatest, most profound social upheaval the state had ever seen. First came the Okies, the despised, starving Dust Bowl refugees who had spent the previous decade breaking their backs in the agricultural fields of the Central Valley, happily threw down their short-handled hoes and marched into the shipyards. They traded 15 cents an hour in the boiling sun for a union wage, a hard hat, and a sense of patriotic dignity. Second came the African Americans. In what became known as the Second Great Migration, hundreds of thousands of black Americans fled the crushing, violent oppression of the Jim Crow South. They boarded segregated trains in Louisiana, Texas, and Arkansas, and poured into the defense plants of California. They found decent wages, but they also found that California, despite its sunny, progressive mythology, was deeply scarred by its own brand of quiet, structural racism, leading to overcrowded, segregated housing and boiling racial tensions in the booming factory towns. But the final, most shocking addition to the workforce was the American woman. Before the war, the heavy industrial factories were exclusively, aggressively male domains. The idea of a woman handling a high-voltage arc welder or a heavy riveting gun was considered biologically absurd by the traditional male establishment. But when the government realized they were entirely out of men, they suddenly discovered that women were, in fact, perfectly capable of building a battleship. They launched massive propaganda campaigns featuring the iconic Rosie the Riveter, urging housewives to trade their aprons for denim overalls. Women poured into the Kaiser shipyards by the tens of thousands, and to the profound, bruised shock of the male foremen, the women were often vastly superior workers. They were meticulous. They possessed better fine motor skills for intricate welding, and they possessed the highly desirable trait of showing up sober on a Monday morning. Henry Kaiser even had to build massive 24-hour daycare centers right at the shipyards just to accommodate his most reliable workforce. While the northern half of the state was furiously hammering together cargo ships, the southern half of the state was practically purchased outright by the United States Navy. Before the war, San Diego had been a quiet, pleasant, slightly sleepy coastal town that smelled mostly of tuna canneries and sea salt. It had aggressively courted the Navy for years, hoping to secure a few bases to boost the local economy. When the war broke out, the Navy didn't just boost the economy, they swallowed the town whole. San Diego became the beating, heavily fortified heart of the Pacific Fleet. The military dredged the bay to make room for aircraft carriers. They seized massive tracts of prime coastal real estate to build training camps, naval hospitals, and Marine Corps bases. The population exploded as hundreds of thousands of sailors, Marines, and aviators funneled through the city on their way to the bloody beaches of Guadalcanal, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. The skies over Southern California darkened with the shadows of airplanes. The aviation industry, which had been a niche, eccentric hobby in the 1930s, exploded into a massive corporate behemoth. Companies with names like Lockheed, Douglas, and Hughes built sprawling, camouflaged factories in Los Angeles and San Diego, churning out the bombers and fighter planes that would eventually grind the Axis powers into dust. When the Imperial Japanese government formally surrendered on the deck of the USS Missouri in 1945, the great industrial war machine was abruptly shut off. The contracts were canceled, the shipyards grew quiet, and the factories began laying off their workers. The economists back east firmly predicted that California would immediately collapse back into a severe economic depression. They assumed that the Okies, the southern migrants, and the women would simply pack their bags, thank California for the brief vacation and politely returned to their farms and their kitchens. But the economists, as they so frequently do, vastly underestimated the addictive power of the California sun. The millions of soldiers and sailors who had trained in California and the millions of defense workers who had built their weapons looked at the mild winters, the booming infrastructure, and the endless, shimmering Pacific horizon and collectively decided that they were never, ever going back to shoveling snow in Ohio. They stayed. The state had entered the war as an agricultural outpost with a glamorous movie business attached to it. It exited the war as a heavily industrialized, heavily populated, economic titan. The great shipyards of Richmond eventually rusted away, but the people who built them formed the foundation of the modern California middle class. The Golden State had successfully armed the world, and now, fueled by the GI Bill, cheap gasoline, and boundless post-war optimism, it was ready to pave it. Chapter 28. The Counterculture, from the beats of North Beach to the Summer of Love. If there is one thing that profoundly annoys a young, healthy human being, it is the horrifying prospect of a comfortable, well-fed, and predictable existence. Following the Second World War, the state of California had successfully achieved a level of middle-class prosperity that the rest of the globe could only view with a mixture of awe and bitter envy. The parents who had survived the Great Depression and built the Liberty ships were now happily buying neat little stucco houses in the sprawling new suburbs, mowing their immaculate lawns, purchasing sensible sedans, and sending their children to fine public schools. Naturally, the children looked at this sun-drenched, heavily mortgaged paradise, shuddered with profound existential dread, and decided that they would much rather live in a filthy commune and eat unwashed vegetables. The Great California Rebellion did not begin with a shout. It began with a low, rhythmic bongo drum playing in a dark, smoky basement in San Francisco. In the 1950s, a peculiar breed of artistic dissident began gathering in the North Beach neighborhood. They were the spiritual heirs to the literary bohemians I had known during my own brief debt-dodging tenure in the city, but they possessed vastly worse posture and a profound affection for the color black. They were called the Beat Generation. Men like Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg flocked to Lawrence Ferlin-Hetty's City Lights bookstore. They sat in dimly lit coffee houses, wearing heavy woolen turtlenecks, a spectacularly foolish sartorial choice for the California climate, drinking incredibly strong espresso, and complaining bitterly about the crushing conformity of American life. The Beats were professional idlers, which is a profession I have always deeply respected. They firmly believed that taking a steady 9-to-5 job was a form of spiritual suicide. Instead, they traveled the country, wrote sprawling, unpunctuated poetry, and experimented with jazz, cheap wine, and Eastern mysticism. They were viewed by the conservative suit-wearing establishment as a terrifying, unwashed threat to the fabric of decent society. In retrospect, the beatniks were relatively harmless. They were mostly just melancholy poets who needed a haircut. But they had successfully cracked the foundation of the post-war American dream. They had proved that you could simply refuse to participate in the great capitalist machine. A decade later, the children of the California suburbs took that crack and enthusiastically drove a brightly painted Volkswagen minibus straight through it. By the mid-1960s, the dark, brooding angst of the Beat generation was swept away by a tidal wave of Technicolor rebellion. The epicenter of this cultural earthquake was an aging, slightly dilapidated Victorian neighborhood in San Francisco called the Haight-Ashbury. The Haight was cheap, the houses were large enough to hold a dozen people, and the local police were initially too confused to intervene. The young people who flocked there did not wear black turtlenecks. They wore aggressively loud tie-dye shirts, surplus military jackets, bell-bottom trousers, and an absolute astonishing quantity of beads. They called themselves hippies, and they were operating under the grand utopian delusion that you could solve the world's ancient bloody problems simply by sitting in a circle, burning patchouli incense, and loving one another. To assist in this grand awakening, they relied heavily upon a new, highly unpredictable chemical compound known as LSD. Now, humanity has spent several millennia inventing clever ways to temporarily escape reality, usually through the fermentation of grapes or the distillation of grains. But the psychedelic drugs of the 1960s were an entirely different animal. They did not simply numb the brain. They completely, spectacularly rearranged the furniture. Young men and women were wandering through Golden Gate Park, staring at a single blade of grass for 4 hours, entirely convinced they were having a deeply meaningful conversation with the Almighty, or possibly with a very wise squirrel. The climax of this grand chemical carnival occurred in 1967, an event eternally, heavily romanticized as the Summer of Love. It was a masterpiece of accidental marketing, a hit song played on the radio across the nation, gently instructing the youth of America that if they were going to San Francisco, they should be sure to wear some flowers in their hair. The youth of America took the advice literally. Nearly 100,000 teenagers, runaways, dropouts, idealists, and thrill-seekers descended upon the Haight-Ashbury. The neighborhood was instantly transformed into a chaotic, joyous, and profoundly unsanitary circus. There was a group of radical activists known as the Diggers, who essentially operated a pirate welfare state. They stole food from the local markets, cooked it in massive iron pots in the park, and handed it out for free, declaring that the concept of money was officially obsolete. There was the music. Oh, the music. San Francisco birthed a loud, meandering, highly electrified sound that rattled the Victorian window panes. Bands like the Grateful Dead, Jefferson Airplane, and Janis Joplin held massive, free concerts in the park. The music was heavy, it was completely unpredictable, and it frequently lasted for 3 or 4 hours without a discernible break for tuning, largely because the musicians were often just as heavily medicated as the audience. The older generation looked at the Summer of Love and experienced a collective, screaming panic. The newspapers printed hysterical headlines about drug-crazed youth running feral in the streets. The tourists, demonstrating that spectacular American talent for monetizing a rebellion, began taking guided hippie-watch bus tours through the Haight, locking their doors and staring out the windows at the barefoot kids like they were animals in a brightly colored, unwashed zoo. But a society built entirely upon free love, loud music, and unregulated chemistry possesses a very brief, spectacular shelf life. By the end of 1967, the dream was already beginning to sour. When you invite 100,000 people to live in a few city blocks without a functional sanitation plan, you do not get a utopia. You get a public health crisis. The hate became overcrowded. The easygoing psychedelics were replaced by darker, harder drugs. The criminals and the predators, sensing easy prey among the naive, flower-crowned runaways, moved into the neighborhood. In October of that year, the original organizers actually held a mock funeral in the streets, carrying a coffin to officially mourn the death of the hippie. The party was over. The teenagers got hungry, realized that sleeping in a freezing park was significantly less romantic than it sounded, and slowly, quietly, went back home to the suburbs. Yet the summer of love, brief and chaotic as it was, permanently altered the trajectory of the Golden State and, by extension, the world. It fundamentally changed the way the nation viewed authority, warfare, civil rights, and the environment. The hippies had tried to tear down the establishment, and they had largely failed, but the establishment they left behind was deeply, irreversibly changed. The young rebels eventually cut their hair, bought sensible shoes, and rejoined the capitalist machine. But as we shall see in the coming chapters, they brought their strange, anti-establishment, highly disruptive philosophies with them. They were about to migrate a few miles south into the prune orchards of the Santa Clara Valley and use that exact same rebellious energy to invent a machine that would eventually conquer the entire globe. Chapter 29. The Silicon Orchard. How the prune trees were replaced by the magic sand of the computer chip. If you were to take a hardened, mud-caked 49er, pull him out of his freezing river, and attempt to explain the future economic history of California to him, you would likely be rewarded with a swift strike from a heavy iron shovel. If you told him that the great gold strike would eventually play out, he would believe you. If you told him that men would later get rich by pumping foul-smelling black oil out of the dirt, he would probably understand the mechanics of the thing. But if you were to look this rough, practical miner dead in the eye and inform him that the greatest, most incomprehensibly vast empire of wealth the state would ever produce was going to be built entirely out of sand, he would assume you had been standing in the sun without a hat for entirely too long. Yet this is precisely what occurred. The Golden State, having exhausted the precious metals and the petroleum, finally achieved the ultimate alchemical swindle. It figured out how to turn the most abundant, worthless substance on Earth into pure, concentrated power. Before we discuss the magic sand, however, we must look at the geography where the magic happened. Just south of the foggy, windy peninsula of San Francisco lies the Santa Clara Valley. Before the 1950s, this flat, sun-drenched basin possessed a beautiful, poetic nickname, the Valley of Heart's Delight. It was not a place of heavy industry or roaring ambition. It was the largest continuous agricultural orchard in the world. In the springtime, millions upon millions of plum, apricot, and cherry trees erupted into a sprawling white ocean of blossoms. The air was so thick with the sweet, heavy perfume of fruit that a man could practically gain weight simply by breathing. The local economy was dedicated almost entirely to the humble, slightly embarrassing prune. It was a quiet, sleepy, agricultural paradise populated by practical farmers who spent their days worrying about the frost and swatting at bees. The first crack in this pastoral facade was initiated not by a businessman, but by a university. Stanford University, located at the northern edge of the valley, was an institution founded by our old friend Leland Stanford, the very same railroad baron who had so spectacularly missed the golden spike. For decades, Stanford had been a respectable, relatively quiet college. But after the Second World War, a visionary engineering professor named Frederick Terman looked at the sprawling, empty acres of university land and had a highly lucrative idea. Terman was tired of watching his brightest engineering students graduate and immediately board a train for the East Coast to work for the massive radio and telephone monopolies. He wanted to keep the brains in California, so he essentially invented the concept of the industrial park. He leased Stanford's empty land to high-technology companies at cut-rate prices, provided they hired his students. Slowly, quietly, the electronic tinkerers began to move into the prune orchards. But the true spark that ignited the valley did not arrive until 1956, in the form of a brilliant, profoundly unbearable physicist named William Shockley. Shockley was one of the inventors of the transistor, a tiny, miraculous device that could control the flow of electricity without the need for large, fragile, heat-generating vacuum tubes. It was the invention that made the modern world possible, and it earned Shockley a Nobel Prize. Shockley moved to the Santa Clara Valley to start his own company. He possessed a magnificent intellect, but as a manager of human beings, he possessed all the charm and diplomatic grace of a cornered badger. He was deeply paranoid, notoriously arrogant, and routinely subjected his own employees to lie detector tests. He had managed to recruit the absolute brightest, most ambitious young minds in the country to work for him. But within a year, they had grown completely sick of his tyranny. In 1846, the rowdy Americans had revolted against the Mexicans. In 1869, the railroad men had revolted against the geography. In 1957, 8 of Shockley's top scientists simply walked into his office, quit, and walked out to form their own company. Shockley furiously labeled them the Traitorous Eight. It is a grand theatrical title, but in truth, these 8 young men were merely participating in the oldest, most sacred California tradition, mutiny in the pursuit of a better profit margin. They secured funding from an East Coast industrialist and founded Fairchild Semiconductor. It was at Fairchild that the great leap forward was made. A young, quiet engineer named Robert Noyce figured out how to take multiple transistors and etch them directly onto a single, tiny chip of silicon. Silicon, of course, is essentially refined sand. They had invented the integrated circuit, the microchip. To understand the absurdity of the microchip, you must abandon all visual common sense. The engineers in the Santa Clara Valley were no longer building massive roaring machines out of iron and steel. They were building complex microscopic cities, complete with perfectly laid out streets and avenues of electricity, entirely invisible to the naked human eye. They were trapping lightning inside a flake of stone the size of a fingernail. As the microchips became smaller, faster, and cheaper, the executives at Fairchild realized they were sitting on a gold mine. But they also remembered how they had gotten their start. The culture of the valley was established right then and there. There was absolutely no corporate loyalty. If a young engineer at Fairchild had a brilliant idea and his boss refused to listen, the engineer didn't simply sit at his desk and grumble. He walked across the street, found a wealthy investor, and started his own company. This process was affectionately known as the Fairchild Diaspora. The company splintered and fractured, spawning dozens, then hundreds of new companies with aggressive, futuristic names like Intel and Advanced Micro Devices. The engineers reproduced with the terrifying exponential speed of rabbits in a vegetable garden. Suddenly, the sweet-smelling prune orchards were being violently bulldozed to make way for massive, featureless concrete boxes. The farmers sold their land to the semiconductor companies at magnificent profits, took their money, and fled the valley. But the transformation of the silicon orchard was not driven entirely by men in white lab coats holding slide rules. It required a second, highly unpredictable ingredient. It required the lingering disruptive energy of the California counterculture. Remember the hippies from the Haight-Ashbury, the young rebels who had attempted to tear down the establishment with loud music and psychedelics? When the summer of love collapsed, that anti-authoritarian energy did not simply evaporate. It drifted south into the valley and mutated. In the mid-1970s, a group of eccentric, unkempt electronic hobbyists began gathering in a damp garage in Menlo Park. They called themselves the Homebrew Computer Club. They were a bizarre, magnificent hybrid of the radical hippie and the socially awkward mechanical nerd. They did not want to smash the capitalist machine. They wanted to build their own machine and make it small enough to fit on a kitchen table. At the time, computers were massive, terrifying, multi-million-dollar leviathans that occupied entire floors of corporate headquarters, operated only by men in gray flannel suits. The kids in the Homebrew Computer Club viewed these massive corporate computers as tools of oppression. They believed that if you could give a calculating engine to the common man, you could free his mind. Out of this chaotic, unregulated soup of electronic rebellion emerged two young men named Steve. Steve Wozniak was a brilliant, giggling engineering savant who simply wanted to build a clever machine to impress his friends. Steve Jobs was a barefoot, fruit-eating, notoriously unwashed college dropout who possessed absolutely no engineering skills whatsoever, but possessed a terrifying, mesmerizing genius for salesmanship. In a suburban garage in Los Altos, Wozniak built a crude, wooden-boxed computer, and Jobs looked at it and saw the future of the human race. They called their two-man operation Apple Computer. They essentially took the magic sand of the established semiconductor companies, wrapped it in a plastic box, and sold it to the masses. And the masses bought it. Within a few short years, the barefoot, unwashed kids who had started in a garage were the heads of a multi-billion-dollar empire. The Silicon Valley was officially born. It was a new breed of capitalism, entirely distinct from the top-hatted, cigar-chomping tycoons of the previous century. The new emperors of California did not build grand palaces on Nob Hill. They wore faded blue jeans, they wore sandals to board meetings, and they spouted utopian philosophies about changing the world, all while ruthlessly crushing their competitors and accumulating wealth that made Leland Stanford look like a destitute street beggar. The Valley of Heart's Delight was completely, irreversibly paved over. The sweet smell of the apricot blossoms was replaced by the smell of hot asphalt, car exhaust, and ozone. The state had built the engine of the modern age, a glittering, sprawling network of silicon and software that would eventually connect every single human being on the planet to every other human being on the planet, a technological miracle that mostly resulted in people ignoring the folks sitting directly across the dinner table from them to stare at a glowing piece of glass. California had successfully engineered the future, but as the state raced headlong into the 21st century, it was about to discover that living in the future comes with a staggering, highly complicated set of modern problems, and the sunset horizon of the Pacific was suddenly looking much closer than it used to be. Chapter 30. The Pacific Horizon. A look at the modern giant, a state that is its own nation, still chasing the sunset. If you were to gather the finest historians, economists, and sociologists of the civilized world into a single room and ask them to formulate a logical, cohesive definition of modern California, they would likely argue for 3 days, tear up their diplomas, and eventually resort to throwing heavy wooden chairs at one another. California has entirely outgrown the quaint, restrictive definition of a state. A state is a tidy administrative boundary that shares a uniform culture and produces a reliable quantity of corn or cheese. California is none of these things. It is an empire. It is a massive, sprawling, highly contradictory nation-state masquerading as a member of the federal union simply because it enjoys the convenience of the Postal Service. If you were to carve the Golden State off the edge of the continent and set it afloat in the Pacific, it would boast the 5th largest economy on the face of the earth. It manufactures the technology that runs the globe, grows the food that feeds the country, and produces the entertainment that distracts everyone from the miserable reality of paying taxes. Yet, for all its staggering, incomprehensible wealth, modern California operates with the chaotic, highly unpredictable energy of a gold camp that has accidentally stumbled into the 21st century. It is a place where utopia and dystopia do not merely exist in the same zip code. They actively share a property line. Let us consider the magnificent, maddening paradox of the California commute. Having invented the microchip and essentially conquered the speed of light, one might assume that the state had also mastered the basic physical movement of its own citizens. This is a profound miscalculation. The Los Angeles freeway system is, without question, the largest, most expensive, and most densely populated parking lot ever conceived by the human mind. Millions of people willingly climb into steel boxes every morning and sit in absolute motionless gridlock for 2 hours, breathing exhaust fumes and listening to the radio, completely unbothered by the fact that a healthy man on a bicycle could pass them with minimal effort. And then there is the cost of simply existing upon the sacred dirt. The economic inflation of the 1849 gold rush, where a single egg cost a day's wages, never actually left California. It merely relocated to the real estate market. A sensible man can sell a massive, prosperous farm in the Midwest, pack up his fortune, travel to the San Francisco Bay Area, and promptly discover that his life savings will barely afford him the privilege of renting a drafty, uninsulated broom closet that occasionally smells of damp raccoons. Because the land has become so preposterously valuable, the state has produced a heartbreaking, glaring contradiction. In the shadows of the gleaming glass towers of the tech billionaires, and just down the street from the walled estates of the Hollywood royalty, lie sprawling, desperate encampments of the unhoused. The canvas tent, that enduring symbol of the 49er, has returned to the sidewalks of the great cities, serving as a grim, brutal reminder that while the golden mirage is endlessly profitable, it has never been particularly forgiving to those who lose their footing. Furthermore, there is the state's ongoing, highly volatile relationship with Mother Nature. The modern Californian lives under a constant looming threat of biblical catastrophe, and they do so with a terrifying, cheerful apathy. The ground still occasionally shakes with enough violence to rattle the fillings out of their teeth. The heavy winter rains routinely cause entire hillsides, usually occupied by multi-million-dollar mansions, to simply detach and slide into the Pacific Ocean in a cascade of mud and ruined swimming pools. And then there is the fire. In the late summer and autumn, the hot, dry Diablo and Santa Ana winds howl through the canyons, turning the brush-choked hills into an absolute tinderbox. Wildfires of unimaginable scale and ferocity sweep across the state, turning the sky a bruised, apocalyptic orange and raining white ash onto the manicured lawns. Any logical civilized population, upon realizing that their state actively attempts to burn them, drown them, or shake them to pieces on a seasonal basis, would immediately pack their belongings and move to a boring, stable state like Nebraska. But Californians do not leave. When the fires are put out and the mud is swept away, they simply rebuild the exact same house in the exact same canyon and go back to drinking their iced coffee, utterly convinced that the privilege of living in the sunshine is worth the occasional apocalyptic inconvenience. It is a profound, invincible stubbornness. It is the exact same stubbornness that drove the Spanish friars to march barefoot through the desert. It is the same reckless ambition that pushed the Donner Party into the snowdrifts, the same greed that drove the Argonauts to stand waist-deep in freezing mud, and the same mechanical arrogance that allowed the water barons to steal a river. California is not, and never has been, a place for sensible people. It is a magnet for the dreamers, the grifters, the visionaries, and the desperately ambitious. It is the final magnificent terminal of the great American migration. For 300 years, whenever an American failed at business, suffered a broken heart, or simply grew tired of his neighbors, he would pack his bags and move west. The frontier was the ultimate reset button, but when you reach the beaches of California, the frontier abruptly ends. You run out of dirt. There is nowhere left to run, save into the crashing surf of the Pacific Ocean. Having run out of physical continent to conquer, the state was forced to turn inward. It began conquering the imagination. It built the movies. It built the microchip. It continues to cast a long, heavy shadow over the rest of the globe, perpetually dictating what the future is going to look like, even as it struggles to figure out how to keep its own power grid running during a heat wave. As I look out over the Pacific horizon, watching the heavy golden sun sink into the water, I am struck by a profound affection for this ridiculous, beautiful, entirely broken, and entirely triumphant place. It is a state built on stolen land, fueled by stolen water, and held together by nothing more than concrete, traffic, and sheer, unreasonable optimism. It remains exactly what it was when the very first explorer looked at a map and drew an island that didn't exist, the Great American Mirage. And God willing, long after the rest of the world has settled into a sensible, quiet routine, California will still be out here on the edge of the continent, loudly, chaotically, and magnificently chasing the sunset. This has been Mark Twain, I've enjoyed the journey. I hope you have too.